Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Fusion Hero. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. For any child, they always had a dream to be something special, so the world can see them and make them feel like they belong in this world. But for a young boy whose dream was to be a hero just like his idol, to be a hero for those who lost their smile and give them hope. But for him, as life goes on, he was told that he should give up on his dream of being a hero because of something that he didn't have. A quirk, a power that changed humanity for generations, and at the age of 4 for the young man. He didn't gain the one thing that made Towers special. And he was labeled quirkless, and for the past 14 years of his life he was bullied, body bruised by his so-called childhood friend, being ignored by his peers and teachers, to hide the injuries from his mother who loves him dearly even though he doesn't have any powers, to be belittled, humiliated, bring offered flowers that represents death, and that's not worst part. At the end of his school life that was close to being over, where he'll make a leap into the choice he made for his high school life that was close to bring grasp. He was told to commit suicide by Katsuki Bakugo. That. Why? Why does he do this? How can he, a human being, to tell me to end my life with no remorse on his face, and he thinks he can be a hero if the world found out about his misdeeds, and not only him but those who didn't help me, those who ignored me, and those who enjoyed torturing me like it was some sick game. That's what Izuku Midoriya thought as he was captured and being suffocated by a villain with a sludge like Quirk. But had it been not for his idol, the one who he wanted to be, he could have died. But as the saying goes, you can't trust anyone, not even your heroes. And because of that, once Izuku asked a question and looking for the answer for the rope that he held on dearly. The rope that was soon bring close to being cut. And it did when he heard an answer from his idol, one who said anyone can a hero. And yet he told Izuku no, and that he should think realistic while giving him a look that held nothing. Those sinking eyes that came from Izuku's now former idol, who was nothing but a skeleton than the massive figure he always sees on TV, and left Izuku there alone. As his mind played out the many memories, the pain, the laughter. And the recent. Izuku was close to listening Bakugo's advice after saving him from the sludge villain that took him hostage. He was talking to All Might in his small form, telling about what his quirk really was and telling him about passing his quirk to him that broke Izuku, and seeing the way Bakugo even agreed to it made him run away, not even feeling of Jinnig home but going to a beach that was filled with trash. Izuku then dropped on his knees to the ground, breathing heavily as tears poured out from his eyes, his hands grabbing his hair trying to forget what he heard and saw, but it wasn't going away. Instead, it fueled something inside of him, causing him to close his eyes and try to calm down, but it wasn't working. You said anyone can be a hero. I did something that the heroes didn't even do. And yet I was the to be blamed. Why? Why me? Why do I deserve this? Izuku said as he felt something that he tried to hide away. His anger. The very rage that he tried to bury away, but it was resurfacing, and he doesn't know how to clam down the very flames that were boiling in his very soul. Damn it. Izuku screamed out towards the sky in anger, and this resulted in something that he thought was never part of his DNA. But this was different. Where quirks were born when a child's DNA alters at the age of 4 years, and even to children who are labeled as late bloomers gain 30 powers from certain circumstances. But for Izuku Midori, because of the rage that he held on for 10 years of his life, Izuku saw something in a dark abyss, a metal door that was damaged, and yet it called to him. It wanted him to open these doors. And he listened. As Izuku opened the doors, he was covered in light, and then while he was kneeling on the ground, his eyes opened. And they glowed with power. With a deep breath, Izuku suddenly glowed and let out a roar that produced a large gust of wind that pushed away the many trash away. Izuku took deep breaths as he felt like his lungs were fighting to get enough oxygen to be kept alive, but Izuku looked at his hands and clenched them as he saw a gust of wind traveling around his fingertips, and he smiled. I have a quirk. I have a quirk. He started to shed tears of happiness, but that disappeared as he recalled everything from 10 years, and he frowned, which reacted with his newfound powers, but he calmed down, which resulted in his eyes stop glowing. Feeling the power now gone and not feeling the wind dancing around him, I finally have a quirk that's my own. And now I'll use it to be a hero and show those who they have messed with for 10 years. Izuku said as he finally head home, which resulted in his mom being worried, but after Izuku told her that he finally has a quirk, she was happy for him, but he was still in trouble for being late, which he didn't, because in his mind as of this moment, all he could think about was ways to use this power to its fullest. 10 months was all it took for Izuku Midoriya to become a different person. Gone while the skinny boy that had to deal with constant bullying, and right now standing in front of the gate that held the entrance exam for UA High as he clenched his bag strap and taking a few deep breaths. I'm gonna do my best. And become a hero in my own way, Izuku thought. Until, what the hell are you doing here, Deku? An obnoxious voice was heard that it made Izuku to sigh in annoyance. When he turned around he saw him, Katsuki Bakugo, who had a glare on his face. "I asked you what the F are you doing here, Deku? I effing told you to give up your dream of even being a hero," he told Izuku while getting near him ready to blow him up, but he stopped as he saw the way Izuku was looking at him. This made Bakugo pissed at the boy, but he saw that many eyes were on them that it made him click his tongue in annoyance, and even made him even more pissed at the words from his mentor. He walked past Izuku, but not before saying a few words to Izuku. "You better wish I don't end your sorry excuse of a life right here, you effing reject." But then Bakugo heard something from Izuku that caused his eyes to widen. "Then you better watch yourself for ever being effing born in this world, sheet stain." That's all Izuku said as he watched Bakugo resumed on his walking, leaving Izuku to try and calm himself. Calm down, you'll have your chance, He continued said this while walking, but because of him lost in his own thoughts he didn't focus on where his foot was going, causing him to trip on his own feet. This made him panic a bit until he felt himself stop in midair as he stared at the ground. That was when he heard laughter, which made him turn to left and saw Brunette with innocent eyes. "Sorry if I used my quirk on you, it would have been a bad omen to hit the ground, huh?" she said to Izuku, who gulped because of the fact that a girl was talking to him instead of belittling him. When the girl used her quirk to set him down, she smiled at him, which made him slightly blush. "Sorry I couldn't say anything before since you and that guy were having a little bit of a disagreement, but man, this exam is gonna be a bit nerve-wracking if I'm being honest," she said while scratching her head, while Izuku was silent during her one-sided conversation with him, which made her curious. But then she saw that more students were on NGN, which got her to panic. "Well, I gotta go. Don't want to be late. See you around," she said, leaving Izuku there to choke up since he couldn't say anything back to her. I couldn't even talk to a girl ... Damn it. I guess I didn't change that much, considering my luck with girls is -1. But he shook his head as he walked towards the building. After being registered towards the room where he'll be taking the test and finishing as soon as 2.5 hours were done. Izuku was at the auditorium taking seat and hearing the announcer who was present, Mike, and Izuku couldn't help but fanboy a bit, but he did had to clean out his ears cause of his loud voice. But his joy was damaged since the person sitting next to him was Katsuki Bakugo, who simply glared at Izuku, but the boy himself tried to ignore the bomberman and focus on what Present Mike was saying while looking through his notebook that contained the many uses for his powers. Present Mike was then talking about point values involving with the robots, and Izuku saw 4 images of the robots going from 1-3 points, and seeing the other with 0 made him curious as he then started to write up something in his notebook. Just then, but one of the examinees got out of his seat questioning about how UA is making a disgrace to be making a mistake for the pointers. Izuku, who was still focused in his notebook, couldn't help but sigh at the one who was talking, but then, "And you with the unruly green hair, if you are just here to sit and not listening to what that was being said and being nothing but a distraction for everyone, then please leave." When he pointed at Izuku, the lights were focused on him, causing him to widen his eyes at the accusation that was placed on him. But before Izuku could even say anything, Present Mike pitched in and explained that the 0-pointer was only a gimmick and doesn't mean anything, which solidified the young man, and he took his seat. But the damage was done as Izuku stared with narrowed eyes. "Ha, even someone who you don't even know wants you out of here. Face it, Deku, you'll always be a nobody." He heard this from Bakugo, wanting a reaction from the greenette only to get nothing. That made him clench his fist. "What the F is his deal? He was talking all smack outside and now he's completely ignoring me. You effing bastard, just you wait," Bakugo thought in anger. Later on, it was time for the practical part of the entrance exam, and we see Izuku, wearing his light green track pants, his red shoes, and a black tank top, stretching a bit of his muscles and taking a few calming breaths while thinking of different scenarios on how to use his powers for this part of the exam. But then his mind wandered towards a head of Boran hair and saw her, the girl he met before, and saw that she showing a bit of nervousness, making Izuku towards her to maybe try to talk to her this time. However, this wasn't the case since someone decided to stop Izuku while grabbing his shoulder. This made him turn his head and look up to see the same young man who was wearing glasses and having clothing that looks to be something runners use, and he was giving Izuku a serious look on his face. "I see what you're trying to do. You're trying to measure that girl's power of concentration. Are you here to obstruct your fellow test takers? Have you no shame?" Izuku had enough of this guy and brushed away the hand that was on his shoulder, but then he heard it ... the voices of those who thinks he won't make it, thinking that he's not worth it, thinking that he's a small fry that won't even get 1 point in this exam. Izuku hated this, and he turned around, which made the young man to have a shocked look since Izuku ignored him. But before he could say anything, the sounds of the metal doors in front of every examinee was opened, and this made Izuku to run forward. Some of the examinees simply laughed that Izuku might get disqualified, but that wasn't the case when Present Mike said that there aren't any countdowns in a real battle, which made every one of them to quickly leave. Meanwhile, Izuku was seen running and looking around the destroyed buildings and staying alert in case of any of the robots coming his way. and then he saw it. A one-pointer which made him act fast. Okay, just like I practiced. The wind around me and even in my cells, use this power as if it's part of me. As soon as he thought that, his eyes glowed as he felt the power coursing through his body as he clenched his fist and blitzed towards the robot, and then, K's nai yoru ikayo. He shouted as he sent a powerful wind attack at the one-pointer, blowing it away and it being destroyed, making Izuku smile, but then he got serious and continued attacking the robots while gaining more points. It didn't take long for Izuku to reach about 49 points and taking a breather a bit while leaning on a wall. But he did hear the constant yelling of examinees saying how many points they have, which made Izuku to take calming breaths to regulate his breathing, and then he got to work and continued on. Meanwhile, inside of a control room, a strict time limit in a vast battleground. Nothing quite like it to bring everyone's ardor into the open and uncover their skills. Insight, the ability to grasp the situation quickly and accurately. Agility, the ability to stick a dynamic entry without ever being late to the party. Judgment, the ability to face any obstacle with coolness and composure. And of course, sheer fighting prowess. We can gauge their respective levels of those foundational skills by way of the point system. Oh my, we've raked in a bumper crop this year. We can't be sure of that yet. The thing to really test their mettle is this. Once the button was pressed, out came the gimmick that was known as the zero-pointer. Izuku, who took a seat to rest, suddenly heard the sound of something large, and then he saw it. The gimmick that's not even worth 0 points, and all he could say was, how the heck did they get the money for that thing? Izuku thought as he got up and seeing the many examinees panicking at the sight of the root and running away, and not even looking back. Izuku saw this, but he simply stared at the zero-pointer while missing a glance that came from the same young man with glasses that ran past him. Izuku wasn't just focusing on the robot ... but he was also listening to the sound around him as he focused ... and then he heard it ... the sound of someone being injured, and he ran towards it with a wind-based dash. The same girl that Izuku met was the one that was trapped under the rubble with one of her ankles being stuck and injured, and not only that, but she reached her limit when she used her quirk, and now she was defenseless as she saw the robot's giant limb coming close to her that it made her scared, and all she could do was close her eyes. But then she heard the sound of struggling, which made her open her eyes and saw the boy again that she met, who was using his powers to stop the robot from crushing the girl. Izuku looked down while showing the girl a smile on his face. Hi, I'm Izuku Midoriya. Achako. Uraraka, she told the boy, who used even more power pushing the giant limb that was pressing more. Damn, this is really heavy ... Are you okay? Izuku asked the girl, only to get a response that she was injured at the ankle and reached her limit when she used her quirk. This got Izuku to under the situation and used his hand to produce more wind, and using his other arm to send a small but a powerful gust of wind that pushed away the rubble from the girl's ankle, which got her to sigh in relief, but that only left Izuku feeling the pressure in his arms as the root continued to push even more forced on the boy. You need to go. I'll hold this thing off until you're safe, Izuku said, which made the girl to worry about the boy, but all he did was smile at her and telling her to go, but that was futile when they saw the robot use its other to push even more force. That it made Izuku scream in pain. No, you're hurt. I'm sorry, it's because of me that you're in this mess. But she was silent when she saw Izuku's eyes glowing as he struggled but didn't give up. You're not at fault here. I decided to help you because that's what being a hero is ... to protect those who need saving and put their life on the line. Izuku said that it made Ochako Uraraka to have her eyes widen, and then with a painful limp towards Izuku, she touched his cheek, which made him look towards her. Then, who's gonna be there for the hero who needs saving? She said as she placed her forehead to his with his eyes still glowing, but they widened in surprise at the girl's action. But then he felt something that held nothing but a feeling that he always felt from his mother. Love. And then a light was shown where the two teens were, and with the zero-pointer suddenly felt its limb being lifted by a force that wasn't its own accord, and then it felt its robotic body being lifted with the examinees, and the ones who were watching this were shocked at they were seeing as the zero-pointer was suddenly hoisted up in the air by a figure that was in a glowing light that was forest green, with their eyes glowing, and said this as it was above the robot and had hands towards it, Juryoku Hasai Kai. When that was said, the robot felt a force that pushed it down to the ground, and once it hit on impact, the robot was destroyed in a sight of fire and scattered metal scraps. The figure that was in forest green light came down descending, and then once they touched the ground they closed their glowing eyes, and then two separate colors were seen and were then slipped and formed two figures that laid on the ground, both being unconscious and both being okay. The entrance exam came to an end, and we see Izuku now sporting his junior high attire and heading home after getting healed up by the school nurse, but his mind wandered at the situation that had occurred that involved with that brunette. Hey, wait up. Someone yelled, which got Izuku's attention as he saw the same girl that he was thinking about, who stopped at the last second and then gave the boy a hug, which made him blush since he was never this close to a girl who willingly hugged him. I didn't get the chance to say thanks for saving me, she said to the now red-faced boy. Iwa, and no problem, he stuttered out, which made her giggle as she let go of the hug while sporting a blush of her own. Well, thanks again for saving me, and I'll see you later, Izuku. Bye. she said while running away, leaving Izuku there to have widened eyes. Did she just call me by my first name? Izuku thought with a blush that got even more redder than ever. Calming down his beating heart, he walked and headed home. It's been about a week since the entrance exam, and Izuku was seen inside his room doing a few yoga stretches to ease his mind after eating with his mother. But he still couldn't get rid of that feeling, where he and Achako turned into light, and then ... they became something, or rather someone, and dealt with the 0-pointer with ease ... It's too bad he wasn't able to call her, but with him being a boy who's very socially awkward with the opposite gender, he's not so sure if he can hold a conversation. Before he could finish his yoga, he heard a commotion and the sound of footsteps coming towards his room, and then the door was opened and in came Inko Midoriya, Izuku's mother and the only one who raised him. Izuku. It came, it's here, your letter is here, Inko said while holding the letter that held the UA insignia. Izuku thanked his mother while looking at the letter, with his mother closing the door so he can get his privacy. But she was near the door, feeling nervous about the results for her son. Izuku sighed and took deep breath, and then opened the envelope that contained his letter and also a disc that made him confused only to see a disc until it turned on ... But then Izuku saw something from the hologram that made him narrow his eyes. I am here as a projection. The one who said was none other than the symbol of peace himself, but to Izuku he was just annoyed as he looked through his letter. Young Midoriya, you did well with the written exam in flying colors, and with the practical exam you at least 59 points, which made you pass the exam. However, there was something else while looking through the footage, the ones who were observing you all and seeing how Yo saved that young girl and her doing the same for you. The both of you earned rescue points for this exam, meaning you earned 60 points from the judges, and young Uraraka earned 45 points. Now young Crush Sizzle. Izuku stopped listening as he crushed the disc with narrowed eyes. His anger was surfacing, but he tried to calm himself since this was the day he finally did it, and when he opened his door to see his mom, and he gave her a big smile. His mom, who saw that smile, started to cry and gave him a big hug. Oh my baby, I'm so proud of you. When the results were distributed for the examinees, the judges were talking about two specific persons. The results of the practical skills entrance examination are here. Though he earned 0 rescue points, Katsuki Bakugo still placed second place. However, he has competition for the person who ranked first. He targeted the 1P and 2P villain boys, approaching them slowly and continuously intercepted them to lose them into a flashy explosive blast with extra strength too once they'd gotten weaker during the second half of the exam. That kid's as tough as they come. Now the one who ranked number 1. This kid, who has 59 villains points, was efficient in using his quirk to deliver precise attacks towards 1, 2, and 3 pointers while also saving his energy to continue on. Was smart in case the battle against a villain gets tiring. But then, he did something that made all of us jump out of our seats. He put his life on the list G for a girl who was trapped in a rubble and wasn't able to break free, and had it not been for the Younin's quick decision, those two would have been even more hurt than they were. But it doesn't answer the question on how they escaped. From what we saw, the girl was at her limit and the boy looked to be using a wind-based quirk, so what was that light just now that caused them to reappear to deliver the final blow against the 0-pointer? Who cares? I couldn't help but shout YEAH when the 0-pointer was raised up in the air and then was sent to the ground and got destroyed. Man, talk about a robotic takedown. While everyone was talking, All Might in his skinny form was watching Izuku's face and his performance, and he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Young man, I never forgotten what you did all this months ago ... But the fact that you lied and said you didn't have a quirk, was there a reason to deceive me? By lying, or rather ... you were afraid of telling me what your power really is? Either way, I need to keep a close watch on you ... and I also need to watch young Bakugo carefully as well. That's what he was thinking when he saw his successor's performance, and he couldn't help but sigh that he didn't gain no hero points. Maybe he should have a talk with him towards the mindset he has now. It was now springtime, and as of this moment, Izuku Midoriya was officially a first year in his dream school with the school uniform on his person and his backpack on his back. He was ready to go ... but his mother stopped him. Izuku, did you pack some tissues? Yes, Mom. What about your hanky? You can't leave without a hanky. Yes, Mom, I packed it and everything else I need just in case. Now I need to go or I'll be late. When Izuku was about to leave out of the door, his mom called out to him. When he turned his head, he saw his mother giving him a smile on her face. I'm so proud of you, Izuku. I might not say it much ... but I'm so glad to have in my life ... to be your mother and giving you the love that you needed ... Before she could say anything, she hugged by her son, who had a smile on his face. And I'm glad to have you as a loving mother. I'm so glad that you gave me life ... and I'm gonna make the most of it in this school life. I love you, Mom, Izuku said to his mother, who couldn't help but cry tears of joy at the words from her son. And with words of encouragement and crying and a last hug from his parent, Izuku left home, and his high school life starts. Now, when Izuku got off the train and taking a walk where his new school, he looked around to try and find his classroom. which was a task that almost made him late, but he found and saw the door for the class and saw that it was huge. Wow, that's a big door ... Well, here goes. I'm going to be meeting those who made it into the hero course and passed the exam, Izuku said, but he stopped himself from opening the door as he thought of someone who's likely to be in this classroom. With a deep breath, Izuku opened the door and then saw the scene that was in front of him. Don't put your legs on the desk. Do you not see that you're being disrespectful towards your classmates that once used these desks that are now our upperclassmen? Someone said towards the one whose legs were on the desk with no care that was in his face, but he did smirk arrogantly. No, as a matter of fact, I don't even care. So which middle school are you from anyway, you 2-bit extra? Izuku could only sigh at the scene. I'm from Salme Junior High School. The name's Tenya Ida, the now named TWNI, Ida said towards the spiky blonde-haired young man who narrowed his eyes. Summy, well, aren't you an elite? Seems I've got a reason to effing end you after all. What nerve? And you want to be a hero, Ada said. But then the two boys, along with everyone else inside the class, turned their attention towards Izuku, who saw them staring at him, making him look down a bit, but the NHE heard fast footsteps coming his way and saw that it was Tenya Ida. Hello, my name is Tenya Ida from Salme. Izuku stopped him just in time while rubbing the back of his neck. I heard you the first time. The name's Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you, Izuku said towards Ida, who saw the unsure look on the boy's face, which made Ida realize his actions from before, and this made him bow down. That made Izuku surprised. Midoriya, I would like to apologize for my actions during the practical part of the exam and during the auditorium. It was childish of me to say these words, and I must hand it to you that you actually found the true nature of the practical skills exam, didn't you? What? He thought with multiple question marks that were above Izuku's head. I was blind to it and completely misread you. I hate to admit, but you were better the man, and I must apologize once more, Ada said as he bowed even more, which made Izuku chuckled nervously at the boy's action. Well, it's okay. No need to go overboard, but try to understand more on a person before you jump to conclusions, Izuku said to Ida, who nodded and understood. Hey, I know that color of green, Izuku. When Izuku heard his name, he turned around and smiled as he saw Achako. When he said her name, the girl walked towards him and gave him a hug as she laughed lightly. Their little action caused a few heads to turn in their direction, with a few of them feeling a bit jealousy. But right now Katsuki Bakugo, who was glaring daggers at Izuku because of him enrolling in this school, and the fact that he ignored him when their teacher told the class that both him and Izuku made into UA High, and this caused heads to turn towards Izuku, who didn't care all, and seeing how his peers were ready to congratulate him, he left the school quickly, and this didn't sit well with Bakugo. Bakugo was close to getting Izuku cornered, but at the last second, as soon as he turned the corner, he saw that Izuku was gone, hiding in the crowd, and it made him clench his fist as he felt the second power that bestowed upon him flickering in his eyes. I don't know what kind of trick you're pulling, Deku, but I'm gonna make sure your life ends here. As Izuku and Achako were talking, they were suddenly stopped when HRWY heard a voice. If you're gonna be hunting for buddies, do it elsewhere. Achako and Izuku then saw the face of a man wearing a sleeping bag and laying on the floor. This is the Department of Heroics, he continued saying while taking out a pouch and finishing it up with one gulp. The man then stood up and unzipped his sleeping bag, revealing a black jumpsuit with white cloth that wrapped around his neck. It took you all 8 seconds to quiet down. Life is short, kids. You're all lacking common sense, he told the students, who wondered who he was, and then he spoke. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. Pleasure meeting you. He's our homeroom teacher, everyone thought as they saw Aizawa suddenly going into his sleeping bag and taking out a gym uniform. Wear these immediately, and then shove off to the PE grounds. Meanwhile, All Might, now in his small form, was seen looking through the UA systems, thinking about which teacher Bakugo will be with everyone now on the PE grounds. A Quirk apprehension test, the students of Class 1A said with widened eyes. But what about the ceremony and the guidance counselor meeting? If you want to be heroes, we don't have time for frilly necessities. You all understand the school's reputation for freedom on campus well. That freedom goes for us teachers as well. To all the activities you did during middle school, from the softball pitch to the seated toe touch, those physical tests where you were barred from using your quirks, the country still hasn't gotten around to standardizing those sorts of records, keeping track of average performance levels. Aizawa then looked towards Bakugo. Bakugo, how far could you pitch a soft in middle school? As Aizawa asked that, Bakugo said around 67 meters was when he threw a softball throw in middle school. Well, if that's the case, try using your quirk this time around. As long as you don't exit the circle, anything you do is fine. He said this while tossing the ball at Bakugo, who walked into the circle and stretching his arms. And don't hold back. Once Aizawa said this, Bakugo just smirked and then got into position. All right, you extras, watch how a real hero does it. Adding the power that the symbol of peace gave to me in my arms, adjust the percentage along with my explosions, and then D-I-I-I-E. He shouted as he sent the ball out that soared through the sky. Izuku, however, stared at Bakugo and the power he just used ... and he couldn't help but clench his fist. If I been fast enough, would I have giant that power that he has now? Izuku thought as he looked towards his teacher, who was looking at a device. Before anything else, one must know what they're capable of. This is the rational metric that will form the basis of our hero foundation. Aizawa showed everyone Bakugo's score, which was 905.6 meters. 905 meters. Unreal. Awesome, that looks so fun. We can really use our quirks now. That's the Department of Heroics for you. But Aizawa wasn't pleased at their little amusement and decided to do something to change their attitude. So you think this is fun, huh? Alright then, let's make this even more fun, shall we? The student who ranks last in total points will be considered hopeless and instantly expelled. This caused everyone to have shocked looks, but Izuku watched carefully. Our freedom means we dispense with students as we please. Welcome to this, the Department of Heroics. He said this with a smile on his face. Izuku saw it ... and he couldn't help but let out a small chuckle. This guy. Alright, let's play your game then. Eraserhead. Izuku thought as his eyes glowed with power. With that the start of the quirk assessment had begun, everyone had to do a number of tests they did before coming to UA. While using their quirks, some had the advantage, others didn't. Izuku was a bit in between since he thought that his power was wind-based, but because of what he did during the practical part of the exam with Achaka, he's not so sure what exactly his power was. So during the test he's been basically using his wind-based powers, but enough not to put any strain on his person. It was during the 50-meter run was where Izuku was up against Bakugo, who gave him a snarl which he completely ignored. Once the countdown hit 0, both boys speed off, with them reaching close to finish line and ending up with Izuku being first place with a couple of seconds fewer than Bakugo, who glared at the boy. After that came the other test, which Izuku did well. From the standing long jump to more physical-like test, he didn't do too bad, but he couldn't help but feel like he was being watched, and it felt calculated. With came the final test of the quirk assessment when Izuku's name was called. He walked towards the circle and then took a deep breath, which caused his hair to lightly move on their own, and then he got ready to throw the ball, and when he did ... he saw that the score was ... low. Score, 43.6 meters. What the? Izuku realized why he felt that calculated gaze on his person, and because of what had occurred now. He simply chuckled while avoiding a long scarf-like rope, and made him turn his attention towards his teacher, who simply had a look that said he knows what Izuku's was playing. Is there a reason for trying to capture me, Mr. Aizawa? Izuku said with a smile on his face, which made the teacher glare at him, and as he had his quirk activated, which made his hair float in the air and his eyes glowing red. The moment you started these tests, all I saw was disappointment. Do you think this is some joke? I told you all to give it your all and you're just not even trying, so tell me, Izuku Midoriya, do you think you can be a hero with that kind of quirk? He asked Izuku, who had his hand under his chin, thinking about the question he was just asked, and then he looked at his teacher with a smile. Of course, cause I know what I can do ... and right now, he said while grabbing another ball and looking at his teacher with glowing eyes. I'll be showing you just how powerful I am. As soon as he said that, dust was picked up from where he was standing, and then a high condensed pressure of air was formed that caused the rest of the students to cover their eyes, with one of them having a look of shock on their face. Izuku clenched his hand and got into a pitcher's stance, and then, pitchy. As soon as that was said, Izuku sent the ball flying in the air, which spun and had flew even further. Once the dust was cleared, the class saw Izuku, with his eyes glowing and hair moving on its own ... and they felt it ... They felt like this was someone who you shouldn't mess with. Izuku then looked at Aizawa, who had wide grin at what he saw, and even looking at the score, this kid, he's something else's. With Bakugo, however, he was shaking in rage, because of what he saw. And because of that time where he saw Izuku disappeared, all he could do was glare and do nothing. Because he knew that if he started to act up ... he knows that he won't get the chance to prove himself that he has the right to be the future #1 hero and someone who will surpass the current hero of all time. But he had this feeling, a feeling that made him sick as he stared at Izuku. Deku, I won't let you have your chance of being a hero. I swear I'm gonna make sure you give up your dream, even if I have to do it by force if have to. He thought of this as a bit of lightning danced around his eyes, with his fist clenched at the mere thought of Izuku actually being stronger than him. It made him sick. Izuku then heard sounds of footsteps coming his way, and as soon as he saw who it was, he smiled a bit. Wow, is this gonna be a routine from now on for you to be near me, Achako? Izuku said, with Achako going in close. Isn't that painful? Maybe you should turn off your quirk or you might feel the after effects, she told him, which was understandable, and he listened, but because of that his legs gave in, causing him to almost trip, but Achako caught him in time and made him float, that caused him to being upside down. With his face staring at Achako, the two looked at each other and just laughed while the rest of the class saw their interaction ... with the girls, thinking over this little interaction with ideas that were dancing in their heads, while some of the girls just looked at them ... with one being confused at it entirely. while the guys ... Well, some of them found it sweet, others found it irking. And then came the end of the assessment test with the students seeing their position with the one who came in last was crying. But that ended when Aizawa said it was only a logical ruse while smiling at them. This leads to most of them having their souls come out of their bodies at that, while some just sighed in relief. And then came towards going through their syllabus, getting to know one another ... Well, some of them at least. And then came the end of the first day of school where Izuku was seen walking home with Ochako, Uraraka, and Tenya. The next few days everything was normal like any ordinary high school. Right, normal. That's all anyone could call the first half of UA high school's day. Completely normal subjects, like math, English, classical Japanese, were taught as if they were at a normal high school. The only difference was that they were taught by pro-heroes for these mundane subjects. Pro-heroes like Ectoplasm teaching mathematics, or Present Mike teaching English. It was the epitome of normal for a school barring that one difference. When the lunch bell rang, the whole of Wana made their way towards the cafeteria. The reactions to the first half of their classes were varied. Some, like Ashido, Kaminari, Siro, and Hagakure, looked wiped out, while others, including Yaoyorozu, Ada, Bakugo, and Izuku, weren't bothered by the lessons much. We head towards the students of Class 1A who were enjoying their lunches in peace, but for a certain young man with green highlights in his hair. He was seen inside an empty classroom that hasn't been used in a long time but still kept clean. The reason why he was here was because he needed to confirm something. And so, he took a deep breath while sending out his hand and concentrated until Asu. As soon as he said that, nothing happened, which made him sigh as he thought that he could do something that was similar to what had happened between him and Ochako ... But it seems that wasn't the case. ... Do I have to fuse with Ochako in order to ... I know ... I don't want to make her uncomfortable, Izuku said as he took a deep breath and head out to continue his lunch, not knowing he was being watched from a camera that was inside the classroom. Right now lunch was over, which leads class wanted to be back in class and to see what was on the table for their heroics class. Wonder what the teachers got planned for us today, Kirishima said. Hopefully it's something interesting. I mean, who knows, since Aizawa-sensei did say teachers have the liberty to teach the way they see fit, Siro said. I wonder who our teacher will be for this class. I don't think they mentioned specifically who it will be, Yaoyorozu said while having her hand under her chin. While everyone was discussing who their teacher will be, Izuku, however, was busy dealing with something, writing in his notebooks while having a concentrated look on his face as he started to word even more on his powers, including the subpart which was fusion ... or rather which was the main part of his power to begin with. Suddenly the door burst open, and then came the number one hero, All Might, who appears in all his glory. But for Izuku ... all he saw was a hero that thinks it's okay to break a person's reason to even ... to even be here in this world. Izuku stopped writing as he looked down, which resulted with a certain brown-haired girl a few seats away from him to have a concerned look on her face. I am here, coming to the door like a normal person. Wow, check it out, it's All Might, Kirishima said. Whoa, this is gonna be awesome, Kaminari said. Is that his Silver Age costume? Suyu asked, when All Might walked dramatically towards the front and then faced all the students with his hands on his hips. Hello there, students, I'll be teaching you all the meaning to being a hero. Today's lesson will be battle training, All Might said. Battle, Bakugo said with a wide grin as he heard this. Training, Izuku thought in his mind. However, what's a hero without the proper wardrobe, All Might said as he pressed a button to open and reveal the back wall to open up and showing individual cases for the students with their seat number on them. These cases contain each of her hero costumes. Make sure to suit up and meet in the training area. Once he said that, he left the classroom while the students, grabbing their respective cases, and left to get ready and gear up. But with Izuku, he was the last person to be in the class while stretching a little bit and grabbing his case and walking out of the class, but he saw that someone was waiting for him and he couldn't help but smile. Why do you think it's okay to wait for me? Izuku asked the person who grabbed his arm and was giggling a bit as they saw his face turning red a bit that they found cute, but they stared at Izuku, who saw that they were being serious now. Because you deserve to have someone close by ... and I was worried ... Do you want to talk about it, Izuku? This person asked him, which made Izuku's eyes widen a bit as this was something of a first for him, since no one around his age ever even cared to even ask him if he was ever alright, and it made him close off any sort of friendship towards his peers from his old school ... and he was thinking of doing that in but this person ... the one person who interacted with him ... that made him ... feel so complete. Izuku stared at this person, this girl that he gave him a reason to go further beyond in what he's capable of, and he couldn't help but smile at her and simply lean close to her, making their foreheads meet and looking at each other's eyes, with the girl having a blush on her face at the close proximity. And the action Izuku just did. I'll be fine, Ochako, you don't have to worry, he said to her, but she didn't feel convinced, but the smile that was dawning in his face made her suspicion fade a bit, but it was still there. And then both him and Ochako walked towards the locker rooms and to get ready for what's gonna happen, not noticing that their eyes had a bit of sparks dancing around their eyes. They say that clothes make the pros, young ladies and gentlemen, and behold, you are the proof. When All Might said that, the students of Class 1A came out from the tunnel dressed in their hero costumes, ready to face what's going to happen. Take this to heart. From now on you are all heroes in training, he said while getting revved up for the day. You all look so cool. Now then, shall we get started, you bunch of newbies? He asked them, with one of the students having a smirk on their face. I'll show them how it's done, he thought. Just then Ochako was looking behind the tunnel, and some of the students followed her action and heard footsteps that came from the tunnel. The echoing of footsteps being heard, and they saw a figure walking towards them, and then they saw the figure having a male stature ... and they had widened eyes, and even All Might was a bit shocked at the costume that this person was wearing. A full body suit that was reinforced in a material that looked like it can take a punch and not get dented, with the suit being black as its main color and the second color being green, with a large black buckle, with the belt being green that held many pockets, with green gloves. The mask with the eyes being green completely covered this person's face as this person stopped walking and looked at the students, with one of them walking towards this person. Not bad. Izuku, I almost didn't recognize you ... Well, except for the green curly hair, she smiled with the now recognizable Izuku. Midoriya took his mask to reveal him smiling. Well, I want to make sure to be prepared for this training and ... You look great, Ochako, he said while lightly blushing at Ochako's costume. This made Ochako to giggle while scratching at the back of her head. Well, I should have been more specific about what I wanted. This bodysuit is skin tight. Not really my style. This made Izuku wonder who was the one that made her hero costume while having a glare on his face, which Ochako saw that it made her sigh while smiling a bit. Oh my god, he's really the possessive kind, she thought while she tried not to laugh. Damn it, why does it have to be guys like him to talk to a gorgeous chick? Now that you're ready, it's time for combat training, All Might said, but he was stopped by a figure who looked like a futuristic knight. Sir, this is the fake city from our entrance exam. Does that mean that we'll be conducting urban battles again? This person who said this was Tenya Ida, which Izuku recognized from his voice. Not quite. I'm going to move you 2 steps ahead. Most of the villain fights you see on the news take place outside. However, statistically speaking, run-ins with the most dastardly evildoers take place indoors. Think about it. Backroom deals, home invasions, secret underground lairs. Truly intelligent criminals stay hidden in the shadows. For this training exercise, you'll be split into teams of good guys and bad guys and fight 2-on-2 indoor battles, All Might explained. Isn't this a little advanced? Someone said, which got All Might to say that the best training is what you get on the battlefield. But remember, you can't just punch a robot this time. You're dealing with actual people now. All Might finished off until he was bombarded with questions that went around like, Sir, will you be the one deciding who wins? How much can we hurt the other team? Do we need to worry about the losers getting expelled like earlier? Will you be splitting us up based on chance or comparative skill? Isn't this Cape Magnifique? This made All Might to clap his hands while saying he wasn't finished just yet while getting what looks to be a script. This made Izuku sigh. This guy ... Is the school really okay to employ this guy ... He may be a hero ... But is he certified to be a teacher? The situation is this. The villains have hidden a nuclear missile somewhere in their hideout. The heroes must try to foil their plans. To do that, the good guys either have Ito catch the evildoers or recover the weapon. Likewise, the bad guys succeed if they protect their payload or capture the heroes. Time's limited. And we'll choose teams by drawing lots. All Might finished while feeling like one of the students was giving him a disappointed look. Isn't there a better way? Ada asked as he wondered the situation, but he was stopped from his thinking as he looked down to see Izuku. Pros often have to team up with heroes from other agencies on the spot. Izuku said this, which made Ida thanked Izuku, who Jewett nodded his head. Yes, I see. Life is a random series of events. Excuse my rudeness, Ida says as he bowed his head. No sweat. Let's draw, All Might says as all the students drew lots. With Izuku, who saw seen to have the letter A, he felt someone's weight on his person that it made him turn his head to see the person that was leaning on him, and he couldn't help but smile. Oh wow, it looks like we're a team. What are the chances? She said with a cheeky grin on her face. Izuku, who had his mask in his hand and then placed on his face, causing the green light from the eyes to glow. Well then, let's show them our teamwork, Ochako, he said towards Ochako, nodded her head while grabbing his hand, which he didn't mind. In fact, he wanted to hold her hand for a while since he missed it. I declare that the first teams to fight will be these guys. Team A will be the heroes. Team D will be the villains. Everyone else can head to the monitoring room to watch, All Might said, with the rest of students shout out a yes sir towards him. Bad guys, you can go on in and get set up. In 5 minutes, the good guys will be let loose and the battle will start, All Might said, with Ochako and Ida responded with a yes sir, but he didn't get response from Bakugo, which he didn't mind. But when he looked towards Izuku, he wasn't even focusing on the hero. Instead, he was a bit far from them, focusing on the blueprint in front of him. Young Ida, young Bakugo, the key to being successful in this challenge is to embody villainy. Think from the perspective of an evildoer. Got it. If things go too far, I'll step in. Understood. A growl came from Bakugo as both him and Ida went inside and found the nuclear bomb that was not real, as they got ready to face Izuku and Ochako. Even though this is training, it pains me to be aligned with criminal behavior, Ida said as he looked at the weapon. So this is the weapon we must protect. Fake, of course. Hey, Bakugo yelled towards Ida, who looked at his direction. Do you really think Deku has a quirk? Bakugo asked, which got Ida confused. Deku? You mean Midoriya? Well, you saw how he threw that ball. Though I must admit he's really threatening when you look him in the eyes as he's focused on a task, if I'm being honest. But that just proves he aiming to be a hero the right way. Bakugo just clicked his tongue in annoyance, which made Ida wonder. Why is it that you seem to be especially angry when it comes to Midoriya? Ida asked Bakugo, but the explosion quirk user simply ignored the futuristic knight and glared as he stared at his hand. Was he seriously just tricking me all these years? I'm gonna roast that damn nerd today, he thought as he clenched his hand that was coursing with power. Meanwhile, we see both Izuku and Ochako looking at the blueprint, with the two of them having serious look on their faces. Okay, I think we got the blueprint memorized in our heads. But what's the plan on all of this? She asked as she turned towards Izuku, who placed a hand under her chin. All I can say is that Bakugo will likely, or the better word would be that he will be coming after me like a mad bull who's colorblind. So we'll go towards a plan where we separate both Bakugo and Ida, with one of us bring the bait to distract the bomberman, and since if I got history with him, I'll be the bait while you deal with Ida, Izuku said, with Ochako nodding at that, but then looked towards Izuku. If that's the case, then I better be prepared if Ida intends to make my quirk useless, since I need to touch objects to make them lose their gravity. Hey Izuku, she called out to Izuku, who looked at her direction. Do you think if we do that maybe we'll Miano? She tried to say, with Izuku blushing, but the mask was hiding it. Well I don't know. Maybe we should focus on the battle then maybe we'll talk about that later, okay? Izuku said, with Ochako nodded her head, but inside she felt saddened. Alright, let's begin the indoor combat training. Team A and Team D, your time starts now. Pay attention, kids. Think about what you would do. Once that was said, both Izuku and Ochako went inside, and staying vigilant, with Izuku's hair moving like they have mind of their own, that it made Ochako thinking that he was already activated his quirk. Okay, we're in but we're not so sure when one, or better yet if two of them suddenly attack, Ochako said. If it's Bakugo, he won't work with Ida, Izuku said, as the two teens kept on walking until Izuku suddenly stopped, which made Ochako got ready as well, but she was surprised when Izuku grabbed her just in time for a shadow-like figure that set off an explosion where the two teens used to stand. Izuku focused his attention towards Ochako. You okay? Yeah, I'm fine. So you're right. He's here alone, she said as the Bakugo swiped the smoke away, with him glaring at Izuku. Hey Deku, what's the matter? Afraid to stand up and fight me? Bakugo yelled out, with him smirk on his face that it made Izuku narrow his eyes. Meanwhile, in the monitor room was where we see the rest of the class plus All Might watching the scene. He almost got the jump on them. Sneak attack, Bakugo. What kind of man pulls cheap crap like that? It's a viable strategy. He's playing the part, acting like a true villain would. It didn't work. Midoriya dodged him. Look, there he goes. I won't hurt you so bad. They'll have to stop the fight. Just close. Bakugo shouted as he speed off towards Izuku, who only avoided a blast from Bakugo's right arm and then used his elbow to hit him in the gut hard that it caused him to widen his eyes in shock and in pain, but Izuku wasn't done, since he did a handstand and then kick him in the face hard enough for his jaw to throb and pushing him back and hit the wall. Whoa, those moves were insane, she said, but when she saw the look from Izuku, even though he was wearing his mask, she can tell, which made her nod her head and left, leaving Izuku and Bakugo alone. Get up. We both know that those attacks couldn't put you down so easily, but it doesn't matter to me. I want you to know that you're not powerful, nor will you be able to best me, not at school, and not when we actually become pro heroes. Bakugo couldn't think straight when he heard those words from Izuku, cause the only thing he can see was Izuku's mask that held no sympathy towards him. Bakugo got up and glared. You were always behind me ever since we were young You were nothing but a bug. A waste of space who thinks he can even amount to anything and now you think you can best me. You think you're effing special? You useless DAKU. He yelled out as Izuku saw it the power that All Might gave Bakugo, that it made him narrow his eyes. That's it, Bakugo, show me that borrowed power, he thought as he saw Bakugo power up with orange arcs that formed around his body. Izuku simply looked at him and saw him blitz towards Izuku with a grin on his face as he set a few blasts towards the greenette, but Izuku suddenly jumped quickly at the last second, with Bakugo's eyes widen at that action, but he wasn't fast enough when he felt a fist connect to his back and a shout, Sub-ai Senpu no Kojiki, Izuku said as his attack pushed Bakugo to the floor with a heavy thud as he then dragged Bakugo by the leg, but Bakugo sent a blast towards Izuku that pushed him back, but he wasn't hurt. Bakugo simply got up as his teeth grinding at each other as veins started to pop in his forehead. Now I quote him really pissed. He yelled out as he combined his explosions with the other power, giving him a major boost in speed that caught Izuku a bit off guard, but he jumped and using his power to float in the air a bit and then clenched his fist and started to flex his left arm. Meanwhile, Bakugo was seeing red as he felt the pain from the Izuku's latest attack. No, though he can't beat me. Hey Bakugo, tell me what's going on, what's happening? He heard from his intercom, which pissed him even more. Just shut up and keep guarding. I quote him really effing pissed right now. Hey ahole, Kukikatsu Funsha. Bakugo looked only to get hit by a blast of wind that caused him to scream as the blast pushed him back as he tried to block the blast with his arms while using the power to strengthen his arms. But he felt it. The pain. The drawback, and it made clenched his teeth. Damn it, he thought, but he didn't get the chance to catch his breath since he was suddenly punched in the chin that pushed him up in the air and hit the ceiling that cracked a bit from the impact, and this made Bakugo cough up a bit of blood with his spit mixed in. Once he landed on the ground, he wiped away the blood from his mouth and continued to use his power and blitz towards Izuku, who followed suit, and the two of them exchanged blows from wind-based to a blast of heat. A powerful punch or powerful kick from the boys, but Bakugo was the one that had the most injuries, with Izuku having a few scratches on his hero costume with a crack that formed in his mask with one of the eyes' lights stopped glowing, which revealed his eyes. What's wrong, Deku? You think you can win? I'm still standing and you can't see the reality that I'm better than you. He yelled out only to get a sudden punch to the gut that pushed him back and causing him to curl up from the attack. Furioku ke in Bijibiru Panchi. Izuku said this with a calm tone as he removed his mask to show Bakugo how serious he was. That power you have ... and you still couldn't even land any powerful attacks at me. Maybe he made a mistake in choosing you. When Izuku said that, this made Bakugo looked at him in shock. How the hell do you? He then saw Izuku smile at him. Try and beat me to find out, Kachin. And this got Bakugo to see red and blitz towards Izuku in rage, with Izuku letting the wind surround him as his eyes glowed in power and blitzed towards Bakugo. Meanwhile, we see Ochako replaying the moment she had with Izuku during the entrance exam like it was a dream for her. She just couldn't stop herself thinking about when the two of them became one. It drove her to try and ask Izuku if he wanted to share that experience again, but it seems he wasn't comfortable, which she understood, but she still felt sad that she couldn't feel that rush of emotion. But she had to focus as she saw the bomb along with Ida, who was going through his role of a villain, that it made Ochako to almost laugh, but she kept her composure and took a step back while using the intercom to contact Izuku. Seeing as Ida, who was still monologuing, made sure that the floor had a thorough cleaning. Back with Izuku, he was avoiding the many blasts that came from Bakugo with his hair bit moving on its own, which indicated that he wasn't using his power. Right now, he was taking a breath and trying to calm down his racing heart while trying to formulate a plan while hearing the sounds of Bakugo's explosions that were at a distance. Okay, made him pissed. Check. Called him by that nickname he hates so much. Also check. Okay, it seems my powers do have a limited time with Wind Babe, the only power I've ever used ... that I didn't think of any possible ideas if I can. Fuse. Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. Being able to fuse with anything ... Wait a second. Izuku thought as he checked the many pockets on his person and saw what looked to be steel balls. Right. I forgot that I told them I wanted something to distract my opponents when I turned in my ideas for my hero costume. Tensile strength metal ... Yeah, this can work. Just then his intercom was sending a signal to him, and then he heard a person's voice. Izuku, we got a situation here. He heard the voice, which he recognized as his partner, Ochako. What's the situation on your end? Izuku asked, with Ochako telling him that she's still hiding while telling Izuku that she found the bomb, which was the middle room on the 5th floor, which made Izuku look up as he thought, she's almost right above me. Alright Ochako, looks your element of surprise needs to be out the window, but I need to keep Ada distracted long enough for me to get to you, okay? Izuku said, with Ochako wondering what kind of plan does he have in mind with Izuku-sai. I'm thinking of doing that with you. As soon as he said ... he heard the sound of a girl shrieking in delight, which made Ida catching her red-handed, with Izuku shaking his head form the ringing of his ears. But he then had to avoid a sudden punch that was directed to his face, and at the last second he crossed his arms over his face to ease the impact, but it still pushed him back, causing him to hit the wall, which formed a spider-like crack with him, groaning a bit from the impact as he opened his eyes to stare at the smirk of the one he once called his childhood friend. What's the matter, Deku? Aren't you gonna show me my place, or was that all talk you effing reject? Bakugo shouted as he blitzed towards Izuku and sent a punch towards him ... but he got the same treatment just like before. But this time he felt this even more painful as he was suddenly yoinked from the ground and then got body slammed that caused him to spit out his saliva. There, I showed here you belong ... on the ground near my feet, you douche a hole. Izuku said with his eyes glowing and both of his arms coated in shiny material. Tenshin Amukotingu, Izuku said with him getting blasted by an explosion from the down Bakugo. who struggled to get up, but it seems his will forced him to get back up on his feet with a glare on his face as blood leaked from the injuries on his person. "I'm not done yet," he said this while aiming his arm at Izuku. "I know for a fact that you've been stalking, so you must know how my explosions work now. Then if the specs are as I asked, then I can store my nitro sweat into this brazier. And what happens when I power it up even more?" With a yelled and the smell of ozone in the area, Izuku's eyes widened as he saw the Bakugo pulling the pain, and all he could say was, "You motherfucker." Then a strong explosion happened that it connected where Izuku was along with bits of the building to cause a small tremor. "This is meant to be a lesson." Bakugo with a sinister smile could only look around, but not before holding his arm that was purple in color, but he didn't care. All he cared about was showing Deku his place. "Come on Deku, use that quirk that you're so proud of so that I can break you." Just then he got punched so hard that he almost felt his jaw dislocated, with his blood spilled, and got pushed back and hit the ground hard. He looked up and watched when he saw with a shocked look on his face that Izuku was still standing, but his hero costume was damaged with a few tears with minor injuries on his face, but both of his arms that were still casted in metal had a red color and was streaming, meaning the blow that Izuku took. He blocked while crossing his arms along with using a defensive form with the wind calling at you in Deberia. "Get ready a hole," he said as he suddenly blitzed towards Bakugo, who quickly got up and dashed towards Izuku as the two teens started to trade blows, with the rest of the class having widened eyes at the fight before them and seeing how quick they were fighting. Both not giving in, with Bakugo glaring even more and feeling even more pissed. "Why won't this bastard stay down already?" he screamed in his mind as he sent a powerful punch ... only for it be cusked by Izuku, who smirked. "And that's time's up, Bakugo." Once Izuku said that he sent an elbow towards Bakugo's arm and caused the bone in his arm to snap even more, that it made Bakugo scream. He was silenced by Izuku, who grabbed him by the face and slammed him hard on the ground that it made him lose consciousness. Izuku took a deep breath as his legs caved in, with his arms not back to normal as fatigue kicked in, but he knew he had a job to do, and with a deep breath, his hair came to life as they moved around. He then placed his hand on his earpiece. "Ochako, get ready, I'm on my way." As soon as he said that, he blitzed away like he disappeared. It happened a few minutes ago during the time when Bakugo set off a chain reaction that caused the building to shake, which rattled and which made Ochako to run towards the fake bomb, but this only made Ida to intercept her way, but she did avoid the attack that was coming her way, but it only made it more difficult to get the bomb since Ida moved it at a distance that she couldn't reach, which made her frown a bit. "Ha ha, face it, hero. You won't win this battle. I have the high ground and your quirk is useless with nothing to be used as ammo," Ida said in his villain-like voice, which only caused Ochako to chuckle from how hard Ida was trying to play the villain, but she then got serious as she focused and ran once more, with Ida getting ready to attack, only for him to meet nothing but air, and looked up to see Ochako in the air with a smirk on her face. "You can make yourself float too," he said in shock, with Ochako focusing towards the bomb, but it was moved once more by Ida, which caused her to whine in disappointment. "As long as you can't touch me, you're no threat to me. So I'll hold out like this for all the time I need." He said this while laughing at the end, which made her growl and also made her eyes having dim glow in them. Just then the door was slammed open and brought out of its hinges, which caused Ida and Ochako to see that it was Izuku, who was breathing heavily with his hair moving wilder than ever as his eyes focused towards Ida with a smirk on his tired face. "Hey Ida, your heavy hitter just took his formula," Izuku said as he blitzed towards Ida with speed, but Ida saw this quickly and speed off with the bomb, avoiding what he thought was Izuku using an attack towards him. "Haha, you may have speed, Midoriya, but I'm the more superior in that field. No matter what plan you have, it won't work and time will run out for you two heroes, ha 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 ha," he said as he laughed, but Izuku just laughed as well, which made him confused. "I wasn't aiming for you, Ida. I wanted you to be at a distance ... so that we can do this." As soon as Izuku said that, Ida along with the rest of Class 1A and All Might saw Ochako falling towards Izuku with the M seal on her face, with Izuku having a smile of his own. Ida couldn't help but widen his eyes as he felt like he needed to stop what they were about to do ... but it was too late as he saw both of their eyes glowing in their respective colors, and so did their bodies as they merged into one with a new figure that was in the spot of Izuku and Ochako, and this figure giggled with glee as their forest green eyes shined brightly. "Yeah, I'm back and ready for action," this figure said as she looked towards Ida, who had shocked look on his helmet. "You're the person that ... just who are you?" Ida asked, with the figure only giggling. "Well Ida, just call me Achezu, the fusion of Izuku and Ochako's love," she said proudly as the class got a good look at the fusion. Her hair that reached down to her shoulders, a wild floofy bob-cut mess with curls, with her hair being brown and having green streaks, her face having both Izuku's and Ochako's baby face, dotted with Izuku's freckles, but having Ochako's large eyes. The eyes themselves were forest green, and she stood tall, probably around the height of one of the boys in Class 1A. For her outfit, she donned something completely different. Her costume was more like a casual wear, with it being a turtleneck that held 2 pink lines that run down her stomach. Izuku's pants was worn, with the pants being black with pink lines that traveled at the side, while wearing a slimmer version of Achako's bulky belt, complete with compartments. Both Achako's and Izuku's footwear were mixed together, being combat heels with white soles. On her arms, her pink cuffs were now black with green and pink lines that traveled down the middle, and it had a change which looked smaller and looked to be designed to fire long-distance attacks, while also having black fingerless gloves. And next came her headwear, with Achako's helmet, which was gone, that was replaced with Izuku's face mask that Achezu was holding in her hand, with the optical part of the mask having a pink glow in them. The now-named Achezu looked at Ida and didn't waste any time to run towards him, which caused him to stumble out of his trance and got serious. Playing the same trick won't work this time, he shouted as he was about to speed away. However, what he didn't realize was that Achezu still grinned and held out her hand and said a simple word, "Inryoku." As soon as she said that, Ida felt an invisible force that was pulling towards his opponent, causing him to try and stand his ground, but it was futile as the bomb was touched by Achezu, with her smile getting even wider. With that came the end of the battle, with Achezu letting go of the bomb and walking towards Ida, who removed his helmet. So this is the fusion between Uraraka and Midoriya. It is nice to finally see you and meet you. I am Tenya Ida. He said this with a bow that it made Achezu to laugh. Come on, Ida. I already know who you are. You don't have to introduce yourself again to me. Remember, I'm both Izuku and Achako, and I have their memories, so it's fine, she said as she pat his shoulders, with him only nodding his head. With that came for the three of them to head back towards the monitor room, where the rest of Class 1A are, with one being missing, which was Katsuki Bakugo, who was injured and was already being ushered towards Recovery Girl to get healed up. When it came for Ada and Achezu to meet the others to the monitor room, the class stared at Achezu, who was same height of Oak of Boys, who goes by Mizo Shoji, with Achezu scratching her head a bit as she saw the way her classmates were looking at her. Hello there, she said awkwardly. The following stunned silence was quickly broken by a disembodied glove suddenly appeared right in front of Achezu, nearly touching her nose. Toru Hagakure yelped. You're still fused. This got Achezu to cross her eyes as she tried to look at Toru's finger, before gently pushing it aside with her own as Ida moved to join the rest of the class. Yes, I am. She then stepped to the side slightly, in the hopes of not inadvertently staring through Toru to face the class. She gave them a small wave in greeting. Hello, everyone. I just figured you all might want to get a good look at me before I unfused. So, she shrugged a little, her face tinting. Hi. There was a beat of dazed silence, before a voice rang out. Oh, dude. Kirishima suddenly pulled away from the pack, running up to Achezu. The fusion let out a squeak of surprise as he got up in her personal space. I've never seen moves like that outside of TV. Just how strong are you? This made Achezu lean back as Kirishima leaned forward. Well, the way you twinkled in the light, Aoyama spoke up, flashing the fusion his suave smile. You put even myself to shame, madam. Truly très bien, mon ami. Thank you. Yeah. And suddenly Mina was popped up right next to Kirishima, excitement sparkling in her black and yellow eyes. At the end when you faced Ida you were like so awesome. Can all of Midori's fusions do that? She gasped as a thought struck her. If I fused with him, could our fusion do that? This got Achezu to suddenly raise her eyebrows when she heard that nickname, but shook it off a bit as she stared at Mina. So you want to fuse with him? What's your reason? She asked Mina, who looked to the side while laughing a bit, but Achezu saw the hint of a blush that made her widen her eyes a bit. Oh wow, this might cause one of my counterparts to get really jealous, oh this is gonna be fun, she thought as she walked towards Mina and placed an arm around her shoulders while raising Mina's chin upwards so that she can look into Achezu's forest green eyes. Well, I'm sure he'll be thrilled to fuse with you sweet cakes. When Achezu said that, she saw the expression on Mina's face and she couldn't help but chuckle. Now, All Might said chidingly, walking around the class to stand next to the returning teams. There will be plenty of time later to discuss young Achezu's existence here. But our returning teams minus one who is injured have yet to receive their critiques, and we still have the other matches to go through. So, young Achezu, if you could please unfuse so that Midoriya and Uraraka could hear their results, that would be much appreciated. Kirishima and Mina wilted in disappointment, even as Achezu looked up at All Might with no emotion on her face. She simply nodded her head. Understood, sir. She then turned to the class as a whole, giving them a bright grin. Until next time, everyone. Without another word, Achezu's whole body was enveloped by green light. Those unaccustomed to the light shielded their eyes, letting out small sounds of surprise. Those that could keep their eyes open watched in awe as Achezu was split right down the middle, before the two halves, one green and one pink, morphed and shifted until they looked like separate people. The light vanished, revealing Izuku and Ochako standing side by side. Ochako was the first one to open her eyes and looked around to see her classmates staring at her and Izuku, and then she laughed and suddenly jumped towards the boy that was now opening his eyes and then getting jumped and hitting the ground by giggling Ochako, which he simply laughed as well, both enjoying the warmth with smiles on their faces that caused a happy atmosphere on the room where the students felt it and couldn't help but be curious at the two teens. With the battle that put the 1A students to be even more ready and better themselves. And so came the end of the 2v2 battles with minor to severe injuries that went only to Bakugo, who was ushered to Recovery Girl. As of now, we see Izuku silently sitting in his seat while in his own little world, a place where he was in front of a large steel door that had 2 locks, with one of them having a key in its place, but the other ... It was rattling, ready to be let out, while small lights were shining behind the doors, getting ready to break by the minute. But Izuku found it a bit hard to even get close to the door as he felt a strong heat wave form the door, causing him to sweat. Just then he felt a tap on his shoulders, making him open his eyes to see that some of his classmates were in front of his desk, making him have a surprised look on his face. "Hey Midori, I gotta say what you did back there was crazy insane. It got me all fired up. I couldn't hear what you were saying, but man, you were on a roll. You dodged like a champ. That first match was so intense it fired us all up." Izuku suddenly dragged his chair back a bit while sweating from the close proximity from those who wanted to talk to him. "Antsu Asui, but call me Tsu, okay? Heya, Sado here." Before Izuku can say anything. "And I'm Maita, Kirishima. Whoa, when did you get here? Geez, so noisy. Ida, stop sitting on the desk. Stop this instant." For one thing, Izuku couldn't help but laugh, which got the class's attention when he smiled. "It's nice to meet you guys, and I hope you have a great year in UA." This caused an sunny-like aura in the classroom, which made the students wonder how this boy can be so innocent. When Izuku said this, he suddenly got hugged by Mina, calling him cute that it made him blush. But this started to escalate with Ochako grabbing Izuku. "Ochako, hey, hands off." Mina, "Oh, what's this? Are you two together?" Ochako, "What? No, it's just you were too close to him, that you were making him uncomfortable." Ochako said towards Mina, who simply got close to Izuku even more, which made Ochako glare and running after her, with Mina just laughing as she was being chased, with Ida yelling bit to run in the classroom. But right now, Izuku was looking to see a seat that was empty, and he knew who it belonged, that he sighed. "There's no point of chasing after him, because I'm far away that he can't even reach me. I always thought I was his shadow ... but I guess it's the opposite." A few days passed by and Izuku would be facing something that might darken his heart even more, or maybe brighten his very soul and change for the better. Have you seen this? He's become a teacher. Hey, what do you think would happen ... once the symbol of peace got snuffed out by villains? Something will definitely happen to Izuku, maybe for the better ... or maybe for the worse. As of now, many reporters were by the gates of UA High, making it hard for students to enter inside. "Reporter, you there? What kind of lessons does All Might teach?" "Sorry, he doesn't teach me." "Reporter, you there? Lend us some of your thoughts on what it was like having the symbol of peace standing before you at the podium of education." "My thoughts. He was really muscly." "Reporter, what do you think of All Might's turn as teacher?" "It redoubles my awareness of the fact that I'm enrolled where I can reap the rewards of the pinnacle of hero training. It goes without saying that his authority and mien are awe-inspiring, but so too are qualities such as his sense of humor. Now that we students will be constantly exposed to such an impressive role model, we will be able to study what one needs to possess in order to match the definition of a top hero." And for Thermo. "Reporter, what do you think of Alm ... Wait, aren't you the kid from the sludge guy incident?" "Drop it." With the whole country flowing into a frenzy and the mass media pressed at the gates for days on end for a scoop, hoping to get All Might to talk, but that wasn't the case when the reporters set off the UA barriers, making them not able to get in unless they were student who have an ID card or a special entry permission ID. This didn't sit well with them, making them angry and getting denied the chance to interview All Might. A bit later inside of Class 1, we see Aizawa in front. "Aizawa, hope you're rested from yesterday's battle trial, for that I took the liberty of looking at your marks and evaluation ... On that note, Bakugo, stop acting like a 7-year-old. You're wasting your own talent, and because of what you do, I'm putting you on thin ice. If I see you do something like that towards your fellow classmates, or any student for that matter, I'll make sure you're out of here with just simply word." Bakugo, "Yes sir," he said while clenching his fist with a few bandages that covered his arms, his chest area, and a few on his face, and grind his teeth in anger as all he can think about in his mind was Izuku and making regret being in this school. "Aizawa, as for you, Midoriya, honestly all I can say is good job, I guess, since I saw in the footage on what I wanted to see since the entrance exam, even though it was at the last second, but you did put a lot of emphasis on hurting your classmates, so try to tone it down from now on, okay?" Izuku just nodded his head while also narrowing his eyes at Bakugo. The prick really was that hurt. I thought Recovery Girl would have helped him completely. Was his life threatened that much that she didn't wanted to risk getting in more pain than what I dashed out on him? Izuku thought, but he shook his head as he focused on what his teacher was saying. But now let's get on with the homeroom notices. I'm sorry to have to spring this on you all, but this got them to sweat a bit, thinking it's a pop test, but Aizawa only told them to pick a class president, which made them excited, with most of them wanting to be class president. It was now lunchtime, and we see Izuku sighing as he rested his head on the table as he groaned. Why me? He wondered, with someone giggling at his situation, which got him to look up and see that it was Ochako was giggling at him while sitting near him along with Tenya, who was observing the interaction between the two teens. I'm not cut out for this kind of role, you guys, Izuku said as he took a bite from his lunch, enjoying the taste as much as he can before reality grabs him. That's nonsense you're saying, Midoriya. You're definitely qualified for the role of leadership. You've got the guts and judgment when it counts, so that's why I voted for you, Ada said as he moved his arms around that it made Izuku slightly chuckle at the action in front of him. Wow, Ada, I thought for sure you wanted the role considering how you're wearing glasses. Izuku couldn't help but feel a bit sweat drop from his forehead from what he just heard from Ochako. I don't think that's a good reason, Ochako, Izuku said, with Ida nodding his head as if he found an answer. Izuku turned his attention to Ida. Izuku, by the way, Ida, I've been noticing something about you. Ida, huh? What do you mean? Izuku, the way how you're so serious even about the littlest things. You're in a family that are heroes, aren't you? This got Ida surprised along with Ochako. Izuku, and considering your reaction, I'm right. He said this with a smile until it turned into a smirk. Izuku, but since you're encouraging me to keep the role, maybe I should be serious and only be strict towards you. Ada, what's with that smirk, Midoriya? Izuku, don't worry about my smirk, worry about how I'm gonna be strict and very serious towards you, Tenya. That's all, Izuku said, with Ada simply feeling scared as he looked at Izuku, who was enjoying his lunch, but Ochako saw through Izuku and simply sighed. Ochako, don't worry, Ada, he's not being serious about what he said. Ada, I don't think he's joking, Uraraka. Izuku, maybe, maybe not. Just then a siren was heard, caused everyone to be surprised. Security level 3 has been breached. Students, please promptly evacuate. Ada, what's security level 3? It means someone's infiltrated the school grounds. This hasn't happened in 3 years, we gotta move quickly. With every last students being rushed and in colliding one another that it was getting dangerous. Izuku, damn, if this keeps up there's bound to be injured students, and if I have to guess it's probably the press that's causing the commotion outside. Just then Izuku got hit on the head, making him upset. Izuku, that's it. Izuku then moved a bit more to get enough room, and his eyes then glowed as he made a huge jump from a burst of wind that he used on his feet and then pushed forward the wind current that he released and then landed on the wall using his feet, grabbing hold of a pipe to not fall and taking a deep breath. Izuku, hey you childish fools, quit losing your goddamn heads, it's just the press, so stop panicking. We're US students, not goddamn elementary kids. Form in an orderly fashion, or so help you don't want me even more pissed, so get to it now. With that, everything calmed underneath. The police who arrived made the reporters withdrew, and with that ended lunch period, and with Izuku sighing while taking his seat. You were great back there, Midoriya, I'm impressed. Izuku looked to see who said that, and he couldn't help but smile. Izuku, anyone could be done that what I did, Yairazu, even Ida, I know you were itching to do it. This made him stiffen that Izuku couldn't help but laugh, but that stopped when he thought of something. Izuku, I wonder though ... how the hell did those reporters even got through to begin with? Few days later, with the time being 12:50 p.m. with the day being Wednesday, we see the class of 1A being in the heroics class. For the foundational skill of heroics we'll study today ... It was decided you'll be supervised by a 3-man team comprising me, All Might, and somebody else, Aizawa said, with one of his students wondering what they will be doing. Be the hero everyone needs, whether it's a flood or any other disaster. It's the trial of rescue, Aizawa said, which got everyone excited, but Aizawa told them not to get ahead of themselves. As I was saying, it is up to each of whether or not you want to wear your costume or not. Some of your costumes probably aren't adapted to the task at hand. After all, so the training area is fairly far away, so we'll get there by bus. Let's all go get prepared, Aizawa said. Right now everyone was in their hero costumes, with Izuku, who was seen having a tired look in his face, which alerted Ochako as she got closer to him. Izuku, are you okay? You look really tired. Huh, oh sorry, Ochako, I just feel like I'm gonna collapse ... Damn it, and here I thought me drinking coffee would help, he said, until he felt a tap on his shoulder and he had to look up to see his vice president, Momo Yairazu. Maybe you should consider my help the next time we deal with meetings, Midoriya, Momo said towards Izuku, who gave a tired-like salute. Aye, Madam Vice President, he said, which got her to chuckle, with Ochako seeing that with squinted eyes. In order to get everyone seated smoothly on the bus, file onto 2 lines according to your numbers. Ada said this while blowing a whistle, which was suddenly taken by Izuku, who gave Ada a tired blank look. Ada, I love your enthusiasm, but you gotta lighten up, plus we don't exactly need to line up, so for the now, listen up, just go in the bus and sit wherever you want. Ada was shocked, but Izuku told him to relax. After that, the bus finally drove, with the class being seated randomly, with Ida having a downcast expression. So this was the seating arrangement for this type of bus, Ida said with hand clenched, with Izuku simply chuckling while sweat dropped a bit from that. Then he felt a tap on his shoulder which made him turn his head and meet the face of Focus, he female classmate who goes by Tsuyu Asui. Hey Midoriya, I always say what's on my mind, so you don't mind if I ask you a question? She asked Izuku, who has only nodded his head. How exactly does your quirk work? From what everyone saw, it seems you can use others to become one person, and then before that we saw you use a wind quirk, she said towards Izuku, who was about to say something, but he was stopped by a redhead with sharp teeth. She's right, what exactly is it? From what we can see during the quirk assessment test, it looked like you can use a wind-based quirk, but then came the 2v2 battle, it was a metal-based quirk, and finally the fusion you had with Uraraka. Does that mean you have 3 quirks, Midoriya? Hiroshima asked Izuku, which piqued the interest of a red and white-haired girl, but Izuku just smiled a bit while also having a thought-like look on his face. Honestly, you guys might think I have 3 or better yet more than 3 quirks ... But that's not the case, Izuku said, with Tsuyu listening on, with the others doing the same, with a certain Pomeranian with rabies clenching his fist. My quirk, my power. It simply helps me to just borrow the things that surrounds me and gives me the power I need to achieve something I wanted to do for 10 years ... Does that answer your question, Tsu? Izuku asked with a seal on his face towards Tsuyu, who only nodded her head, but the other who were listening wanted to know more about their greenette classmate, but Aizawa cut them off, telling them they're here. All the students plus Aizawa, who was sleeping the whole time, got to the place, which was the unforeseen simulation joint facility, a practical training area that is designed to simulate any kind of accident or disaster. One of the teachers for the lesson, Space Hero 13, gives a speech to Class 1A, telling them that their lesson will be about wielding their quirks for the sake of human life. After the speech is finished, Aizawa sees a black portal opening up and dozens of villains came through it. Aizawa confirms the situation was real and orders his students to huddle together and commands 13 to protect the students, gearing up for battle himself. Eraserhead and number 13. According to the teacher's curriculum we procured yesterday, Mr. All Might was supposed to be here, and yet, with that information, this causes Aizawa to realize that they were the ones who infiltrated the UA barrier. Another villain was shown to be disappointed that All Might is not here. Where is he ... We went through all this trouble and rustled up so many of us to bring along. You can't tell me All Might ... The symbol of peace ... isn't here. I wonder if he'll show up if we end the kids. Everyone from the class felt the air changed into nothing but malice, but with Izuku he felt no fear ... but a cold, calculated gaze. He walked towards Aizawa, but he wasn't the only that was doing it. Achako as well, as she was close to Izuku. These villains chose the wrong day to come here, Izuku thought, with him feeling Achako's hand holding his as their fingers intertwined with each other. I know Izuku is having the same feeling as I am ... The same feeling from the combat training. Izuku, Achako, the same feeling that caused us to become one. And we'll use it to help us take down these villains. Both of them said this in sync with their eyes glowing. The sound of a body hitting the water caused the other villains to see someone in the water, causing them to smirk and swimming towards their prey, but what they didn't know was that this so-called prey has a nasty bite, with him giving them all a glare, with his eyes being icy blue along with his hair changing to that of an aqua-like color. It's time to cause a little whirlpool. A few minutes ago. As of now we see the villains getting ready to attack while coming out of a black mist. The villains. Get out of here. What kind of numbskull could think honest to God villains would be able to just waltz onto the hero home base? Yaoyorozu, sensei. What about the intruder alarm sensors? 13. Of course we have some set up, but Todoroki, is this the only campus they've infiltrated, or are they attacking all others too? At any rate, if the sensors aren't responding, that means they must have one amongst their numbers who has a quirk that can do that. Izuku had a serious look on his face, his eyes glowing even more. Izuku, an isolated space away from the school at the time when there's a class scheduled ... They have a solid objective, which means this isn't an ambush without some carefully planned scheme behind it. Aizawa, 13, do the evacuation procedure. And try calling the school. These villains know how to get past the sensors, so there's a chance they have an electrowave user who will try interfering. Kaminari, you too, try contacting UA with your quirk. Izuku went close to Aizawa with a serious look on his face. You think you can handle all those villains by yourself, Sendai? Even if you use your quirk, there's a limit to how much you can erase their quirks with your fighting style. Aizawa, a hero always has more than one trick up their sleeves, Midoriya. You better watch carefully on how it's done. Ha. We'll see, just don't get yourself ended so soon. I still need you as a teacher, Yahobo. And Izuku said this with a smile, which Aizawa returned back. Aizawa, 13, I'm counting on you. With that, Aizawa jumped in with Izuku, watching this all with a bit of excitement in his eyes, but that all disappeared when one of the villains showed themselves in front of the student. Greetings, we are the Villain Alliance. I apologize for the presumption, but we took it upon ourselves to enter UA, the base of heroes. In order to engage with All Might, the symbol of peace, we were wondering if we might be allowed the opportunity to extinguish him. You see, but it seems he's not here. Was there a change of schedule? Well, putting that aside, this is my role. Saying this while using the smoke to try and cover everyone at close proximity, but then both Kirishima and Bakugo stepped, catching the villain by surprise and engaged on combat. Kirishima, bet you didn't think we'd be able to do you in before you got the chance. This didn't sit well with Izuku because of a bad feeling on his mind until his eyes widened. Izuku, both of you get out of there now. Once Izuku said that, he ran using the wind to give himself a boost in speed to get them away from the villain, but it was too late. It's too late for that. You all will be scattered and tortured and slain. Everyone was enveloped into a dark smoke, with Izuku himself seeing Ochako, who was trying to grab his hand until it was too late. A portal was opened, with Izuku being the one who went out and then falling from the sky and diving towards a body of water. Izuku, the flood zone. With that, the sound of a body hitting the water was heard, and with Izuku trying to get to the surface for air. Izuku, so that's that guy's quirk, warping, huh? And he said there after All Might. Of course it had to involve him. Just then Izuku saw one of the villains coming towards his way with the intention of ending him. But Izuku glared with a smirk on his face. It's time to cause a little whirlpool. With that in mind, the villain was suddenly stopped, which caused him to turn around to see what looks like a LN arm with Izuku ready to deliver a punch, but that wasn't the case, since someone else decided to punch the villain, and it was none of it. Izuku said as he donned a different appearance, with his hair being light blue along with his eyes having an icy blue color. With him seeing Tsuyu, she used her tongue to grab him by the waist and using her legs to push up towards the surface, where he landed on the boat with ease, but he kept transformation for the time being and kept his eyes on the water. She's a frog, so why she? So you know, in the chest area. With Izuku, he saw someone else being landed on the boat, but it looked like he was hurt. Izuku, thanks for the assist, Tsuyu, no problem Midoriya, but it looks like we're in a pickle. Izuku, well, there goes the curriculum. Maybe because of yesterday's break on by the media must have been a ploy to obtain information. Just like what Two Colors said, they were watching for an opportunity to swoop in. And now their preparations are complete. Minta, BB, but there's no way they'd end a LLMIGHT. Once All Might arrives, he'll go like pow, and bam, and KABLOONIE. Izuku could only glare at the short stature individual. Tsuyu, Minta, they must have figured out some way to end him, otherwise it'd be absurd if they went through all this trouble just to get flattened. No. And it's not exactly beneath those bastards. They told us they'd torture us to death, remember? So will we really be able to hold out until All Might arrives? If he does come, will he be alright? This spooked Minta, making him grab Izuku by the leg only to get kicked off and hit the ground. Izuku, man up and quit being a pussy. Minta, why'd you do that? Aren't supposed to reassure us you're the class president. Izuku, that title has nothing to do with this kind of situation we're in, you idiot. He said this while hearing the sound of the villains that surrounded the boat. Izuku, sigh, but if these bastards have a way to take down All Might, then right now the only course of action is to fight back and to win. Saying this while standing up a bit as his eyes glowed an icy blue. You guys get behind me, Izuku said towards Minta and Tsuyu, who listened to their class president as he got close to the railing, and seeing the villains seeing the boy that they thought he was gonna jump but boy were they wrong. As Izuku, who simply raised his arms up in the air and said these words, pray that you don't see and die from the sewage. As soon as he said that, all the villains were being sucked into a whirlpool, screaming as the waters hit them hard enough for them to lose consciousness. With that being the end, Izuku turned his attention towards his classmates, who saw his eyes glow, and then a pool of water was seen being raised behind him, and he stepped on it, as if it were an animal that was letting him ride on its body. We don't have all day. Me fusing with the water is close to ending soon, so let's go, he told his classmates, who only nodded their heads and head off. Fusion note number 1, element fusion. This kind of fusion uses the natural elements like water, wind, fire, earth, and other elements for Izuku to use. However, there are downsides with this kind of fusion. For example, water is limited for Izuku if he's not near a body of water, be it a pool or a tiny lake, which will show the power of how much he can control the amount of water he uses while being fused. That's fusion note number 1. I'll do more of these notes in the many chapters for you to enjoy. Moments after wading to the water's edge, we see Izuku, Minoru, and Tsuyu saw Mr. Aizawa still fighting his hardest against the villains surrounding the one that seemed to lead them. They watched as he took them down, one after another. They were so engrossed that they silently cheering there, minus Izuku, but he was observing the situation with their teacher on, as it looked more and more like he'd be able to get them out of this nightmarish situation. Then the boss villain joined in. Aside from his creepy outfit, The villain didn't really strike Izuku as any different than the others that Aizawa had been taking down, save for the crazy banter he kept spewing, most of which Aizawa ignored as they fought. But then the villain revealed his quirk, and he did so by dissolving part of Aizawa's arm with just a touch. But Aizawa kept fighting, even with his injured arm, knocking down one small-time villain after another, until the boss revealed the real final boss, Minoru, who felt his knees start to shake as he watched Aizawa get utterly destroyed by the villain boss called Nomu. Their teacher might as well have been a ragdoll for all the opposition he could offer up. The beast slamming his head into the ground, over and over, until the stones under them were practically painted in his blood. How the man still had a head, how it hadn't. Just Izuku nearly gagged at the thought. Nomu, that's what the villain called him. The anti-symbol of peace, specially made for the sole purpose of ending all might. And even with the nightmare he was looking at, Izuku couldn't help but think of something. Would that hypocrite even beat this beast? They had a brief moment of relief when the portal villain appeared next to the leader, letting them hear that, while the villain had incapacitated 13, one of the students had managed to escape the facility and was running for help. Shigaraki seemed like he was going to go into a rage for a moment, before suddenly calming down, saying that if the faculty was going to arrive any minute, they needed to leave. For one wonderful second, both Tsuyu and Minoru actually thought the villains were going to do just that, with Minoru wrapping a startled Tsuyu in a hug at the thought while accidentally touching her boobs, which caused him to be pushed down in the water. Izuku right now was waiting. He knew he can get to Aizawa, who is still alive, but even he knows he's not powerful to take on something that's equal to the #1 hero. If the villains left, they could get to their sensei and get him help before. But then another thought hit him. Would the villains actually leave? They'd obviously been planning this attack for a while, going so far as to bioengineer Nomu just to fight All Might. If they left now, they'd likely never get another opportunity. Shigaraki apparently had a similar thought. Oh, before we leave, the villain turned around and stared right at him, Minoru and Tsuyu. Let's make sure the symbol of peace is broken and wreck his pride, NOMU. As soon as the villain said that ... the Nomu dashed towards the three teenagers with intent to end them as it sent its fist towards them ... only for both Minoru and Tsuyu to get pushed away courtesy of Izuku, with the two of them having shocked looks as the Nomu sent a powerful punch towards Izuku's midsection as the sound of bones being broken was heard and him getting pushed back and hitting the water. Minoru and Tsuyu felt fear at what they saw, and it got worse as they saw the Shigaraki in front of them, his hands nearing the two. Oh, too bad. You're gonna meet your friend really soon. He said this with glee as his fingers outstretched towards Tsuyu and Minoru. Aizawa had to force his head up just as Shigaraki launched himself forward. His eyes widened in panic when he realized what the villain intended. Arm outstretched towards his students, he silently begged that he had time, focusing his eyes. But then he saw an object flying towards Shigaraki, who didn't have enough time to react to the sudden punch that pushed him away and nearly made him bite his tongue as something slammed into his jaw. His neck twisted painfully as the impact sent him flying back. He skipped once, twice, 3 times across the plaza floor, skidding to a stop at Namu's feet that saw its owner getting hurt and stopped Shigaraki from skidding anymore, the massive being crouching down as if about to rush forward. Shigaraki, Kurogiri called out worriedly, his misty form drifting to the man's side. "Wa." He struggled as he pulled himself to his knees, cradling his swelling cheek with both hands. "What just?" He trailed off, his aching mouth falling open as he stared back towards the lake. Aizawa, fighting off the lull of blissful unconsciousness, forced his eyes back open. His efforts quickly became easier as he processed what he was looking at, shock pushing aside his pain. Standing in front of Minoru and Tsuyu was Izuku ... and yet he looked completely different. His suit that was destroyed from the upper part of his body was in tattered, revealing his chest and abdomen and pieces of his suit, his face having a different expression. Anger towards the villains that were gonna harm his classmates. Izuku had a look as if his whole body was steaming from an unknown heat, his hair moving around as if it had a mind of its own ... and his eyes ... they weren't even glowing. In fact ... his eyes was completely eyeless, with his iris not being seen. Before Shigaraki could say anything, Izuku disappeared and was near Aizawa, who looked at Izuku for a second until the boy grabbed his teacher and got to where his classmates are. Both Minoru and Tsuyu looked up and then they heard him spoke. "Take Aizawa and go to a safe distance." Aizawa tried to speak, but he was silenced by the look he was given by Izuku. "I won't say this a second time," he said, with both of his classmates grabbing their teacher and leaving, which resulted in Shigaraki glaring at them in anger. "Freaking cheater," he muttered, his hand moving away from his aching face to scratch harshly at his neck, gaining a power boost all of a sudden as soon as they show up. "Nomu," he pointed towards Izuku, "grab that boy and rip him apart." Nomu, who had so far just been staring blankly into space, stiffened slightly at Shigaraki's yell. It let out a ferocious roar, launching forward with unnatural speed for a being its size. Izuku, who saw the Nomu, simply raised his hand as the sound of a thunderous punch was heard and came along a strong force of wind that was pushing back the villains that were near, along with the two villains, with one of them smirking and waiting for the boy to be a bloody mess, only to have his eyes widened in shock. The Nomu itself was confused as it felt its arm being unable to move until the dust was cleared and Izuku was seen with no injury from the attack just now, with his hand blocking the Nomu's attack with ease as the steam from his body got even more wildly than ever. Ririsu. And then Izuku sent a powerful punch at the Nomu that pushed it back hard enough for it to hit the pavement and leave a crack in the ground. Shigaraki stared at the Nomu with a shocked look on his face until him and Kurogiri heard the heavy sound of footsteps and looked towards and see Izuku walking towards them. "You're gonna wish you never stepped foot in this place," Izuku said in rage as the Nomu got back up and roared in defiance and rushed towards Izuku, with the latter doing the same. Inside USJ, all you could hear was the sound of wind being pushed, the grunting and roaring of two opposing forces facing each other as if they were nothing but animals going for the end. Izuku versus the Nomu, with Izuku being the one that was sending hits after hits at the creature, but it just wouldn't stay down. As the Nomu blitzed towards the boy, who has to block a punch in time only to feel his legs being caught and then getting dragged and hitting the ground like a ragdoll, but he didn't scream, just mad as he slammed his arms to the ground, causing the Nomu to suddenly get pulled back while being hoisted upwards by Izuku using his lower body strength and with force to slam the Nomu to ground that caused a small crater to form. Izuku, who was out of the monster's grasp, grabbed its arm and did the same maneuver in slamming the Nomu back and forth with even more power than ever, with his hair moving even more wildly while his teeth were clenching. But the Nomu got second wind and grabbed him by the face and pushed upwards with enough force that made Izuku tumble through the air and approaching the building's steel roof, but Izuku braced himself as he slammed into the roof and feeling gravity start to drag him down, but he felt his hands clench the roof and feeling that same connection ... But it was different as he saw the handprint of his own hand there, and he looked to see heat on his palms, which made him to quickly remove his footwear and planted his feet to the roof and feeling that same sensation as he bonded on the roof. This isn't fusion ... This power ... What is? But he couldn't continue his thoughts as he saw the Nomu jumping towards him, with him glaring at the beast as he does the same, getting close, with the Nomu, who was trying to grab the boy only for Izuku to avoid its grabs and sending a punch towards it, pushing it towards the ceiling, AMD getting a distance away from the beast. Meanwhile, the Nomu slammed its fist into the spot where Izuku just been with a tremendous impact, making the section they were on shake. The Nomu glared at Izuku, who free fall and for some reason sent out his arms towards the beast, which followed after him as it clenched its fist and getting closer to the boy ... With Izuku saying these words as if it was familiar to him. Nensho. As soon as their words were left out of Izuku's mouth, a fire was sent from out of his palms towards the Nomu that screeched in pain as the heat covered its body, but it still went after Izuku, who glared even more as his hands were covered in flame, with a large silhouette hovering over him. "Let this name put fear in your soul. For I am Akuma," he yelled out as he slammed a fist towards the Namu's head, which made it screeched even more as Izuku sent a powerful axe kick pushing it downwards as it howls, with Izuku seeing the creature crashing into the lake far below with a tremendous splash. Izuku, who was still in the air using the fire to keep him hovering, watched the water ripple below. It quickly became apparent that the Nomu wasn't coming back up ... For now. It better be dead, but right now. He then squinted his eyes as he stared out, trying to find out where his classmates were. He could see flashes of electricity coming from the mountainous region, who he assumed was from Kaminari, with Todoroki's ice covering a good portion of the landslide zone at the mock-up destroyed city. He thought he could just make out a figure zipping between the windows of the wrecked buildings and at the USJ entrance. He could see those who weren't split up taking care of 13 while also keeping any approaching villains at bay, with Minoru and Tsuyu there keeping their sensei from losing any more blood. But Izuku's main attention was where he'd come from ... And he was seeing tunnel vision, with his eyes finally having his iris and pupils ... With the color being a brilliant orange-yellow color. Shigaraki growled as he squinted up at the distant ceiling. "Uraraka, I can't see anything." "Kurogiri, can you see them? Is that boy dead yet?" "I'm afraid not, Shigaraki," the mist man replied. The yellow wisps that passed for his eyes narrowed. "Shigaraki, move." The villain looked up sharply at Kurogiri's yell. He had a split second for his eyes to widen before a fist that caused him to curse from the intense heat slammed into his face. Shigaraki was sent flying as he screamed in pain from the attack. "Shigaraki!" Kurogiri rushed forward, the black mist that was his body bellowing out to catch the villain and ensnare the boy, but Izuku didn't care as his eyes were moving slowly at Shigaraki. Without missing a beat, he blitzed towards them with speed that caused Kurogiri to act fast, but he was too slow as he got slammed on the ground hard and then kicked even further away from Shigaraki, who groaned a bit but was suddenly lifted up and then got a knee in the gut, which made him spit out his saliva, and then got slammed to the ground hard enough to cause a small crater. Izuku was sent out his hand, his palm glowing while his face had a sadistic-like smirk on his face. "Stop." His eyes widened in shock. His hair stopped glowing wildly with his eyes being back to its emerald-like green color ... and him taking a step back, getting a distance away from the villains. "Hey," Shigaraki screamed, struggling to get up. "This isn't how this is supposed to go. You cheater. You can't suddenly just get power up and think you can run away." Izuku didn't listen and instead fused with the wind and flipped Shigaraki off. Shigaraki had a mere second to process this, before Izuku turned around and jumped off towards the USJ entrance with a single leap which caused dust to form. For a few moments, Shigaraki could only stare dumbly at where the boy just been. The only sound to be heard was Kurogiri's struggles to get up from the beating he just got and the groans of the unconscious small fry villains Eraserhead had laid out previously. Almost no small fry left. No Nomu, no All Might, not even a dead student to break the hero's spirits. No, anything. Shigaraki let out a howl of anger and frustration. Breathing heavily, he plunged one of his hands onto the large rocks that trapped him, the other scratching at his neck so hard that he broke skin. The rocks cracked away and turned to dust. His beady red eyes focused solely on where Izuku had gone. "Kurogiri," he ground out, his teeth clenched. "Fine Nomu. Now, I want the kid effing dead." Izuku felt nothing but pain in his very being. He didn't know why he was going to end the villain, nor did he want to know if the creature they had that was nowhere to be seen was his doing. He just shook it off as he soared over the USJ grounds, trying not to scream out a sudden pain from his legs. But he had to focus down below as he took a glance at all the criminals below. Even if they were unconscious, he may have managed to incapacitate the main threats. But there were still dozens of villains throughout the facility, and his classmates were scattered all over the place. Not to mention that he'd managed to personally insult the leader of the invasion. And if Shigaraki and Kurogiri managed to get out of their situation, Izuku had huddled in another painful sensation from his body as kept pushing even further with him fusing with the air. But it was getting harder to keep it up. But then as soon as he descended, he could make the faces of those who were dealing with the villains at the entrance while those who were surrounding the shredded, prone form of 13 and the unconscious Aizawa. Izuku had to hold in another pain that was coming up, and as his eyes flicker with a dim glow meaning that his time fusing with the air was reaching its limit, he had to be quick. Using the air around his legs and below the soles of his feet and angling himself and propelled himself towards the group and landed, which got everyone's attention. He'd come in from such a high angle that none of them saw him coming until he'd landed right between the two groups. Shoji, Ochako, Tsuyu and Minta jolted in surprise, the latter letting out a yelp even as both Ochako and Tsu moved protectively in front of 13 and Aizawa. From the other side, Sato, Shiro and Mina had similar reactions, their attention on the stairway broken as they turned their heads around. As soon as they saw Izuku, they sighed that their classmate was okay, but it looked like he was on his last legs. But he focused in front of him just in time to see a villain whose head took up their entire torso jump over the Shiro's attack. "Bye-bye, brats," the villain yelled, both his arms raised to give an overhead slam to Izuku's head, only to find himself getting pushed by a powerful gust of wind that it made him scream in surprise from the attack and give off a girlish scream as he was seen rolling down the stairs like a bowling ball, inadvertently knocking over some more of the approaching villains who were unlucky to get a dose of more of Izuku's consecutive pinpointed airstrikes. With that, it gave the students more time to catch their breath, with Izuku who almost hit the Goran Kate himself while his eyes glowed, but it was weak. He then walked towards Aizawa, who opened his eyes even though it clear that he fighting to stay awake. "Are you okay, sir?" Izuku asked gently, trying to ignore the streams of blood trickling down their teacher's face. Aizawa blinked a few times, his black eyes hazy. "I'll live," he muttered quietly. He fixed Izuku with a sharp look that wasn't quite a glare. "That was reckless." Izuku just chuckled, which got him to flinch from a pain to his side. "And if I didn't do what I did, you wouldn't even be here. I did what I had to do to make that you." Tsu and Minda was out of harm's way, he said, which Aizawa simply gave him a weak nod. He slumped a little in place, his eyes slipping shut. Minta, Tsuyu and Ochako nearly panicked before they noticed that the man's breathing was still steady. He had simply passed out from exhaustion. Izuku was about to walk away, but he was stopped by Ochako, who gave him a worried look on her face. "Izuku, don't worry, I'm not in that much pain." But that was all the confirmation she needed to give him a glare which made him sigh as his eyes stopped glowed as he slumped a bit, but she caught him in time. "I'm sorry. Apologize to me later when we get to safety, but right now you need to rest," she said to him, who could only nod his head, but his attention went towards the entrance door that was slightly open, meaning that one of his classmates got out and will return here with backup ... But for how long? And ... What exactly did he do to that monster? He turned his attention towards Kurogiri's mist that started forming right above him and his classmates, who saw it and could only panic. But they all got extremely surprised when a torrent of water started raining down. "Gah!" Sato yelled out in surprise as what felt like a waterfall beat down on him. He stumbled away from the torrent, Mina and Shiro spluttering as they helped him back. "What the hell is this?" "No." Ochako saw Izuku staring at the portal that gushed out the water with a look that held fear. And he wasn't the only one, as fearful tears started streaming down Minta's face while Tsuyu's whole body seemed to tense. "Izuku?" Ochako asked in concern. Izuku swallowed thickly, sweat trickling down his neck. "We need to go," he said as he forced his body to stand. Ochako jerked slightly at the intensity of his voice. "What?" Izuku then grabbed her by the shoulder, his eyes wide in panic. "We have to get 13 in Aizawa and get out of here, now." "There's nowhere to go," Midoriya, Sato said. Hearing Izuku so panicked made the sugar-based quirk user to be confused. "What's got you so worked up?" "It's just a bunch of water." Suddenly, something dark and massive slammed into the ground, rushing out of the portal along with the pounding water. "Oh, shit." The portal quickly cut off, giving the class a full view of the drenched Nomu. Its limbs were buried under a mass of purple ooze and twisted metal. Its beady eyes stared blankly up at the ceiling, showing no sign of life. It didn't move. "You know, this was supposed to be very simple." Everyone jolted at the sudden voice. Just behind Namu's still form, Kirigiri's body had formed a new portal, through which Shigaraki stepped out, bits of purple gunk clinging to his ripped clothing. Despite the calm tone of his voice, his eyes were wild, blown wide with shrunken pupils. His whole body was stiff and tense, coiled like a spring ready to snap. He started walking towards the group, Kirigiri hovering above him like some grim specter. "We arrive unexpected. We lock you would be heroes in with us. Our forces slaughter the lot of you, and Namu ends all might. A generation of future heroes dead, and the world's #1 along with them." The entire world flipped on its head, all before lunch, but instead, he stopped right next to Namu's body, red eyes darting first over the creature, then around to each student as they continued to back away, all with varying levels of fear on their faces. "We find that All Might's not here. Our useless lackeys failed to end a single one of you. And perhaps most insultingly of all, someone managed to drown Namu. And then you. Brat showed me embarrassment while leaving towards your friends ... and that really pisses me off." Izuku glared at Shigaraki as his eyes glowed while flickering and sweating as he felt even more pain and a burning sensation in his chest. Shigaraki's hands clenched, his fists shaking. "UAS faculty is no doubt on their way, and we have no means to fight them all. All Might lives to save the day again." The villain's shoulders tensed further, looking like he was seconds away from charging forward in a blind rage. Then, to the surprise of all, Shigaraki suddenly relaxed. His shoulders lowered, his hands went limp. The villain scoffed under his breath. "This whole plan is a wash. Let's go, Kirigiri." "Yes, sir." And indeed, Kirigiri's misty body once again expanded, swirling around Shigaraki to envelop him. Izuku's eyes narrowed, focusing on his breathing, getting his eyes to glow even more, until it stopped making his eyes widen. "What? No, not now," he screamed in panic, but then Shigaraki spoke again. "But, before we go, I think I'll leave a little parting gift." His red eyes drifted to the side. "Namu." Everyone froze. "Free yourself. Then, and everyone in this building." Shigaraki's cracked lips twisted into a cruel grin. "Leave no Ni alive." For a moment, there was nothing but dead silence. Then, Namu's head twitched. Izuku felt his heart stop. "No way," Tsuyu said behind him, her voice shaking. "How is that thing still alive?" Minta screeched. They all stared, terrified, as Namu's body started twitching, seemingly at random. Then, it sucked in deeply, and roared. Namu thrashed on the ground, its body spasming as it slammed itself into the concrete over and over again in a bid for freedom, shaking the surrounding area with each hit. The entire class started backing away, Shoji quickly putting the comatose Aizawa on his back while Shiro, Sato and Mina struggled to lift 13. Izuku stayed at the front of the group, his fist clenched with his eyes alternating between Shigaraki and the convulsing Namu. No, it's fine," Minta started mumbling under his breath even as he continued backing up with increasing speed. "That thing has metal sucky in its body making it hard for it even move. There's no way that thing can." Namu then let out its loudest, most bone-chilling roar yet. There was a sickening wet ripping sound as Namu strained its leg as hard as it could, and ripped off everything below its knee. Mina screamed. The students watched in horror as blood gushed from the wound, only to see it clot instantly. The bare muscles seemed to convulse and expanded, before quickly stretching out, forming the vague shape of a foot. Shigaraki chuckled darkly at their sickened faces. "We created Namu to end All Might. He can't feel any hits he takes. He instantly heals any wounds you give him. He'll never tire. He'll never die." Shigaraki cackled as Kirigiri's portal swallowed him. "Have fun, heroes." In a blink, the two villains were gone, leaving behind the thrashing Namu. The beast continued to struggle against its bonds, blackened flesh tearing off with every motion within the purple ooze, regenerating within seconds. And with every rip, every tear, Namu gained just a little bit more motion. "So," Mina said shakily, her whole body trembling. "Anybody got a plan?" Izuku could hear the others chattering behind him, trying to come up with something. Anything they could do to escape. Izuku was panicking himself. Because the power he had ... he couldn't feel it ... as if he was back to being the same quirkless kid from back then, that it made him see his past self ... the day when his dreams were crushed ... it made him breath hard, and he couldn't focus, nor could he hear his classmates nor the Nomu roaring even louder as it was getting closer to healing up its wounds. Izuku suddenly felt a hand holding his. TJSI made him turn his attention towards Ochako, who stared at the Nomu that had gained enough mobility that it was now rolling side to side on its back like an overturned turtle, its motions becoming stronger and more frantic as it felt freedom near. "Izuku, I don't mind helping you out, besides, we didn't get to finish right," she said to Izuku, who looked down to the ground. Ochako, I. But he was stopped by the girl, who grabbed his face as she got closer to him, and she couldn't help but smile. "I know what you're gonna say ... but don't let your mind fool you. You're still you. You're still Izuku Midoriya, who put his life on the line for someone who you never knew. Remember what I said before?" She asked him, which made his eyes widen. As soon as the words left her mouth, the Nomu let out a tremendous roar through his jaw, finally breaking the metal prison wrapped around his arms. The steel buckled and cracked, pieces flying away and blackened flash with them. Its arms and torso were cherry red with exposed muscle, already bubbling up to regenerate new flesh. Without waiting for it to finish, Nomu grasped its upper and lower jaws in each hand. With an agonizing screech, it jerked its jaws apart, teeth and muscle raining from its ruined beak-like mouth. But even with its mouth only halfway regenerated, that didn't stop Nomu from unleashing a bone-shaking roar, its blank, beady eyes zeroing in on the nearest target. But the toe teens didn't even focus on the Nomu. Instead, Izuku simply chuckled as his eyes held a soft glow. "How can I forget?" he said as he got closer, as their lips were close to be met. "Who's gonna be there for the hero who needs saving?" "Right," he asked, which got her to smile. "I'm glad you remember, my love." As soon as she said that, her lips connected towards Izuku's. They had a brief second to register how Nomu practically flew forward, going from the top of the stairway to right in front of them in mere seconds. Arm reared back for a titanic punch. Then, there was light. They all felt ice fill their veins when Nomu launched forward. Arm pulled back to obliterate the two students in its way. A mixed chorus of panicked Midoriya, Uraraka, sounded, Tsuyu and Shoji moving to leap forward and help, fruitless though it likely was. Their voices died in their throats, all actions ceasing, when the two lit up with familiar light. Their bodies converted to green and pink energy, twisting and morphing into a single mass. Namu's fist flew right through them, the mass of light seeming to bend around the creature's arm. Namu's massive body dwarfed the light as it turned into a single figure, wrapping around the Namu's as the light died down. There was a dull thudding sound, and Namu's upper body straightened just a little. The students perked up when they heard a feminine low chuckle. "Well, what do you know? Looks like Handjob was telling the truth. You barely budged." Namu shifted its weight back for another blow, revealing the fusion, their fist buried in the creature's chest. Not that it cared. Namu let out a monstrous screech, bringing its arms over its head to slam them down at the teen touching him. The fusion smirked by, just as Namu brought down its arms, causing the students to cry out in panic. The fusion's fist opened. They pressed their palm against the beast's chest. Their hand tensed. The air around them shimmered, then shook. Namu's feet lifted off the ground, and the beast was sent soaring out over the USJ Plaza, flying away like it had been shot from a cannon. The class watched in stunned bemusement as Namu arced through the air, roaring in mindless rage. The fusion of Izuku and Ochako was back in action for the third time. Achezu looked back at her classmates and had a serious look on her face. "Make sure those two all right and stay safe, all right," she said as she got into position as she looked towards the Namu that was still floating in the air, thrashing around to grab anything and roar. She had an excited look on her face as her eyes glowed a green forest color and leaped towards the Namu. "Get ready to be nothing dust, you experimental reject," as she slammed the Namu to the face that pushed down to the ground while flinching. "I need to end this fast. I may be here now, but my counterpart had way too much injuries to keep me stable, meaning my powers are gonna be limited," she thought as she followed towards the Namu with intensity in her eyes. The battle with the Namu against Achezu begins in the USJ Central Plaza in a day full of surprises, some good, most bad. With Achezu, the fusion of Izuku and Ochako here for the third time in existence was dealing with the Namu that she sent towards the ground as she landed on the ground at a far distance from the monster with her eyes narrowed while clenching her fist. With the Namu getting up from the ground with no injuries on its person as it yelled out a roar and ran towards Achezu, who clicked her tongue. "Damn, this thing just don't know when to give up." Achezu cursed under her breath, leaning back as the Namu swiped at her with its claws. She then started flying backwards, her heels skimming the ground. Namu's claws missed her by inches, nearly catching the fusion on the nose. Namu didn't stop, rushing after the teen, swiping wildly. In turn, Achezu brought up both gauntlets, blocking the many hits while being pushed back. But then as the Nomu hit the gauntlets, they sent a blast towards the Nomu, pushing back, with Achezu having a look surprise on her face. Okay, gravity, push and pull ... and the gauntlets help with the pushing if I go over my limits. Okay, I roll this. With that, Achezu fired 4 consecutive gravity blasts at the Namu's face, with its instinct telling it to put its arms up to avoid any more blasts that hits its face, only feel its body suddenly being pulled by gravity, with Achezu running towards the Nomu and clenching her right hand, rearing it back while changing the gravity to make it feel heavy, and then gravitational pulse. Achezu hit Nomu right across the jaw, gauntlet firing at the moment of impact. The beast's head jerked to the side, nearly spinning round while being pushed back, with Achezu grinning, only half her eyes widen as Nomu reared back around, but was stopped when it felt itself floating in the air, courtesy of Achezu using her quirk on the monster at the last second, sent 3 more gravity blasts against Namu's midsection. Nomu squawked in surprise as it got pushed back even more in the air, as its skin suddenly being pushed in until it felt a hole through its midsection, but it healed that injury, but it couldn't even run after Achezu because of it being airborne. That led to giving Achezu the advantage, which made her smirk as she used her quirk to make her body feel light as ever. With speed that looks powerful than all mights, she blitzed above the monster, who went for a punch but missed, and in one motion, Achezu was behind the beast, still airborne, as her eyes glowed, with her fist clenched, and slammed the beast upwards, pushing it far above and hitting the ceiling with a large thud. But as the Nomu was about to get up, it felt gravity pulling it towards Achezu, who slammed the beast again to the ceiling and putting pressure on the Nomu and putting it in place while sending multiple punches at the Nomu while gritting her teeth. Achezu knew that her being here wasn't helping both of her counterparts in the slightest. Even though it took her some time to be brought into existence, that doesn't mean she can hold on for much longer. She knows that her counterpart, which was Izuku, was injured not just physically but mentally as well from when he battled the Nomu, and how he could keep going, but ... this was her limit. In fact, this might be the actually drawback for Izuku Quirk because of his injuries. Achezu felt her hands hurt, but she didn't care. Curse her counterpart who doesn't care about his well-being. She sighed as she continued her assault against the Nomu, with her eyes that were glowing were getting dimmer and dimmer. Damn it, all I can do now is buy some time until the actual pros get here, she said, but then she felt the movement of the Nomu, which made her pushed even more pressure on the beast ... but then it turned its head ... and smirked. Maybe it was her mind playing tricks on her, but the fact that the beast was looking at her made her creeped out. But then the Nomu moved one its arms and punched Achezu, pushing her back and free falling towards the ground, with the Nomu following after her. What the hell? She screamed out ... and then saw the Nomu, laughing. Kill. I'm ... gonna ... kill ... you. Her eyes widened as she saw the Nomu blitz towards her with a burst of speed in the air and slammed her with its fist, sending her towards the ground with a crash. Achezu, however, was okay since she blocked the attack at the last minute, but the punch did hurt, along with her eyes flickering and her breathing hitched. Damn ... it. The Nomu landed on the ground and didn't waste time to run after her and sending a punch her way, but Achezu was quicker. By changing her gravity, she avoided the punch at quick speeds and jumping in the air for a second until she increased her gravity to weigh more than 1 ton and rearing her arm and sending a punch to the Namu's head where the brain was, and the Nomu hit the ground hard. Achezu had to take a breather while seeing the Nomu laying there for a few seconds, which made her go for another punch, but the Nomu reacted and grabbed her arm with an even wider grin that caused her to reel back in disgust, and feeling her being lifted up in the air made her have a slow reaction as she was slammed to the ground over and over. With her screaming in pain at the final slam down, she increased her body's gravity, causing her to be heavy, which pulled the Nomu back, and using her other arm to send a gravity blast at its head once more, causing it to stagger and giving her arm a bit of freedom as she took a step back. Shit ... what the hell happened? Why did it take all of a sudden? She thought as the Nomu looked at her direction and was about to attack. And the next thing that happened was ice that traveled towards the Nomu and putting it in an ice-like cage that made it unable to move. Achezu turned her head to see the person who did it and saw that it was her classmate Miyuki Todoroki, who let out a breath of cold air. That won't hold this thing for much longer ... Achezu, right? Miyuki asked towards the fusion, who simply nodded her head as she got up from the ground while holding her arm a bit. Yeah, that's me, but let's save the introductions later and make sure that monster doesn't move soon. But as she said that, the Nomu roared while forcing its body to tear away, leaving traces of blood in its wake and falling to the ground like it was lost. This made the two to feel like their lunches was about to leave their stomachs, with Achezu sending a slight gravity pressure on the beast to buy them some time. It didn't take long for the two to hear the sounds of explosion coming their way, and in time for Achezu to see a blast that was close to hitting her if she didn't decrease her gravity and jump high enough to avoid it, with the blast hitting the Nomu and pushing it away. What the hell? Achezu yelled out as she saw that the one who fired it was Bakugo, who prepared to do another explosion but stopped when Miyuki got in his way. Out of the way, icy hot. This punk thinks they can fight that freak without me in the mix. F that. Bakugo said while trying to forward, but he was stopped by an ice attack from Miyuki. And can't you see that you were about to hurt our classmates with your reckless firing? When she said that, Bakugo got a good look at the fusion until it clicked like a pin on a hand grenade. With his surprised look turned to anger. Are you kidding me? Are you telling me that effing nerd's quirk helps him fuss? Not only that, he fused with a weakling, no less. That set the terms in Achezu's mind to snap. With emotion from her hand, Bakugo suddenly felt his body hit the ground with a heavy thud while he struggled to get back up. How's that for a weakling, dumbass? But all she got was a scream of anger from Bakugo. Is the fight over already? The one who said this was Ujiro Kirishima, who must got here while seeing the down Bakugo on the floor, making him look towards the fusion, who stared at the redhead. Wow, it's good to see you again, Achezu. He said this towards the fusion, who only laughed. Nice to see you too, Kirishima ... But right now, the sound of the Nomu was heard, who finally regenerated its whole body, no thanks to Bakugo, who gave it time. It seems this thing still wants to clash even more, Achezu said while looking at Bakugo with a sigh, until with a slight hand movement released him until got up with a glare on his face. I'll effing deal with you after I show this monster what the future #1 hero is all about. He said this while getting ready to face the Nomu, but he wasn't alone. Hey now, don't leave me out of the fun. I want to see how much damage I can deal with this thing, Kirishima said while getting his quirk activated. I guess I can help you guys out until the pros gets here, Miyuki said with her ice coating her right side. With Achezu, she simply smirked while her eyes glowed, but it was dimmer than ever. But she had to push it. She had to be here and fight, because she was created from the love of her counterparts, which made her eyes glow with intensity as she stood beside the other three while her arms were out. Might as well join the party. You better not slow me down, fellas. As soon as she said that, she ran, making Bakugo scream at her, with Kirishima and Todoroki following them. All four with serious looks on their faces and facing against the Nomu that roared even more. No matter how I look at it ... This bastard isn't effing dead. That's what Katsuki thought of while blasting the Nomu with his explosions and sending a punch its way, which did nothing. The Nomu went for a punch towards Katsuki, who was fast enough to avoid it and sending another blast, but the Nomu just brushed it off as his attacks did nothing to it, which pissed Bakugo off. Suddenly the Nomu was frozen in place, and Kirishima was seen running towards with speed and using his quirk to spam the Nomu on its head, which caused it to scream and hitting the ground hard. I didn't need your effing help, weird hair. Katsuki yelled out towards Kirishima, who only laughed. Yeah, well, it looked like you were close to getting hit. He was gonna get hit if I didn't stop the Nomu's fist in time. Katsuki growled at Miyuki, who was busy observing the Nomu while Achezu walked towards Kirishima. So how did it feel running at that speed? She asked the redhead, who just laughed, saying it was fun, which got her to smile, but that disappeared when the Nomu was getting up, but it got hit by a block of ice that pushed it back far enough for the four to get a breather. This thing is really taking all of our attacks like it's nothing, Miyuki said while lowering down her right hand while walking beside Achezu, who nodded her head while using a quick hand movement towards the Nomu to increase its gravity to put it down, while feeling the struggle as the glow in her eyes got dimmer by the second. You're right, and no matter what we do, it keeps on getting up or healing itself. We don't even know its damn limit. Then they heard the sound of the ice breaking, caused the four to see the Nomu out of its ice prison, with Katsuki blasted forwards and slamming a concentrated fist towards its midsection that only pushed it back a little. He was about to send another punch, but the Nomu started to float up, thrashing that it can't feel the ground, only to get pushed up even further by none other than Achezu, who started to sweat in her glowing, which made Kirishima and Todoroki to widen their eyes, but Achezu simply yelled at them. I can't hold on any longer than this, so finish this son of a bitch. She screamed, with Katsuki simply smirked and shouted out, what do you think I've been doing? I'll show that freak the power of the future #1 hero. Saying this as he blasted towards the Nomu, who saw the boy coming near it, but it couldn't do anything as it was hit by multiple blasts of explosive hits from Bakugo, who viciously punched the Nomu with a powerful punch to its face that pushed it towards the ground, causing the Goron to form a large spider-like crack to the floor. Bakugo then landed near the three while laughing. And that's how it's done, he said, with Miyuki staring at him a blank look, Kirishima looking at him while sweat dropping, while Achezu was busy groaning a bit as if her stomach was doing a flip in her body. But something happened that got them to look at the place where the Nomu was ... and they heard laughter, and then a large figure was in front of Bakugo, who couldn't react fast and got punched in the face, which made him get pushed back, but Kirishima caught him in time, but he also got pushed back as the only two people who were there facing the Nomu were Miyuki and Achezu. The Nomu then got closer to them, which resulted in an attack of ice courtesy of Miyuki. The Nomu then forced itself out of the ice only to get another blast of gravity, pushing it back even more, with Achezu screaming in particular and as her body glowed even more, which got Miyuki to focus on the fusion. Are you alright? What's going on? She asked with a hint of worry in her voice. But Achezu couldn't say anything as her body glowed, and the one color that represented her was split and formed two colors that were emerald green and light pink, as these two colors formed two figures. And once the glow around them disappeared, it was revealed to be Izuku and Ochako, with Ochako bring the one to open her eyes and widen in surprise as she saw the state that Izuku was in. "Izuku!" she screamed as she got closer to him, as he was breathing heavily as the injuries he had before looked like they were opening back. The sound of the Nomu got even louder, which made the two girls to widen their eyes as the Nomu was seen running towards them, with Miyuki narrowing her eyes, since it seems that she's the only one who wasn't out of commission yet with that. She sent an ice to the floor on the Nomu's path, causing it to slip on the ice, making the monster to be dragged and headed towards them, with Miyuki creating an ice platform to move her along with Izuku and Ochako to avoid the incoming Nomu that almost grabbed them, but that wasn't the case. "Uraraka, it seems you need to get yourself and Midoriya out of here. I'll take care of the Nomu," Miyuki said as she focused on the Nomu that was getting up. Ochako knew that she should, but the way Izuku holding onto her and trying to move his body made her realize that Izuku still wanted to help, which made her follow her brain instead of her heart. "Izuku ... we need to go," she said to him quietly as she used her quirk on his body, cussing him to float up, and she grabbed Izuku and tried to leave. But then a large black skin hand was seen grabbing Ochako by surprise as she screamed in pain as she was slammed to ground, but before the Nomu could punch her, it was attacked and pushed away from an ice attack, but it didn't look powerful enough to give them a distance away from the Nomu. But the Nomu was then being delivered by an explosive punch and a heavy impact from two figures, which were Kirishima and Bakugo, who were back in action, with the latter clenching his fist in anger. "I'm gonna make sure your sorry ugly ass face gets even more damaged," he yelled out. "Well, not very hero-like, my man," Kirishima said. The Nomu just screamed out as it got ready to run towards them while being on all fours. But right now we see Izuku on the ground as he stared at the sight of Ochako. The way she was screaming it while Miyuki was helping to ease to pain while using her ice on the girl, but Izuku ... saw nothing but darkness. A cold, silent darkness covered Izuku ... as he looked in front of him. A large metal door that was screaming it for him, calling him to open the doors so that he can enter ... and as he got closer ... he saw memories that weren't his own ... and all he could saw was embers. Both Kirishima and Bakugo were delaying the Nomu's attack as much as they can, but the more they tried, the more the Nomu was trying with them, and it got worse, as if the creature was reading their moves and avoiding their attacks, and sent and attacked the two boys midsection that caused them to spit out their saliva and being pushed back far enough. But the Nomu wasn't done, as it sent a kick towards them, which Bakugo avoided the attack. Meanwhile, Kirishima blocked while activating his quirk toward his arms and being pushed back. The Nomu was then hit by an ice attack, but it wasn't phased from the sudden attack, as it laughed like it found something funny. Miyuki gasped. She saw the Nomu slammed Kirishima fast enough for the boy to get pushed back even harder than before, and went after Bakugo, who sent a powerful punch ... but the punch didn't even put a dent on the monster, as this made Bakugo widen his eyes in fear as his arm got broken even more from the Nomu snapping it like a twig, making him scream, and then being slammed down hard to the ground while spitting out blood as he laid on the ground. The Nomu slowly turned to face her, and Todoroki felt bile start to rise up her throat. There was more muscle than skin covering the Namu's body, bone being visible in places. Its right arm was missing, its left barely connected by bone and thin strands of muscle, and its head, its entire bottom jaw and part of its throat were just gone. Part of its skull caved in where its right eye should have been. By all accounts, the thing looked like a moving corpse, but Todoroki's horror only mounted as she watched the red muscle moving, bulging and oozing back over where it was missing, new blackened skin forming by the second. Todoroki gawked at the monster before him for 1 second too long. Namu lunged forward, its remaining arm outstretched. Todoroki flinched back, throwing her right arm up. Once again, Namu was encased head to toe in an icy prison, stopped dead in its tracks. Without waiting, Todoroki sent out another wave of ice, encasing the ice block within another one. She repeated this several times, layering ice upon ice until Namu's body was nothing more than a blurry outline within. Todoroki sucked in a few deep breaths, trying to slow her pounding heart. She steadied herself, looking over Namu's new prison. She allowed herself a small sigh, coming towards Kirishima's aid as her grabbed him and placed him where Izuku and Ochako are, with the latter breathing normally and not in pain. She sighed, but she looked more towards Izuku, who was twitching as if he was having seizure, which made her worry for the boy, while Kirishima was more or less okay, but still he was in pain but trying to toughing it out. And then there was Bakugo, who was far from the area. She knows she had to go and help him in case more villains were still around the area, but her mind was telling her that if she does do that, she might regret it. So right now she needs to find a way to get her classmates out of here, cause if she didn't, they might not survive from Uraraka. A spike of ice completely unrelated to her quirk shot down Todoroki's spine, the sudden sound stopping her dead in her tracks. Eyes bulging in disbelief, she rounded on where Namu stood trapped. A crack was slowly climbing its way across the ice block, right over where Namu's outstretched arm was. Damn it, Todoroki sent out more ice, adding another layer atop what he'd already done. Within seconds, the crack worked its way to the new surface, spreading once again. Todoroki responded by pouring on more ice. This shouldn't be happening, Todoroki thought to herself, gritting her teeth as she felt her right arm slowly going numb. She knew how strong her ice was. Nothing can get through it. The only thing that might have a chance is All Might himself. Or something strong enough to end this monster. Todoroki didn't bother acknowledging that thought. She just poured on more ice. As much as she could make. As fast as she could make it so that not only she can survive but those in her class as well. While she was doing this, she didn't know that the fabled Izuku Midoriya had his eyes open ... and they had nothing but a look of anger. Embers. Todoroki had never created this much ice before. Even in all the practice she had done, she'd only ever focused on how to use her ice, how fast she could make it, how she could shape it, how quickly she could change what direction she was sending it. All skills pounded into her head as the most important thing. She'd never just cut loose, pushing herself to create a single piece of ice with no limit to its size. In any other circumstances, she'd have been impressed with herself. And a small part of her was. However, that part was completely drowned out by the rest of her screaming and raging disbelief that the ice was still cracking, despite being nearly 20 feet thick. Todoroki sucked in a harsh breath, her breath coming out in a cloud of steam. She'd completely lost feeling in her right arm, her right leg not too far behind as the cold spread across her chest. Her whole body was shivering, her knees beginning to shake from the strain. She ignored the warmth she could feel flickering in her chest, aching to rush through her left side and remove the cold. She wouldn't give in. She didn't need that warmth. She didn't need. A sharp yell tore itself from her lips as her right leg finally gave out. She tried to catch herself as she fell, but the moment her right arm hit the ground, pain erupted in the limb, paradoxically freezing and burning at the same time. The ice on her right side fell away, revealing too pale flesh that was starting to turn purple in places. Todoroki curled up around her injured arm, gritting her teeth against the pain. She squinted up at the iceberg she'd created. Namu nothing more than a faint outline buried in the center of it. It was almost 30 feet across, nearly 40 feet high of layer after layer of ice encased over itself. At how dense she'd made it, it would be like being encased inside a mass of solid steel. And it was still cracking. No, Todoroki tried to push herself up, refusing to believe what she was seeing. Nothing could be that strong. Yet, as the seconds ticked by, the cracks grew wider and wider, and with her arm and leg in the shape they were, all Todoroki could do was lie there and wait for the inevitable. There was a loud crack like a gunshot, then another, and another. Soon the whole structure was covered in jagged lines of broken ice, shaking and shuddering as the being inside strained against its bonds. When Namu got free, it didn't just escape the ice block, it shattered it. Chunks of ice several feet across were sent flying into the air, crashing into the surrounding landscape with enough force to dig trails through the rock and dirt. Todoroki shielded her eyes against the explosion of air that followed the ice block's destruction, her ears ringing as a bone-chilling roar filled the air. There Namu stood in the middle of an icy crater, completely healed and looking one the worse for wear. Its flesh had healed, its eye regrown, and both blank, beady orbs were staring right at Todoroki. The beast sucked in a deep breath, a roar building in the back of its throat as it prepared to charge forward. Todoroki swallowed hard, mind racing as she tried to think of what she could do to. Her thoughts came to an end as Miyuki saw the side of the Namu's head caved in and was blasted away from a figure that held power as the force pushed the Namu away. Todoroki's eyes widened, trying to process what she was seeing as Namu bent to the side, its head injured. It looked up at the sky, screeching in rage. A shadow fell over it and Todoroki, making the teen look up as well. Her mouth fell open in shock. Izuku was the one that dealt with the sudden attack, moving as if he wasn't injured as he hovered in the air above them, as he looked towards the Namu, his eyes staring at the monster with no hint of mercy. As Izuku landed close to the Namu, it reacted as it went to punch Izuku ... only for the boy to avoid it in time and clenched his fist. Impact. As soon as he said that, his fist connected the midsection of the Namu and the beast itself felt an excruciating pain and was pushed back and hitting the ground hard. But the Namu went after him, which resulted in the same way as if it was pushed BSCK, only this time it was got a fist connected to its face, pushing it back and flying through the air. And then got kicked by Izuku, who used his speed to get near the beast and send a devastating kick to its side, causing the monster to hit a wall. His arms stretched high over his head. Izuku spared Todoroki a quick glance and then towards Ochako and Kirishima, with the latter getting up but barely. Go to a safe place. That's all Izuku said to the trio, with Miyuki wanting to retort, but when Izuku gave her a glare she went silent as Izuku blitzed towards the Namu. There was the sound of impact from the large dust cloud that was formed, a roar from Namu, which cut off suddenly. Another impact, and Nomu and Izuku tumbled out, with Izuku tackling the monster to the ground with speed that caught it off by surprise as he rained down a blast of heat and wind unconsciously in his fist towards the Nomu, blow after blow, which caused the Nomu's flesh and muscles to be exposed. "Come on," Izuku screamed in rage between his punches. "How much you got left? You gotta be close, Usanova." Nomu cut him off with a lunge, the writhing stump that had been its left arm knocking the boy away, with Izuku rolling as he landed, jumping back to the beast as Nomu met him halfway. Izuku landed several blows to Namu's midsection, every one of them powered by a blow that contained the heat that he was using, as his eyes glowed with fire like wool in his very soul, along with him using the wind that was explosively erupting from his knuckles, before having to leap over an attempted bear hug. With a yell, Izuku landed a full-powered punch right to Namu's exposed brain, actually making the beast stumble. Seeing the opening, Izuku brought both of his hands together and yelling out with rage, "Go effing burn yourself." A high condensation of fire that formed in Izuku's hand hit the Nomu point blank, causing it to screech as it was overwhelmed by Izuku's attack and being unable to defend itself. Izuku smiled viciously as he felt the heat getting hotter as he poured even more power. Hearing the sound of the Nomu screeching in pain made him feel satisfied at what he was doing. But suddenly the Nomu leapt at him, covered in smoke and burnt flesh. But Izuku moved out of the way, but instead of a wild lunge, like the boy had thought, Nomu had both arms pulled high over its head, its hand clasped together. Izuku sent a ball of fire, but that didn't stop the Nomu as it brought its arms down in an overhead blow. Izuku was a blur as he was spiked into the ground, the stone cracking from the blow. Izuku got up as if that didn't hurt him, his smile still visible on his face as he looked towards the Nomu as it landed above him and it went hit him again, but Izuku grabbed the Namu's arm and body slammed it to the ground. But that didn't stop the Nomu, but Izuku wasn't done yet as he grabbed the Namu's head and slammed it to the ground hard with his hands superheated that it made the Nomu squirm in pain as it went to grab Izuku. The boy himself suddenly caught the Namu's arm ... but he didn't use his arm to catch it ... He used his moith to the stop arm in time and bit into it while putting more firepower in hand that was on the Namu's exposed brain. It made the Nomu scream even more, but Izuku didn't care as he continued the action he was doing and biting through the Namu's flesh while pulling the arm from out the monster's arm socket. The Nomu screamed even more and used its lower body to GRT up, which forced Izuku to pull the arm out even more as blood was spilled, which made the Nomu scream "Widow." Izuku a distance away holding the arm in his mouth and then spit it out as if it didn't have any taste. The Nomu glared at Izuku while regrowing its SRM. But Izuku didn't let that happen as Izuku blitzed above the monster and slammed his finest at the Namu's exposed brain, hitting it hard that its head hit the ground hard enough for a spider-like crack to form. Izuku then grabbed the Nomu by its head as the Nomu tried to grab Izuku's head with success as it tried to strangle Izuku, but Izuku simply ripped its arm away as it screamed even more and then with its beak-like mouth wide open. Izuku slammed his whole arm inside the monster's mouth and gave it a cruel smirk on his face. "Say your prayers to Akuma." And then it felt it ... the same excruciating heat that it tried to move but ... it couldn't. Because of the blow it got from Izuku to the head that its motor motions weren't available to it ... and it felt ... fear as it stared into the eyes of Izuku Midoriya as the color of his eyes were burning red with his cruel smut that plastered on his face ... It suddenly felt tears pouring out of its eyes as if it was begging for Izuku, but the boy himself just laughed. "Sorry ... all out of mercy for your kind, sayonara." And then the burning sensation caused its inside to burn even more as it couldn't even scream in pain. As its flesh started to burn even more as its body was turning to a crisp as Izuku watched this unfold with no care on his face ... or rather ... his mind wasn't seeing this at all. Because inside his mind he was seen floating in a dark cold area ... and he was being watched by something in the darkness with its eyes staring at him ... with interest. From the top of USJ entrance, the reunited members of Class 1A were in awe as they witnessed Namu's demise from one of their own. The monster being nothing but a black crumpled dust as there was steam where the beast stood, while Izuku was seen standing and looked to be unmoving, but his were glowing as well as flickering in a ruby red color. Not noticing Miyuki, Kirishima and Ochako, with the latter who was finally awake, stared at the back of the both who she cherished. Izuku then turned his attention towards the trio, who looked at him. "It's over," he said in confirmation, which made Kirishima sigh on content, Miyuki taking a knee while clenching her arm ... and Ochako who got up painfully and walked towards Izuku, who stared at the girl. As she got closer, she held the side of his face, feeling the heat, but it didn't harm her. Instead, she only felt warmth from Izuku, who grabbed her and brought into a hug as his transformation disappeared. "Ochako," he said as she held him as his consciousness slipped away, making him go to sleep with her gently combing his hair with her fingers. Very faintly, they thought they could hear excited shouts from up on the entrance ramp, the gathered students no doubt having reached the same conclusion. Both Kirishima and Miyuki got towards the duo, with the latter staring at the boy who took down the Nomu. Is it down? This made Miyuki, Kirishima and Ochako to snap their heads as Miyuki followed on as the unfamiliar voice registered with Izuku opening one eye as he was back in the living, slumped with his expression caught between irritation and dismay. There, peering out from behind the debris of broken grounds that were cracked, was one of the many villains Shigaraki had brought with him. His eyes were not on the students, but the crumpled form of Nomu that was a few distance away from the 4 students. As if acting on some unheard signal, more villains suddenly began to appear, either waking up from where they'd been previously knocked out or retreating from whatever hiding places they had found. They all stared at their fallen weapon with a mixture of relief and terror. The brats took it out. I thought that thing was supposed to fight All Might. What do we do now? Where's Shigaraki? I think he bailed. What? Well, do you see him anywhere? But he was our exit. How do we get out of here? Hell, I don't know. As the villains began to squabble amongst themselves, just starting to register their situation, Akako slowly hauled Izuku to his feet, gratefully assisted by her quirk. She slowly started to edge them backward, away from the villains that were steadily growing more irritable. Izuku's eyes never left the gathering group, his left arm twitching as he tried to call out that power. But to no avail as all thoughts of resting gone as more villains appeared out of the woodwork. Todoroki found herself moving towards the 2 at a similar pace, her desire to prove herself warring with the blinding pain of her frostbitten arm. Her right arm held tightly against her chest. She slowly backed up with Kirishima moving and as well Quirk at the ready. Ochako saw this and kept moving, gravitating to meet the 2 halfway. Unfortunately, Izuku suddenly felt a pain that was caused by using that power before they could get too far. A yelp torn from his lips as he bent at the waist. In an instant, the eyes of every villain were on them. Ochako tensed, at a loss for what to do. Todoroki rose her right arm, frost curling from her fingertips as she grit her teeth, the mere motion lighting her chest up in pain. Kirishima glaring at them as he faced the villains and placing himself in front of the trio as he tried to be a shield for them. For a few seconds, the 2 sides could only stare at each other, 4 students facing nearly a dozen villains. Finally, one of the villains, a woman with tiger fangs curling over her bottom lip, spoke up. Well, if we're stuck here, the heroes are coming for us. Think a couple of hostages would help us out. Todoroki cursed under her breath. Another villain, one who seemed to have oil dripping from his mouth and nose, gave, appropriately, an oily smile. We're screwed anyways. Couldn't hurt. Perfect. Just perfect. Izuku groaned out. His whole body felt like it was tearing itself apart. The villains started to fan out, now sporting excited grins. With their leadership now gone, mob mentality won out for their next course of action. Careful guys, one said, his head shaped like crocodiles. This lot did take down Nomu. Yeah, but they ain't looking so hot now, replied another, his ears large and bat-like. Enough talking, a snake-haired woman cut off their bantering. Let's make this fast. Now fully surrounded, Todoroki felt her back press up against Ochako's, letting her feel how she spoke, both from her own fear and the vibrations that came from Izuku, who, despite having his body shuddering in pain, he was still active and ready to fight. Todoroki's eyes zeroed in on the 2 villains closest, ice running up her arm and down her leg in preparation, with Kirishima preparing to face the villains. Get ready guys, he said, and without any warning, one of the villains rushed forward, the others quickly following his lead. In the same motion, Todoroki tensed her arm. Izuku glared as he stood his ground and using one of the elements throwing up his mangled right arm in the same instant as wind dancing across his palm. Crash. All movement ceased, all attacks cancelled, as the entirety of USJ suddenly shook. A whistling sound echoed through the building as 2 flat, dented hunks of metal soared through the air across the plaza. It took them a moment for them to realize that what they were seeing were the massive doors of the USJ entrance, smashed clear off their hinges. As the doors crashed to the ground on the opposite side of the building, students and villains alike followed their flight path. A plume of smoke was coming from the entranceway, light streaming through where the doors once were. In the opening stood a familiar figure, stepping his way through the smoke to the 1A students. It's all right now. With a sob of relief, Ochako's legs gave out, dragging Izuku back down to his knees with her. Not that he could blame her in the slightest. Todoroki could only look back at the entranceway in disbelief, her arm going limp while Kirishima grinned at the individual's appearance. Why? Walking past the relived faces of his students, quickly looking them all over as well as 13 and Aizawa's prone forms. All Might stepped up to the edge of the entrance ramp, a fearsome scowl on his face as he looked down at the villains now cowering below. Because I am here. The number 1 hero took in a deep breath, likely to give his typical speech to both encourage the students and demoralize the villains. But he paused as he truly registered the shape the USJ was in. His eyes fell immediately towards what was clear the monster that looked to be nothing but a grotesque object, quickly moving from the wreck of the mock-up ship to the surrounding areas. The destroyed plaza fountain, the rubble that once was the mountain zone, before finally following the deep rivet of scorched earth leading away from the lake. When his eyes finally fell on Izuku, Ochako, Kirishima, and Todoroki, they widened just enough to make out the blue hidden within his sunken sockets. The villains around the four immediately backed off, several of them dropping their various weapons as their knees began to shake. Without Nomu or Shigaraki, as well as the unnatural sight of an angry All Might, whatever delusional courage they had worked up fled in an instant. In the next second, All Might blurred out of view, a rush of wind trailing behind him as he charged into the plaza. In a flash, he darted around to every villain he could see, knocking them out with a single punch before they even hit the ground. He paused for a mere moment to look at them, before turning his attention back up towards the mountain zone, sweat dripping down his face. The oil-mouthed villain waved his hands back and forth in a panic. Hold up. He didn't get to finish his plea, for All Might was already upon him, driving the villain's head into the ground. The rest met a similar fate, either being dropped in a single hit or thrown off into the distance. In less than 30 seconds, the teacher and students were the only ones left conscious in the immediate area. Todoroki stared at the downed villains surrounding them in stunned awe. He did all that in seconds. He didn't even try. The pro let out a deep breath, tearing his eyes away from his students to give USJ another glance over. Off in the distance, he could see more villains watching them, as if trying to gauge their chances against the number one hero. And from his quick head count, there were several members of Class 1A unaccounted for. The sound of an approaching engine drew his attention. He looked back towards the entrance, finding Ada rushing down the stairs towards them with Kaminari right behind him, the remaining students watching the boys go with worried expressions. All Might considered them for a moment, before nodding to himself, smiling once again. He turned his attention to Todoroki, making the two-tone-haired girl stiffen. Young Todoroki, is your arm injured? Todoroki stared dumbly for a moment, then winced. Somehow, she'd forgotten the arm held tight against her chest until that moment. Why, yes, sir, she said plainly. But I can handle it for the moment. All Might nodded to her in acceptance, then turned to face the approaching Ada, who had already reached them while Kaminari was still rushing down the stairs. The armored student came to a stop right in front of the group, standing straight as he addressed the pro-hero. Sir, I was wondering if you needed any help extracting my fellow students from the premises. All Might quirked a brow at the boy, surprising him by giving a small shake of his head. Noble, young Ada, but unnecessary. The UA faculty will be right behind me, recovery girl among them. I'd rather you remain with them here, protecting them from any wayward villains until the faculty arrives. Ada's mouth fell open slightly at the order, before snapping to a crisp salute. I shall follow your orders to the letter, All Might, sir. All Might's grin widened at the boy's earnestness. Good man. He met the eyes of each of his students, before facing away from them, eyes locking onto the nearest villains lurking in the distance. Keep each other safe for just a little while longer. In the meantime, he cracked his knuckles, his smile gaining an edge that sent a chill down the spine of every villain within eyeshot. I shall go deal with the remaining riff-raff. In a burst of wind, All Might blurred away, the shouts of surprised and frightened villains soon following. With the knowledge that All Might was now in the building, the Nomu being defeated or rather turned to dust, and their fellow students were being rescued, Ochako slumped as if a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders. She couldn't help but brushed a few strands from out of Izuku's face, tenderly staring at his sleeping face. Ito, along with Kirishima and Kaminari, went towards Ochako, wondering what occurred when she fused with Izuku. Todoroki watched both Ochako and Izuku in rapt attention. Ochako, who lay there, who was hurt the most, and yet she still had the energy to joke with the boys while occasionally brushing Izuku's hair. Todoroki looked with narrowed eyes at Ochako's annoyed but calm expression, and Izuku's careless slumber. The longer she watched them, the more she felt something hot curdle in her gut, twisting uncomfortably and growing in intensity. She turned away from them, ignoring the mindless chatter that sprung up more, which only grew louder once Aoyama and Hagakure appeared running down from the mountaintop. She instead watched as All Might darted around the USJ at insane speeds, creating a steadily growing pile of unconscious villains in the center of the destroyed plaza. She watched with a calculating stare, trying to figure out how she could surpass both All Might and even Izuku's power that seemed to evolve even more. Meanwhile, a certain blonde-haired young man, who woke up not too long ago, watched it. He watched the battle that should have belonged to him. He was supposed to have the cheers from the extras that were in his class. He was supposed to hear All Might worried about him, who has the power of the greatest hero in Japan. So why was he seeing that delusional freak having things that belonged to him? With his hands clenching, with his quirk sparking in his hands. Deku, Deku, I quote LNU. I quote LFing and you. Izuku didn't know where he was. He didn't know where exactly it was to begin with, but then he heard it. A sound not that far from him, someone screaming, as if they were hurt. With that, Izuku was suddenly pushed away by an unknown force from out of nowhere, but that didn't stop him to stare ahead into the darkness and saw glowing red eyes and a large smile that set shivers down his spine. "See you around, little one." And then Izuku opened his eyes with his body rising up while sweat poured down his face. He looked around to see he was in a clinic until he goes through his memories of what happened with a groan from the pain he was inflicted by his reckless action alone. He sighed as he laid back down as he let sleep take over, as he still felt that most of his injuries still hurt. What was that thing? He thought as he finally let his body rest. It was after the events of the USJ incident was where we see All Might in his small form with the school nurse recovery girl in the office of Principal Nezu, who was drinking his tea the way. "Tashinori, did you see the files on Nomu and his quirks?" Recovery girl asked, as she wasn't sure if All Might was up to speed on what the police was able to find out. "Few quirks, as in more than one?" Tashinori asked in disbelief with his blue eyes widened. "Take a look at it yourself." Recovery girl handed Tashinori the documents regarding Namu's powers. As Tashinori went through them, his levels of shock kept on increasing with every single page he read. By the time he was finished, he almost found it impossible to form words in his mouth. He was speechless to the core. What is this abomination? From what the investigators had gathered from the villains they were able to capture, they learned that the Nomu was specifically constructed to end you. He had quirks implanted in him that were supposed to be direct counters for you. It is a miracle that no other student had major injuries besides Midori. Recovery girl said, as she too couldn't believe that a being like Nomu existed. It seemed as though he wasn't even human anymore. Tashinori handed the documents back to Recovery girl as he stood up from his chair. "I think I need some time to take all of this in." He then walked out and closed the door. He stood there in the hallway for a good minute as he thought about all that has happened in the past few days. "So you're still out there, all for one." He said this with his hands clenched. "I need to tell young Bakugo ... This is also his responsibility as the successor of One for All." Right now Izuku was seen in his room after the events of USJ, along with his mom worried about him and having a sort of an understanding towards his power. Izuku couldn't help but sigh as he got out of bed and grabbed some clothing to head out for a bit while telling his mother he'll be going for a walk. A few minutes went by and we see Izuku staring at the moving waves that clashed at each other. The more he watched, the more he felt at peace ... But that disappeared as he clenched his fist. "Something is wrong with me ... That voice. Whatever it was ... Is it my power?" Izuku thought, as his eyes glowed, but he didn't know that ... In fact the usual white-like glow he has ... wasn't there. Because right now the color was dark red. A few days went by and it was the day where the students of UA High come back to school after the USJ incident, and this was where we see Izuku Midoriya walking towards his classroom having a tired-like look on his face. "I still haven't got over what I did during USJ and I can't even piece up any of my memories. It's as if the harder I try the more broken up those pieces becomes," he thought as he finally got to his class, but as soon as he entered he quickly noticed that there was a certain tension in the room on this Monday. None of them drew attention to it. But there is no way he was the only one to notice how the ones who tensed when asked what it was like seeing Nomu up close, or how their eyes sharpened and smiles lessened when asked where they ended up during USJ. And Izuku could have sworn that Todoroki was staring intently at him when his back was turned. The whole subject seems like some kind of taboo, like talking about the attack would make it happen again. But they were all still curious, and it being the first time they were all together after the incident, no amount of uncertainty could stop the questions from spilling out. Even Izuku himself couldn't help his curiosity as they swapped stories, listening to the creative ways his classmates fought and asking for them to clarify or expand certain things, which of course led to them questioning him in turn, mostly about him fusing with Ochako. With this made him surprised while accepting to answer their questions with a smile on his face. But he did smile when Kirishima started up about how manly the whole thing was. However, the fun stopped when Kaminiri started speculating about what his own power when he used one of the fusion's powers and wondered if he can do possible fusions with his other classmate, triggering a debate between him, Kirishima, and Shiro about possible combinations with Izuku. While Izuku was at first just as invested as they were with hypothesizing, he felt like if he fused with more people ... His skin crawled and he paled. The second Kaminiri and Shiro turned to him and asked if they could try fusing later that day. Izuku froze under their expectant smiles, unsure how to explain how he couldn't use his quirk due to ... reasons ... and in turn caused him to see an image of those same eyes, and it made him sweat as if those eyes were judging him. When Izuku tried to tell them he wasn't sure it was a good idea, but his savior came to his rescue, while giving those who asking him a glare. "Alright guys, that's enough. It's obvious Izuku isn't okay with the fact him fusing with others will lead to some complications, so let's just drop it for now until he's more comfortable with human fusion." Ochako said this towards them, who nodded heads while apologizing to Izuku, which he understood while thanking Ochako. All Ochako did was smile. Izuku count that it was forced, which made him wanted to ask her what was wrong, but he didn't have much time, nor were the others who could dwell on the previous week's events. On their first day back, the class was informed by Aizawa how the man was already up and moving despite 60% of his body being broken and bandaged. Mystified, impressed, and slightly terrified, Izuku ... for just a few seconds that the UA Sports Festival was rapidly approaching. This alone made Izuku excited for the future, but also brought a new worry to the forefront of his mind. The mob of students that soon appeared outside their homeroom didn't help that worry, nor the piercing words that brought determination from Izuku of a purple-haired Gen Ed student, as the final hour indicated that school was over. This leads to Izuku standing on the white sands of the beach that was once filled with trash, now back to its former glory as the water hit the ground and forming waves while glistening on its surface from the rays of the sun. But Izuku wasn't here for the scenery, even though he doesn't mind to bring Ochako to this place ... Just the two of them. He blushed while shaking his head at that thought that surfaced his mind and getting serious. Alright ... As far as I know, my quirk lets me not only fuse with inorganic materials but also the elements in human fusion. These components may look simple, but it's complex, and now there's this other power. I got the gist of what my classmates told me, how I was able to take down the Nomu with a fire-like power where it looked like it increased my speed and strength ... But is that it? This thing, that creature that I saw, what exactly does it want from me? Let's not focus on that ... But let's focus on what I'm capable of doing ... And right now I need to master the element fusion. When Izuku finished his deduction, he got ready to train for these 2 weeks with his eyes glowing in power as a powerful wind surrounded him, with his hair moving as if they have mind of their own. Meanwhile, on one of the training grounds in UA was where we see Katsuki Bakugo, an All Might in his skeleton form. Bakugo breathing heavily while trying to keep OFA active, but for some reason ... It was like the quirk itself wasn't listening to his command, and it caused him to get angry, with All Might encouraging him to see the positive side and keep training to master OFA. But that alone didn't help Bakugo, since right now all his mind has ever fixated on ... was Izuku, and his mind held nothing but hate towards the boy. Being humiliated from time to time, and now seeing Izuku with a brand new power was causing not only his ego but his pride as well to crack. Deku, I swear I'll destroy you. Because of that, something happened. In a dark area, the same creature that found Izuku interesting saw a large metal door formed where there were 9 locks where there is so were keys that were ready to be turned ... This didn't sit well with the creature as it glared at the door. How disgusting, the creature said as watched the light behind the door getting dim little by little. The sound of the waves were heard, along with that came with them being split into more than 2 and showing the sand that the sea's water covered it. Izuku, who was busy catching his breath while his eyes glowed because of him using his element fusion, constantly pushing the limit on using the one element he's used to and trying to overcome the limit. But he knew it wasn't enough as he stared at the water before him and had an idea. Well, no point in turning back now. As soon as he said, he started to walk towards the water, feeling it touching his feet as his eyes glowed even more as he felt his body change. Mezu. And with that, Izuku's appearance changed as his hair became a light like blue color, with his eyes having the color of aqua. He stared at his hands as he droplets of water floating around his fingers with swift movements, and then he walked more into the water as if the water itself was the ground and he had no difficulty walking on it. A few steps turned into a jog, then it turned into a run, and then he started to sprint on the water with speed. This continued on as Izuku increased his speed even more while using the waves and sliding across the water as if he was surfing. The more Izuku focused on the element fusion, the more it was getting to him as he had to put more effort into not getting hit by the many waves coming his way. His eyes glowed even stronger as he changed from the water element towards the wind element as he focused on pushing upwards towards the sky and using mid-air attacks with precision and focus. A few minutes he continued until he let gravity take over and caused him to fall towards the waters, until at the last second he used the wind give him a slight jump and switched towards the water element and started to slide across the water now, knowing that steam was producing from his legs. 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. Before Izuku knew it, he and his class were standing in the dressing room of one of UA's massive arenas, filled with pro heroes cheering, waiting for them to come out, decked out in their PE clothes. The 19 of them chatted as they waited for Ida to arrive, since he insisted on being the one to let them know when they can go into the arena proper, which made Izuku chuckle. But right now Izuku was busy dealing with something he found confusing. It was him kneeling down while being glared by Ochako Uraraka, having a disappointed look from both Momoya Urazu, Kyokajiru, and being given a blank stare from Tsuyuasui. So, remind me, Izuku, why didn't you tell me to join you during your little experiments where you'll hurt yourself? Why you think it was a good idea to go and fuse for 2 weeks without notifying me? Izuku, Ochako said towards the boys. Izuku couldn't even try to look up because if he did, he would cave in by Ochako's eyes. Well, in his defense, you didn't call him if you wanted to spend time with him, so I think you're kinda at fault for that. The person who said was none other than Minoru, mean to the same guy who for some reason started to idolize Izuku, with the same boy looking at him with panic on his face. He made it worse, Izuku shouted inside his mind, with Ochako giving Minoru a glare. Even so, maybe you should have told Uraraka about your whereabouts in case if you might have overdone it, Momo said while trying hard not to look at Izuku with having tons of questions to ask him. Izuku, who finally raised his head, just smiled towards Ochako. I'm sorry for not talking to you. Ochako, please let me make it up to you by doing anything you want me to do for you, Izuku said with Ochako, who stood still as she heard this. After the sports festival. Then I'll ask you what I want, Ochako said towards Izuku with Tsuyu. Momo and Kyoka stared at Ochako, who blushed a bit because of what she was thinking, with Izuku just nodding his head. He finally stood up with Minoru nodding his head, which made Izuku tilt his teeth. That you're seriously something else, Midoriya. You keep on being amazing, Minoru said with Izuku just saying thanks. Izuku then wondered on something. Wait a minute, wasn't there something that's gonna happen at the beginning of the sports festival? He asked, but it was to himself, but that led to him getting a tap on the shoulder courtesy of Momo. Well, it's a good thing I'm your vice president, because from what I heard from the teachers and given the situation during the USJ, it's you who was the one that got first place, which means you would be given the speech for the spectators. As soon as that was heard, this made Izuku widen his eyes while sweating. Congratulations on that, Izuku, Ochako said with Izuku just nodding his head while sweating even more. Oh wow, that's something. So what's your big plan on this speech of yours, Midoriya? Kyoka asked them while getting ready to stab Minoru with one of her earphone jacks as he was backing away from Tsuyu because of imminent danger on his person. I'm not sure. This is a first for me since I've never given any speeches at my old school. Oh, have my ears heard right that Midori is gonna be given a speech? A feminine voice was heard that was filled with energy and mischief that caused Ochako to look at the one who was close to Izuku with an arm wrapped around his shoulder with a smile on her face. Ashido ... What are you doing? Ochako asked while having a dark tone in her voice, with Mina just giggling while being closer to Izuku, who felt the close proximity from the girl. What? Can't I be close to the one who's so adorable? I mean, look at this face and tell me you don't want to eat him up, Mina said while her face was close to Izuku's own, who was close to being red. That doesn't mean you should do that to begin with, saying this while grabbing Izuku from the clutches of Mina, who didn't back down while holding onto Izuku's arm. Hey, now you're always being so possessive of Midori, save some for the rest of us. Izuku didn't deny that he enjoyed how Ochako cared for him ... But he had to look up and stare into her eyes as she stared back, and this made her sigh as she let go of the boy but still held him close. Oh wow, look Uraraka, you just made Midoriya close to passing out. The person who said this was Tsuyu while going towards Izuku, placing a comfortable tap on his shoulder. You seem nervous, Midori. Izuku ducked his head sheepishly, internally thankful for Tsuyu's interaction. That obvious, Tsuyu hummed in response. A little bit. I saw you fidgeting with your hands. Izuku blinked at her before looking down. Sure enough, his hands were folded over each other, his fingers twitching as they rubbed together nervously. Flushing, Izuku pulled his hands apart, rubbing the back of his head. Huh, I didn't even notice. At that, Tsuyu just shrugged. Well, you're still hiding it better than some of us. Ochako looked confused, giving the room a quick once-over. While most everyone seemed a little tense, no one seemed overly worried. She saw Takoyami and Shoji talking quietly to each other, and Todoroki standing off by herself with her head down. Some of them were even laughing with each other, Kaminari, Shiro, and Sato pumping each other up with large grins, Gyro and Mina rolling their eyes at the antics. Everyone seems okay, Ochako said slowly, a question in her voice. In answer, Tsuyu merely pointed down behind them. Curious, Izuku, Minoru, Momo, Kyoka, and Ochako along with Mina followed her ... And they stared at Katsuki Bakugo with him having his legs on the table with his arms crossed, with his face having a look of hate, with his hands twitching every few seconds. Izuku just sighed. Honestly, if it as him, I don't want to know what he's thinking if he's that mad. Ochako could just nod towards Izuku for that. Bang! The entire class jumped at the door was suddenly thrown violently open. Most of the class halfway into their fighting stances as they instinctually faced the intruder. Everyone, came Ada's strong voice as he stepped into the room with an intense expression. Finish your preparations. They're almost ready for us too. He trailed off when he heard a collection of groans from the class facing him. He blinked as he watched them relax out of their tense positions. Dude, Gyro said, putting her hands on her hips in annoyance. Do you gotta burst in here like there's a fire or something? We're stressed enough as is. Ada shot to attention in an instant, his eyes wide. Oh dear, he bent at the waist. My most sincere apologies, everyone. It was not my intention to. Sheesh, Minoru grumbled as he sank back into his chair, letting out a huff as he tuned out Ada's profuse apologies. That guy needs to relax. Ochako giggled as for Izuku he couldn't help but chuckle lightly at the situation here as he was calming down. While going through the many ideas in his head, it wouldn't be long before Midoriya. A cold voice cut through the relaxed mood, making him turn around. Izuku blinked. Todoroki. Todoroki stood just behind him. Her mismatched eyes zeroed in on Izuku. Her face was blank, save for the slightest narrowing of her eyes. A moment of silence stretched on, prompting Izuku to ask, "Do you need something?" Todoroki simply stared for a moment longer, the silent treatment making Izuku wonder what she wanted until Todoroki finally spoke. "It seems to me that you're a very interesting person ... for someone who hates All Might." Izuku could just narrow his eyes when he heard this from Miyuki Todoroki's blunt statement. Achako's eyes felt like they were close to do something to the ice and fire user, while Momo, Mina, Tsuyu, Kyoka and Minoru tensed, feeling the tension in the air when they saw the way Izuku looked at Todoroki. "And why exactly do you mean by that, Todoroki?" Izuku asked, trying to hold in his anger. Todoroki's gaze intensified, as if insulted that Izuku was playing dumb. "At the USJ ... or rather at the starts of our first day in UA, you've had nothing but hate towards All Might, and once you came to unconsciousness, he focused on making sure you were okay before anyone else." Izuku wondered why that big oaf was worried about him, that it sickened him just at the mere thought of it. But before he could say anything, Minoru stepped in. Of course, he focused on Midoriya first. "He was the most beat up out of all of us." Todoroki slowly turned her gaze towards Minoru, her gaze growing colder. Minoru himself would have felt nervous, but right now he just stood his ground, the tension in the air rising by the second. Hoping to curb an oncoming brawl, Izuku asked, "Is there something you wanted to say, Todoroki?" Todoroki's eyes snapped back to Izuku. Her battle of wills with Minoru forgotten, much to the small-stature boy's ire. "Just making an observation," Todoroki said calmly. "Though, I was hoping you could clarify something for me." The half-and-half girl's tone put Izuku on edge. But he tried to smile anyway, even though it was forced, and that is, "I just wanted to know if you're actually going to compete today ... or just be a burden by thinking of using your fusion to do it for you." Izuku's smile suddenly disappeared on his face. The room suddenly seemed much quieter. "What?" he said softly. This made Minoru to be vocal, jumping to his feet as he glared. "The hell is that supposed to mean, Frieza burn?" "I wasn't talking to you," Midget Todoroki said dismissively, not even looking at Minoru, who felt a vein popping on his forehead. "What?" Minoru got offended by that and started to move forward towards Todoroki, only be lifted by none other than Tsuyu, who was using her tongue and pulling him back with him, thrashing in anger. "Let me go, damn it." Tsuyu didn't say anything but continued to pull him back while observing the situation. Todoroki paid them no mind, her calm visage betrayed by the intense gaze he kept on Izuku. "Well, Midoriya." Izuku couldn't help but feel his eyes narrowing even more, that if anyone sees this it would seem that Izuku was close to bust a vein, overly aware of the eyes of his classmates watching them. "What do you mean, Todoroki?" Todoroki's gaze intensified, irritation growing. "Since school started, every major success you've had has been the result of you fusing. You used Uraraka's power to pass the entrance exam. You've used other materials to fuse with to win your first hero class, and then fused either Uraraka, and not to mention you fused with Uraraka again and somehow gain a boost in strength during the USJ attack." Izuku felt something snapped, and he didn't like what Todoroki's been implying during her conversation. "You're considered one of the strongest students in our class, but I have to ask, what exactly have you done to earn it?" Despite the calm voice Todoroki spoke in, Izuku took the girl's words like physical blows, his shoulders hunching at each accusation, and feeling those memories coming back to him. The urge to forget them, to run away from them ... to destroy them, and he knew that Achako felt his emotions. Izuku stood straight up and glared at the girl as his eyes had a faint glow to them. "That's not really fair, Todoroki." Todoroki merely rose an unimpressed brow. "Isn't it? You have plenty of power on your own, with your material absorption and the strength it gives you. Instead, but it looks to me that you choose more often than not to use other people's power instead of your own." Achako let out an irate growl. "He ain't using others, you." Todoroki cut her off with a sharp look, her mismatched eyes darting at Achako, the girl glaring at Todoroki. "Then what do you call him using your strength to better himself?" Teamwork," Achako said with a confused little shrug. Nonplussed. "That ain't even how his fusions works." Minoru defended Izuku as he glared at Todoroki. "He's right, and besides, I won't be fusing with Amion today." At that, Todoroki blinked, genuinely surprised. "He won't," taking a chance at Todoroki's lapse in fury. Izuku quickly explained, "I don't want to get too used to fusing with Achako. You're right, I'd probably get through the competition a lot easier if I fused with her or others who wanted to join. But that's not really the point of today. I won't always be able to fuse with someone when I'm a hero, so I want to try and get as far as I can on my own first before resorting to human fusion." Todoroki's eyes narrowed, the air in the room growing cooler. "So you are going to fuse with someone else?" "Well, yeah, maybe." Izuku gave a nonchalant shrug. "I'm going to try and do as much as I can by myself, but if I get stuck and someone's willing to team up, Todoroki scoffed. So you'll just use someone else's power. Izuku just had about enough of this girl and took a deep breath, changing his look for just a few seconds, and blitzed towards Todoroki and got into her face, causing her to take a step back from his action. But Izuku grabbed her by the collar and glared at her with looks of irritation. That's just how my power works. What do you want me to do? Only use half of my power. He took a step back because of the way Todoroki's face changed. Her eyes shot wide, her lips pulling into a tight line. Her hands clenched until they shook, frost coating her right hand. Everyone shivered as the room grew colder still. Izuku, still in his element fusion, stared at the girl, not feeling any hint of being scared of her, just irritated. Hey. Suddenly, a head of spiky red hair appeared between Todoroki and the trio, Kirishima throwing his arms out wide to keep the distance. He looked quickly between Todoroki and Izuku, his attempt at a pacifying smile somewhat ruined by the nervousness on his face. You're all acting super manly, womanly, right now, but how about you save it for just a little longer? There's a whole stadium of people here to watch us compete, and it ain't going to do any of us any good if you both get kicked out now. I must agree, Ada concurred as he approached the standoff, looking disapproving between the participants. This is hardly appropriate behavior for future heroes, especially before such a major event. I must ask for you all to cease hostilities before I'll be forced to bring the faculty into this. Izuku simply deactivated his element fusion, but he had a hand placed flat against the table, ready to absorb it at any moment. He removed his hand and glared at the girl with determination on his face. Todoroki glared back, eyes darting between Minoru and Izuku. Her fist shook, ice creeping up her right arm as the seconds ticked by. Then, as quickly as it had come, the tension in Todoroki's body bled away, her fists unclenching. The girl let out a derisive scoff. Fine, she said, her voice still frighteningly calm. Do what you want. It won't matter anyway. She turned her full attention to Izuku. No matter how strong your fusions are, I'm still stronger. And I'll prove it to everyone out there when I crush you. He turned his intent gaze on Ochako. And whoever's foolish enough to tie themselves to you. Ochako looking startled and hurt, but Todoroki paid her no mind. She sent Izuku one last glare before turning around and walking right out of the room past Ida, who watched her go with stunned eyes. Before Todoroki disappeared around the corner, Izuku felt like he should say something, but he just sighed, not even feeling the need to say a word towards the girl as it seemed she was out of sight. Dish! Izuku jumped at the sudden voice next to him, turning to find that Mina had snuck up behind him. The acid girl giggled at the look on his face. For a second there I really thought you two were going to go at it. She gave Izuku a grin. Forget what Todoroki said. I don't know about everyone else, but if you need a fusion between you and me today, I'm up for it. Izuku blinked in surprise. Oh, same for me, man, Kirishima's then said, giving Izuku a sharp-toothed grin as he turned to face him. Don't know who we'd make, but you got him if you want him. A warm feeling bloomed in Izuku's chest, which only grew when he saw Tsuyu flash him a thumbs up. An impulsive part of him wanted to turn around to look at Momo, but he quashed it down, already feeling overwhelmed. We'll see how the day goes, he finally said with a sheepish smile, rubbing the back of his head as he felt his cheeks warm. Yes, well, Ada said, looking between the budding pseudo-alliance in bemusement. Thank you for trying to play peacemaker, Kirishima, and for not escalating things further, Midoriya, Mineta. If the Ice Queen didn't back down, I'm pretty sure Midoriya would have put her through a wall, Minoru said plainly, much to Ida's stunned ire, finally putting his arms down. He turned to Izuku, fire still in his eyes. You get the chance, Midoriya, you better kick her ass. Hard. Isn't that against for guys to hit girls? Izuku said with Minoru smirking. It's only fair, besides to me I'm a guy who agrees with gender equality, so it don't matter if a girl thinks she can get away with a slap, then be prepared to get punched. Izuku could only sigh at Minoru's antics, but he just smiled and he appreciated. Bakugo, who saw the shitshow, just clicked his tongue and got out of his seat, which caused the rest of the class to see him walking unital. He glared at them all. What the F are you F'ers looking at, huh? If you want to stay on your asses, then be my guest, less extras to fight. The blonde's words sent the class into a flurry of motion, finishing their last-minute preparations before moving towards the exit, Ida rushing ahead to try and get Todoroki to wait for them. As they filed out, Ochako sided up to Izuku, giving him a concerned look. You okay, Izuku? Izuku blinked at her concern until he saw her tap the side of her head. He took a steadying breath, giving her a grin. I'm fine, Ochako. Some of the stuff she said just hit a little close to home. I know, she returned sadly. When Izuku's smile didn't falter, Ochako managed to smile back before frowning. I wonder what Todoroki's problem is. Was it just me, or did she seem really angry about your quirk? Ahead of them, they heard Minoru snort. Ice Queen's got issues. As the class reached the end of the hall, they could hear the roar of the gathered heroes outside. Present Mike's commentary pumping up the crowd. Sunlight filled the exit up ahead, Ida and Todoroki waiting for them just before the threshold. Once they reached them, Todoroki shot Izuku one last look over her shoulder before walking forward, 1A following her. Izuku breathed out the last of his nerves, stepping out into the light as in his mind 2 red eyes was watching, and it couldn't help but be intrigued. And here they are, ladies and gentlemen. The intrepid lads and ladies that have already proven their mettle against the forces of a villain attack. Welcome to the stage, Class 1A. The sports festival had begun. That's right, folks. This is our class of rising stars who survived a major villain attack. Their iron wills remain strong as ever. Class 1A. Cheers present mic from the announcer's booth. The stadium was packed full of people. There have to be thousands, maybe tens of thousands of people in the stands cheering wildly as Izuku and Class 1A step out onto the pitch. A wild company of adoration and excitement. Whoa, he says, there's so many people. Indeed, drawing out our best performances with so many eyes in every direction will be a true challenge for us, says Ida. They're really hyping us up, says Kirishima. I'm starting to get nervous. Don't be such a effing wuss, says Bakugo. The other classes emerge from their designated tunnels along the side of the stadium, meeting up with Class 1A. Next up is our other heroics class, 1B, present Mike says, and following them are classes C, D, and E from our Department of General Education. And now here comes classes F, G, and H from our support course, and our management course's very own. Izuku tunes out the class announcements. It's clear present Mike wasn't going to say anything interesting about any of the other classes. That's not really fair. We didn't ask to all nearly die. Izuku unconsciously flexes his right hand. Seems he's not the only one who thinks that present Mike was phoning it in. His ears twitch a bit towards the general education classes as he overhears some chatter. Man, they're acting like we're just here to hype up 1A? Huh, that's pretty effed up. We're students too, damn it. Izuku couldn't help but understand them a bit because of their circumstances, but eventually, all of the classes crossed the pitch to the far side, where a high wooden platform overlooks the field. Standing atop it was Midnight, fully letting her more provocative persona shine through. I'm expecting you all to play fair, everyone, she says, cracking her whip to get their attention. The crowd naturally eats it up. Izuku couldn't help but gaze at his teacher, which set off Ochako, who was close to him and pinched him at his side. Is it truly fine for the so-called R-rated hero to be here in a high school? Muses Takoyami. An indignant Midnight squawks at him to be quiet. There's nothing wrong with my employment, she says, stamping one foot. Anyway, our player representative is a special case here. Please welcome Izuku Midoriya of 1A. Izuku turning his head towards Yaoyorozu, who turned her head away with him groaning at this. Izuku just sighed and getting over with his classmates cheering him on while those who were confused on what this 1A student was going to say while walking up the wooden platform. Izuku took a deep breath as he closed his eyes and then, those eyes. Everything was silent until Izuku opened his eyes, but they weren't his usual emerald eyes. They were red as ever, as if when you stare in them you can't look away. Izuku grabbed the mic from Midnight while thanking her, faced forward towards the many eyes that stared at her. Well, this is a surprise for me to being here making a speech, but anyways, hey everyone, the name's Izuku Midoriya, and don't forget it. But right now let's not focus on me. Instead, I want to say this that comes from my heart. It doesn't matter if others don't believe you. What matters is that you stay true to what you believe in. So first years, let's show the world that we are here. The people in the stands went nuts as they heard the speech from the fusion, while the other classes gave a more subdued level of cheer. Izuku just gave them a wide smile towards them while waving and went back towards his classmates as quickly as he can. Though Midnight's pat Izuku on his back with a smile on her face that led to Izuku to smile back only to get pulled by the ear of Ochako. Come on, Casanova. We got an event to deal with, she said this with a hint of a pout that dawned her face, which made Izuku chuckle. And with that out of the way, we can move right on to the first event. Midnight calls, cracking her whip once more. Wow, not even a pause, Ochako murmurs. Behind Midnight, a holographic screen projects, just like the ones from their acceptance letters. The screen spins down a list of games. Our preliminary round. We usually lose a lot of our fine competitors to this one. And this year's first round is, the wheel slows to a stop on obstacle course. That's right, Midnight says. It's a race between all of our first-year classes. It's a 4-kilometer run around the outer ring of the stadium. Behind Midnight was an open stretch, a straight path leading out of the stadium. The wall covering this path slowly unfolds and slides to the sides, leaving the tunnel open for the students. The classes take their positions at the base of the tunnel, where the gate marks a line. As long as you stay on the track, you're free to do whatever you want to move ahead. Let's get started, shall we? Midnight raises her whip high. On your marks, the lights on the gate blink slowly from red to yellow to green. Start. Time to win and feast. Everyone instantly tries to rush ahead, but the tunnel was too narrow. The crowd itself becomes an obstacle as people get shooed together. Izuku was seen leaping up and over the heads of everyone around him, with his leg strength along with using windy Element fusion. He bounced off one wall to build up the speed and the momentum he needs to run along the other. And not a moment too soon, Todoroki freezes over the ground, immobilizing everyone else as she skates ahead. But this doesn't stop Izuku, and he knew neither did his classmates. They burst free from the icy grip only a moment later, rushing ahead of the trapped students. As the tunnel ends, Izuku springs off, landing in a roll and rushing ahead. He's on Todoroki in no time. I expected some of you to escape, Izuku hears Todoroki say. But more of you made it clear than I thought. But Izuku wasn't looking at his icy classmate. He's looking just past her, where a pair of familiar robots are charging towards them. The entrance exam robots. And not just the small ones. Izuku's mouth drops slightly open as he sees at least a dozen of zero-pointers blocking the progress of the competitors. And here we are, already at the first obstacle. The Robo Inferno. So this is what they used for the general entrance exam, huh? Todoroki says, coming to a halt. As she crouches to press her right hand to the ground, Izuku darts past her. What's this? Midoriya just tore past Todoroki with no hesitation. Calls out Present Mic as a strong arctic wind blows across Izuku's spine. The massive wave of ice freezing the robot solid is just centimeters behind him. Izuku hears someone behind call out, "He's frozen. We can get through." "I wouldn't," says Todoroki conversationally. "They're off balance." "They're about to." The massive crash makes Izuku grunt out. There's a slight ringing in his ears as he keeps moving through the pain. Compared to what he faced at the USJ at Aldera, some loud noises are nothing to him. Todoroki's simultaneously moved ahead while blocking everyone behind him. What a brutal move. I'd call it unfair, but she's still in second. Present Mike's voice rings out over them. He continues talking about the progress of Izuku's classmates. Several of them managed to clear the Robo Inferno with little difficulty, from the sound of it. As expected, says Present Mike, most of the students who have made it through are from 1A. It's not that the other classes are inferior, says Mr. Aizawa. It's that 1A has learned the hard way that there's no time to stay dead in their tracks. They've faced a real life or death scenario, and they survived. And that experience has taught them all to not hesitate. Izuku kept moving ahead, pushing himself faster. He feels it, the power of the element he was fusing with, the power coiling through his body, the sensation of pushing himself to his limits. I can't give Todoroki the chance to stop me. I need more distance. I want to win. Izuku thought as his eyes glowed a vibrant red and a smile started to form on his face. Wow, Midoriya is even faster than Ada. And he doesn't have engines in his legs. Present Mike says, "That's not quite true," Mr. Aizawa counters. Midoriya's top speed is lower than Ada's, but he compensates with better acceleration. You mean he does better from a standing start? Is it because he uses his quirk similar to a starting engine at full throttle? Present Mike simplifies for the crowd. Precisely. And with the obstacles on the course, I doubt we'll actually see either of their top speeds. Izuku blinks as the next obstacle comes into view. It's a deep pit with stone pillars rising from the dark abyss. There are small ropes connecting each of them, seemingly at random. But Izuku doesn't need to deal with those ropes. Because of his constant use of the element fusion that's now circulating his legs, his eyes glowed with power. And it seems Midoriya's at the second obstacle. And if the Robo Inferno was easy, then what do you think about this? One slip and you're out. It's the fall, says Present Mike. If you think he'll struggle with this, you clearly weren't paying attention, says a bored Eraserhead. Izuku runs as far as he can. At the very edge of the first stone platform, he leaps to the nearest small one, putting more power into his leg strength as he leaps once more. Constant flow of wind circulating like the blood that's in my body. Focus, embrace it. Use like an extension. Izuku shouted in his mind as he leaps even more with a smile dawning on his face. And Midoriya's just leapt across the whole thing, says Present Mike. His lead is nearly astronomical at this point. Can anyone catch up to that speedster? Well, the next obstacle should slow him down, Eraserhead says. Izuku nearly misses a step. What's that supposed to mean? He pushes himself to go even faster, feeling his leg muscles bulging and his lungs screaming. And the pack has reached the fall, with Todoroki and Bakugo in hot pursuit of Midoriya's first place spot. Izuku rounds the bend, seeing wooden posts and barbed wire on the outside of the track. And then he sees the sign on the far side of the track, a picture of a skull with a cartoon explosion behind it. Izuku's eyes widened as he pales. Is that really A? And Midoriya's reached the minefield, says Present Mike, unintentionally answering Izuku's silent question. If you look carefully, you can even see where they're buried. Raw speed won't help you here. You gotta take a good look. Those land mines may not be lethal, but they'll knock you around. Izuku scans over the ground in front of him as he approaches the minefield and then felt his hold onto the element he was using diminished as he bent down and taking a knee as he started to sweat. Damn it, I pushed too hard and I'm so close, but right now I gotta focus in front of me. Where's the safe spaces? Where's the mines? The end of present Mike's spiel fades away into inaudible nonsense. Izuku took a breath, focused as he took a breath ... but that led to him coughing up as his hold on his power faded, cussing him to panic. No, not now. Damn it, he thought as he tried to focus, but to no avail. It made him clench his teeth in frustration. My, this is a first. As soon as Izuku heard that voice, his subconscious was facing the being whose eyes were staring at him with curiosity. What do you want? Izuku asked, only for the being to get closer to Izuku. What I want ... is for you to use your power more. What are you talking about? I am you. But he was stopped by a force that partied him down to the ground. Urged him to struggle to get up. I'm talking about you using your so-called element fusion on something rather than win ... Your proficiency towards that certain element is good ... but you rarely use the other elements like earth, fire, water, and even the sub-elements ... You have the power to use them ... but your imagination is limited. Perhaps helping you will give you the boost you need ... but that will be like a clutch for you. The being said to the downed Izuku to raise his head up towards the being, almost seeing its silhouette in the darkness that it made the being to Whitney in surprise. Oh ... now that's interesting. Alright then, since you're almost seeing myself ... then I'll allow you a portion of the power that you deserve ... but use it all up. Being said as it let Izuku get up from the ground and plunged something into Izuku's chest, causing him to scream in pain as his eyes glowed red. Izuku's eyes opened as he saw that he was back in the world of the living, but he felt strange, but he can wait in that because right now he's got a race to win. As he took a deep breath, he felt his body become more connected and ... more from with the ground. As his thoughts transverse, feeling an element that he never used sinking through his very being and using it to focus on his foot and smack it against the ground and feeling the vibrations from his body like an echo. There's a cluster right in front of him, but a small spot right in the middle of them with no mines. It feels like forever, but he springs off from that spot. Izuku's eyes dart across the ground, passing lazily below him. He spots another opening and presses off from it. He's about halfway across the minefield when he realizes that everything still feels so slow. His movements, the air, his breathing. He can't even make out any sounds other than his own footsteps. Every noise echoes deep and quiet. He wondered on why was this the case. He might have known, or rather ... he doesn't want to know, and whatever element he's fusing with it better keep him from getting left behind. As Izuku started to jump around and across the edge of the minefield with the ground giving him the boost he needed to clear the minefield seemingly effortlessly. Incredible. Midoriya made it all the way through without slowing for a second. Present Mike yells. Deku, comes the all too familiar yelling behind him, punctuated by explosions. You get your sorry ass back here. This made Izuku sigh in frustration as he kept on running, or rather, he glided on the ground as the ground itself was moving with his feet movements as he pushed forward and kicking up massive loads of dust. The explosions get more frequent and Izuku heard the sound of burst of wind from behind him that made him turn his head to see Bakugo setting off explosion with lightning arcs forming around him as he screamed at Izuku, but Izuku didn't care as he pushed forward even more and launched himself in the air as his eyes glowed even more and screamed out, Ibaretto, with a burst of speed that pushed him even further away from Bakugo, with the latter widening his eyes in disbelief. No, damn it, no. Closer. That's what he was thinking as the stadium was right there. He just has to reach it. Izuku bursts out of the gate and back onto the wide open pitch. And here he is, our near uncontested winner of the first round. Midoriya Izuku has made it back to the stadium first. Izuku's breathing was heavier than when he started running. He shakes his head, feeling as if his body was about to collapse. Well, that was interesting but mediocre at best. Izuku heard in his psyche, but he couldn't think about that right now since he needed to intake enough oxygen in his body to not hit the floor hard. Second and third crossed the line in what's nearly a photo finish. Calls present Mike. Izuku gave a glance behind him to see Todoroki and Bakugo, both heaving air into their lungs. The air around Todoroki drifts off, a cool white mist. Izuku's ear twitches as Bakugo snarls under his breath. Again, shit, God got him it. Bakugo tightens his hand into a fist, his other hand clasping vice-like around his arm. And here comes the pack. Booms present Mike. They're coming at a steady pace now. Those of you in the audience, we're compiling the results now. Enjoy your short breather. Izuku fully intends on that, but it was short-lived when he was suddenly pushed down by the body of something soft and a nice scent, and seeing who it was causes him to smile. Glad to see you, but could you get up? Ochako, Izuku said as Ochako stared at him for a few seconds and listened to him and got off of Izuku and helping him up. Wow, Izuku, you're full of surprises. The way how you used earth to bend at your will, was that the first time you've done it? Ochako asked Izuku with him nodding his head, confirming Ochako's question. I'm not sure if I'm able to use it well, but I'll deal with it after the sports festival ... and maybe ... the two of us can hang out. Izuku bashfully said, with Ochako blushing a bit, and accepted his invitation to hang out with the duo, staring at Ida, who was looking at his hands lamenting his place in six. They couldn't help but hold in their laughs as best as they can at Ida's predicament. It got short-lived when Izuku saw the look of hate that came from Bakugo, and he wondered why the bastard has a need to stare him down. Ochako, who saw this, glared at the explosion quirk user while flipping him off, which aggravated him before he could attempt to do something. The sound of a platform being raised along with the sound of a whip was heard, courtesy of Midnight, who gained everyone's attention. And so the first round is over. Only the top 42 participants make it into the second round. Everyone, here's the results. Izuku doesn't read past the first 10. With himself at first. There are another 7 WANA students in the top 10, the 4th and 5th place students being unfamiliar, presumably Class 1B. With 42 participants. That's enough for all of Class 1 and 1B, as well as 3 others, since Izuku doesn't know anyone in Class 1B. He'd only recognize 19 names anyway. He does, however, scan for the one with similar hair as his sensei, and remembering his name, he saw that the purple-haired boy sits comfortably at 26th place, and those are the ones who earned the right to advance. Calls a winking Midnight. I'm sorry to those of you who failed, but we've still got quite a bit in store. Moving right along to the second round. From here on out, the competition will really turn some heads, so give it your all. Midnight throws her arm back to gesture to the large holographic screen. The next heart-pounding event. Behold, Human Cavalry Battle. That's a team game, Kiro, says Asui. How will that work? Let me explain, says Midnight. You'll form teams of 2 to 4 people however you want, and someone will be the rider, just like a normal human cavalry battle. The riders wear headbands, and you have to go swipe them while guarding your own. But there's a catch. Midnight leans forward and winks. Everyone will have their own score value based on how well they did at the obstacle course. That should be straightforward enough, says Sato. And each team's point value is dependent on those who reside on that team, Takoyami says. Hey, Midnight stops, cracking her whip. Giving the rules is my job. She coughs into her hand. Right, here's how it works. The person in 42nd place is worth 5 points. 41st is worth 10. 40th is worth 15, and so on. With one exception, Izuku stills. He just knows this was going to be bad for him. First place, says Midnight, has their own point value. Izuku braces. That person is worth 10 million points. He was wrong earlier. This was how something was gonna bite him hard on his nice ass. Not ended by villains, but devoured by his classmates like sharks smelling blood. Those 10 million points is all you need to guarantee you get into the next round. This is a chance for those of you at the bottom to reach the top. A survival game. Izuku tries his best not to wince under the weight of everyone staring at him. As it was, he can't help that he felt lightheaded. With the silence was worse, as everyone takes him in and tries to assess if they can take him. Getting to the top just made me a bigger target, Izuku thought while feeling a headache coming along. Your time limit is 15 minutes. Midnight says. Your group's headband is worth the sum total of your group's points, and your rider has to wear the headband. You have to have it either around your neck or higher. Gotta keep it somewhere easy to yank. And the most important rule, even if you get your headband taken, you aren't out of the game. That puts about 14 different horses on the field throughout the entire game. Yaoyorozu says, lightly cupping her chin. Guess that means there's less incentive to be defensive, says Ashido. But if you lose your points, Kiro, you'll have a harder time keeping track of the scores, Asui responds. Midnight waves her riding crop in an overhead arc. Quirks are allowed, of course, she says. I want to see you guys trying your hardest out there. But that being said, attacking a team and deliberately trying to break them up will get you disqualified. With one last crack of her whip, Midnight declares, you have 15 minutes until game start. Being negotiating. In some ways, Izuku was lucky. He doesn't have to worry about offense right out of the gate, ideally. He'll never need to worry about offense, which means he wants a defensive strategy. He has a couple of ideas. Some of them are a work in progress. Despite having a whole 15 minutes to plan, teams start forming fast. Todoroki and Bakugo got swarmed pretty fast by people desperate for their power. Todoroki seems to have her own plan though, and people quickly shift to only asking Bakugo. But there seems to be some kind of tension, even with the people Bakugo picks. Izuku Ochako says, do you want to team up? Really? Izuku asks with Ochako nodding her head. We'll be a pretty big target. That's fine, she says. We just have to survive. And we're guaranteed to win. Besides, she beams, I'd rather team up with you anyway. That's perfect, Izuku says brightly. I wanted you on my team. I've got a few other people in mind, too. Unfortunately, Ida doesn't share Ochako's opinion. Not that Izuku can blame him. Ida wants to prove himself on his own merits. After all, Izuku was on the top now. Everyone here was his enemy. Todoroki's cold declaration in the waiting room comes back to Izuku. He swallows. No interest in making friends. Was Todoroki already planning to isolate herself at the top? 10 million. Cries a voice which made Izuku turn around to find a pink dreadlock girl in front of him with only centimeters away from his face. Oh, I remembered you. You're that guy who placed that order to crest at a support item that's connected to your quirk. Oh yep, that's me, Izuku says while backing away from the girl who introduced herself as Mei Hatsume. Can you get me to the next round? Hatsume says. She's got 2 metal bracers with what looks like hinges connecting them to a pair of revolvers on her arms. Izuku blinks a few times before furrowing his brow. He rests his thumb against his lip. With his power and Ochako's quirk, they're pretty set for evasive maneuvers if they start HF. Izuku then looks up. What support items do you have? I thought you'd never ask. Hatsume says. I've got my electromagnetic souls. These babes use an electromagnetic induction to increase mobility. Might even be able to float with them. But if that's not enough, I've got my wonderful jetpack baby. And it doesn't even burn fuel, so it's eco-friendly. I've got wire arrows for grappling around. And of course, my revolver babies. Our revolvers, says Ochako, a hand to her mouth. Hatsume nods vigorously. Yup, she says. These bad boys shoot special cartridges of my own design. I can use them to freeze stuff, trap people in nets, and some of them explode. That's perfect, Izuku says, stars in his eyes. There's just one more person I want. Most people have gravitated into their own groups by now. Izuku can see teams starting to form. Ida going with Todoroki hurts a bit, especially with the lineup Todoroki's managed to put together. She grabbed the powerhouses. What Izuku needs right now is someone with good physical strength to keep up with him, and the range to help support Hatsume. And it looks like the person he has in mind hasn't joined up with anyone yet. Would you be willing to join my team, Takoyami? Says Izuku. Midoriya, I'll be happy to accept it, he replies. The teams line up in their positions. Look at that, Eraser, calls Present Mike. The 12 warhorses are out on the field, and prep time is almost up. We've got some interesting lineups, Eraserhead says. Raise up your war cries, Present Mike calls. Ochako tightens the Velcro headband as best she can. Izuku makes sure his grip on Takoyami's hand and shoulder are strong. He can't let Ochako slip. As their rider, she'll have an easier time using her quirk on the team. She's also wearing Hatsume's jetpack. Let loose the hounds of war, continues Present Mike. Struggle and fight to survive. This is the time for deadly feuds. Fire the signal. Izuku, Takoyami, Hatsume. Ochako says, face determined. Let's do this. 3. Midnight counts down. Izuku flicks his gaze to Bakugo's team. Kirishima, Ashido, and Siro don't seem super enthusiastic to be there. 660 points was probably more than enough to get to the next round. But Izuku knows Bakugo will never settle for that. 2. And of course there's Todoroki with 670. Her declaration of war means there's a good chance she's coming straight for him. He hopes Takoyami will be fine with Todoroki pressuring them. They'll have to keep moving. 1. But the biggest problem was the fabric wrapped around Ochako's head. 10,290 points are currently theirs, the biggest target on the field by a wide margin. Izuku grits his teeth and shifts his footing. They need to be ready to move the moment this game begins, as his eyes glowed and while letting out a breath. Start. The words still hang in the air as several teams descend on Midoriya's team. Izuku wasn't expecting hesitation, but even so, their dedication was impressive. Up, Ochako cries, pressing her hands against Izuku and Hatsume. Izuku doesn't need to be told twice. He and the other 2 leap off the ground as the dirt below them turns to thick liquid. Izuku grimaces. It would have been a pain to deal with a quirk like that. Airborne, damn it, someone says as they pass overhead. Gyro, calls Hagakure. On it. Her jacks whip up at the flying group, but Takoyami was faster. Dark Shadow, he shouted as his sentient quirk that was called Dark Shadow showed himself and used his arms to knock back the attack with no difficulty. Good job, Takoyami, Ochako says. We're coming down. They've gotten some distance now, and the team takes a moment to get their bearings. Hagakure's lost her headband somehow. And that's not the only exchange going on. We've got the best evasion here, says Izuku. Let's try to line up the other teams so they hit each other. Brilliant plan, 10 million, Hatsume says. The timing might be tricky, but I think we can do it, Takoyami says. But then Hatsume felt one of her boots were stuck on something, causing Izuku look and saw an orb that was familiar to him. You guys forgot about me, didn't ya? Someone screamed as more orbs were thrown at Izuku's team, making the team look over with Izuku sweating a bit as they all stare at Minoru, who was standing on Shoji while Tsuyu was inside Shoji, who created a small like cave with his dupli arm while running towards the team. Nothing personal, Minta. Both Ochako and Izuku said as Ochako pressed the button, causing her team to react a bit slow, with one of Hatsume's boots was destroyed, causing her to cry in dismay while Minta screamed at them. While the team was in the air and Ochako apologizing for the damage that was caused from Hatsume's invention, they focused on their surroundings in case more teams try and take the 10 million from them. And at that moment, Bakugo appears, rocketing towards them from off his horse. Riding a little high there, aren't you? He sneers. Don't be so arrogant. Bakugo extends a hand towards Ochako, who glared at the Pomeranian. Rider, brace, yells Hatsum. She whips an arm around and her gun snaps into place in her hand. There's a bang and a net wraps itself around Bakugo. What the? But before he can hit the ground, Zero wraps tape around the bound boy and reels him back in. What an interesting strategy, calls Present Mike. But is it even allowed? As long as he doesn't touch the ground, says Midnight. Let's land and keep moving. Izuku calls. We can't stay long in the air and neither can we stand around out either, especially because another horse has caught up to them, which was one named Hitoshi Shinsu's horse specifically. He has Aoyama in the front and Ajiro with an unfamiliar girl in the back. Now, Shinsu calls. We, says Aoyama, a laser firing from his stomach. Get back. Izuku calls, and none of them hesitate. The beam passes millimeters in front of Tokoyami, nailing Koda and sending Team Hagakure into distress. Shinsu clicks his tongue. Fall back, he says. We can take another pass later if we have to. The next few minutes are equally frantic. Teams continue engaging with them and with each other. Not only do they have to deal with direct attacks from competitors and fending off people out to steal the headband, but some quirk attacks that aren't even aimed at them. Large attacks rock the field every minute or so, and even the precise quirk shots can go wide. The field was in total chaos when Present Mike declares that they're about halfway through. 7 minutes are up, he says. So let's show off the scoreboard and take a look at how everyone's doing. The crowd goes oddly silent. Even the announcers don't say anything for a moment. Izuku doesn't risk looking up to see what the buzz is about. How's our headband? He says. Secure. Ochako replies with a smile on her face with Izuku smiling back. Whoa, says Hatsum. Half the teams lost their headbands. Izuku assumes that has to do with the crowd's reaction. But he still doesn't want to break his focus on this event. Wait a minute here, Present Mike says. Class 1 isn't dominating. Only Team Todoroki and Team Uraraka still have points from that class, and Team Todoroki is down in 5th place. Izuku's eyes widen. After the initial onslaught, none of the teams that have attacked him have been from Class 1B. Only Class 1A and Shinsu have targeted them so far. Could they have been planning this? What's Class B doing? He calls. They're targeting our class, Tokoyami responds. They don't seem to be going for each other. So Izuku was right. Class 1B must have done poorly on the obstacle race on purpose, gathering intel and getting their whole class ahead, which means they don't care about winning, but making sure as many of them move on as possible. But that's a blessing in disguise. Now they've provoked most of Class 1A, including Bakugo, which means his team doesn't have to worry about as many attackers. And if 1B doesn't care about the 10 million points, then they won't have to worry about them attacking either. And he's right. The pressure on them drops almost instantly. Bakugo's explosion ring out in the distance as he fights some blonde boy. It's a pretty fierce back and forth, but Bakugo's sheer determination outpaces Class 1B's defenses and he takes every headband they had. Izuku doesn't bother paying attention to Class 1B's counterattack. It's doomed to failure anyway. I'll have to thank them later for stalling Bakugo. Todoroki, Tokoyami calls. Izuku clicks his tongue. Now this was bad. Get ready, Izuku says. I've waited long enough, says Todoroki. I'm taking that headband. Careful, Tokoyami, Ochako says. We've still got half the match left, and they aren't our only enemies. Izuku's ears twitch a bit. Todoroki was giving orders to his team. Ada, advance. Yaoyorozu, prepare our guard and conductor. Kaminari, I know, man. Shit, Izuku says. Kaminari's gonna discharge. Push the button, Rider. Hatsum calls. Ochako nods and hits the button on the switch in her hand again. Izuku squeezes Tokoyami's shoulder, and they both jump as the turbines whirl to life, rocketing them far overhead just as the electrical field fires out and stuns every other team. Before any of the ground teams can recover, Todoroki extends a rod of ice to the dirt and freezes over the ground. Ice creeps up the legs of the stunned teams, leaving them trapped. She's learned from the start of the obstacle race, says Eraserhead. Hatsum, Ochako calls. How long can the jetpack keep us airborne without one of the thrusters? Not long enough, says Hatsum. My baby needs some adjustments. It can't sustain flight for more than a few minutes at a time, and with one of the thrusters it's gonna be a problem again if we go airborne. Well, that's inconvenient, Tokoyami says. Todoroki follows their flight, and as they start to descend, she creates a ring of ice. She trapped them in with her team, while preventing other teams from interfering. Izuku narrows his eyes. This was bad. We've reached the final minute. Present Mike calls. Fight and fight until the final bell tolls. We've got to play, says Izuku. Todoroki, she only uses her right side. If we stick to her left, she won't be able to hit us without hitting it. What about Kaminari? Ochako says. Hatsum, I'm counting on you, says Izuku. If you think Kaminari is about to discharge, shoot him with that net. Todoroki narrows her eyes, and Izuku's sure that she's heard. The net won't stop him from discharging, and it probably won't even get around Yaoyorozu's insulation. but it'll make it harder for Kaminari to focus on using his quirk. And even if he does discharge, it'll be hard for Team Todoroki to move with one of them wrapped up like that. Everyone, says Ida quietly. Izuku's ears twitch once. After this, I'm afraid I won't be able to move. I'm counting on you. Hold tight. Todoroki, take it. Izuku's eyes go wide. The world around him slows down. All sound fades, except for the humming of Ida's engines. And yet Ida's movements are still a blur. He rockets towards their team, carrying the rest of Team Todoroki with ease. Izuku stared out and out of instinct grabbed Takoyami by the shoulder as his eyes widened and glowed with Izuku's eyes glowed as well, and a bright glow of red and green was formed that changed to the color yellow. And then came back sound with Team Todoroki at the end of the field, but their eyes widened as they look up, and they weren't the only ones, as everyone from the stadium, including those who were participating in the cavalry battle, and even Hatsum, who was confused when she was the only one while trying to find her team. Ochako says as she saw that she was in the air in the arms of someone that felt familiar and strange at the same time. With the light surrounding this person finally faded, they let out a breath of air, with their eyes having the color of the sun as dark like shadows were around him. My darkness has been known ... now then ... The real cavalry battle has commenced. The crowd goes absolutely wild, screaming and cheering at the sudden turnabout as they look at the fusion before them. What? Present Mike draws out. What just happened? What was that blistering speed? Could Ida do that this whole time? And it looks Midoriya decided to fuse with one of his teammates. The question is ... will this be enough to take back what was stolen from them? If I must, I can rev up my torque to achieve much greater speed, says Ida. But to do so causes my engine to stall. Recipro burst, my ace up my sleeve. Team Todoroki stands triumphant at the end of a massive trail of smoke, but they kept on staring at the floating figure with Todoroki glaring. The new fusion floats down, but he didn't land on the ground. Instead, he grabbed Hatsum with a shadow-like hand and placed her in the palm, doing the same for Ochako. The fusion has a height that was taller than Izuku and Fumikage, wearing the UAP uniform while having a more sharp-like face with black highlights around his eyes, with the eye color being yellow. His hair being the color black as the main color with few green highlighted stripes, and was slicked back with a few of his hair falling a bit in front his forehead, and then came the accessory that was around his neck. A black raven with its eyes being red and green. What should we call you? Ochako asked as the fusion simply chuckled while narrowing his eyes at Team Todoroki, who was adjusting her collection of headbands. A bit surprising that you fused Midoriya, but I warned you. I am challenging myself against you. What a turnaround, calls Present Mike. At the very last second, Team Todoroki has stolen the 10 million points. Team Uraraka has dropped to 0 points. The fusion simply chuckled and then turned towards Ochako. You wanted to know my name, dear maiden. My name is Izukage. The now named Izukage said, with Hatsum saying that they have to get their headbands back, with Ochako wondering what kind of plan they can pull in this kind of situation until Izukage spoke. The only thing we can do is get those headbands since time is running out. Hatsum, unfortunately we can't use your gear for airborne since I'm taking pilot towards that, however your revolver will help us in case they come in close towards us. Got it, Hatsum said as she got her revolver loaded. Izukage, what's the plan here? Ochako asked, with the fusion staring DT the team that stole their headband. The Ice Queen swapped the bands ... and I can tell which one. Really? Then let's get it back so we can win this, Ochako said, which made Izukage nod his head as he told Ochako to make him weightless because he needs a bit of speed for the plan he has in mind. Izukage, with the mind of Fumikage, and Izuku were in sync, and as their shadow grows even more ... it felt like their darkness was consuming them. 9 meters, the fusion thought as he stared at the collection of headbands on the dual quirk user. The middle one, Izukage says. Are you sure? Says Hatsum. Yes, I'm pretty sure, Ochako. Your job is to grab it. I'm going for it, Ochako declares. Izukage glowed as he extends more shadow-like arms to push him and his team and rushed forward to the stationary Team Todoroki. 20 seconds left. Todoroki raises her burning left arm as a defense. But before Ochako can react, something happens to Todoroki. Her whole body stiffens, the flames flicker out. She stares down at her arm with something akin to alarm. And that's all Ochako needs. She wrenches the arms out of her way and snatches the middle headband from Todoroki's neck. I got it, she cries. I got it. An incredible recovery from Team Uraraka, calls Present Mike. They've rocketed back up to first. Todoroki, pull your wits about you, says Ida. They saw through our ruse, Yaoyorozu says. Well played. 10 seconds left, calls Present Mike. Count him down. The crowd screams along to the countdown. 10, with Ida still stalled and Kaminari near his limits. There's a good chance Todoroki won't get another shot to attack them. 9, but that's not their only threat right now, as Izukage took a few steps back to distance away from Team Todoroki so they won't get the chance to take the headband again. 8, but Todoroki wasn't the only one out to take the 10 million points. 7, case in point, the explosion rocketing towards them right now. Bakugo appears from out of the smoke. 6. Kaminari discharges, Yaoyorozu grounding her team from the shock. 5. Todoroki readies her right arm again. With her own team immobilized, there's nothing to stop her from freezing the ground again. 4. Nothing except Bakugo, propelling himself with his own explosions as he sped through. 3. Bakugo hangs midair, looking between the two teams for the 10 million points. 2. He spots the headband around Ochako's head and launches himself towards them with enough speed to blitz towards them with a glare on his face. 1. Bakugo knew he had to be even faster as lightning arcs got even more wilder around him as he extends an arm forward as Hatsune raises a gun to shoot, but Bakugo avoided them while bypassing her, but his victory was short-lived as he got punched by Izuku, who sent multiple shadow-like tendrils at the ticking time bomb with rabies that launched him away. Time's up. Present Mike screams. As that was said, Bakugo hit the ground hard as he screamed in rage. Ochako leans back on the comfortable shadow hand, letting out a loud sigh of relief. Hatsune slides the revolver back into position on the side of her arm, as both her and Ochako was lowered down by Izuku. So that's your power, huh, Greenie? Hatsune said as she stared at the fusion in wonder, with Izuku simply folding his arms. Human fusion is something my counterpart has to deal with, so no experimentation. Dear Hatsune, Izuku said towards the inventor, who pouted, which made the fusion chuckle. Present Mike cheerfully calls out to the audience. Let's see who our top 4 teams are, shall we? He says. In first place, winning back their original 10 million points, Team Uraraka. The girl in question lowers herself off of the shadow plam as the 4 of them, well 3 of them, huddle together in celebration. In second place, Team Bakugo. Son of a effing beach. Bakugo scream at the ground, barely putting in the effort to sit up where he fell. Third place goes to Team Tat. Wait. There was an upset in those last few seconds. Third place is Team Shinsu. Izuku spares a glance at the boy who challenged their class, as Shinsu simply wails away with a satisfaction on his face. And fourth place goes to Team Todoroki. Present Mike concludes. These top 16 competitors will move on to the final event. That event will be after an hour's lunch break. See you all then. After that, Izuku sighed as he glowed with his figure being split and having 2 colors, green and red, and as the 2 colors formed 2 figures, which were Izuku and Fumikage, both boys stared at each other ... and gave each other a firm handshake with smiles dawning their faces. It was an honor to fuse with you, Izuku. I hope our darkness becomes even bigger in the future, Fumikage said, with Izuku thanking him while he got a pat on the back from Hatsune. Good job, 10 million, she says. Thanks for getting me so far. I can't wait to see that power of yours. Hey, maybe we should fuse now to see how it whirls for us, huh? She said with enthusiasm that it made Izuku back up a bit, with Fumikage and Ochako watching, with the latter staring at the inventor. Midoriya. Izuku turns around to face Todoroki. Can we speak in private? Izuku glances at his teammates. Ochako nods. We'll save you a spot, she says. Todoroki leads Izuku back to the tunnels they took out onto the field, the entrance to the stands area. Todoroki sighs quietly, leaning against the wall and glaring intently at Izuku. Todoroki. The girl doesn't answer. She seems pensive somehow. If we don't hurry, the cafeteria will get really crowded, says Izuku. How can you do it? Todoroki says suddenly. Do what? Izuku asked the girl. You just... Todoroki runs a hand through her hair. You just use that power so easily. Like it doesn't bother you. How can you use that power? Using others for yourself. Izuku's eyes widened. What the hell? When Izuku heard this, his eyes narrowed. What exactly are you implying, Todoroki? He asked as he felt as his mind was drowning in a large pool of water ... and it was suffocating for him. It's because of what I saw ... you using others for your own gain. Instead of... But she was stopped by Izuku, who punched the wall behind him. This isn't about me ... this is about you. Todoroki, since for some reason you hate the fact that I can freely use my power, well, you can't. As soon as he said that, the girl glared, which made Izuku sigh. Tell me the reason why you wanted to talk with me. Get it over it, or I'll just leave and meet with my friends. Todoroki simply let out a breath of cold air. The reason why I'm against you ... is because of your hate towards the symbol of peace. What? Izuku questioned, with his eyes widened when he heard that from the girl. Why is that the reason? Why would that be the reason for you to tell me that I'm taking advantage of others while using my quirk, which works that way? It's because you understand me. Izuku reels back at that. What do you mean? You have this hate towards All Might, the #1 hero. Well, I have my father, who I hate ever since my quirk awakened. Your father, Endeavor. Tell me, have you ever heard of quirk marriages? Izuku's mouth hangs open. A chill rushes over his skin and down his spine, as he felt his mind go blank when he heard that. You mean, yes? That one word from Todoroki was filled with more horror than Izuku can imagine. My father rose through the ranks quickly. He was determined to surpass All Might, but he never could. He sees him as an unmovable mountain. So if his own power wasn't enough, Todoroki covers her scar with his hand. I'll never be his tool. My mother. In all my memories of her, she's crying. She saw this left side and could only see him. She poured boiling water on me. Do you get it now? I won't use his quirk, the quirk he gave me. I'll beat him with only my right side. Todoroki pauses. And that's why you confuse me so much. You're using others as a way to get more power. Why do you use it? Why do you so easily accept the power that makes you use others? Because it's mine now, says Izuku. Todoroki twitches. I don't get a choice. This is what I am now. And the power that helped me to form into someone else. Thanks to those who I've bonded with, I'll use them as if they were part of me since I was born. I can't just pretend that I'm still quirkless. Not when every step I take reminds me of the past me. So I'm going to make the most of it. How can I call myself a hero if I don't? Izuku admits. Izuku then stared at Todoroki with a look that screamed he was serious, and all she could do was open and close her mouth. Then she looks away. The silence stretches until it's clear that Todoroki isn't going to say anything else. Everyone here, Izuku says quietly, is trying so hard. Even people who aren't in the hero course. I can't let myself stay so far behind. So I'll give it my all. And I'll win. Izuku leaves her in the tunnel and goes to join his friends for lunch, feeling a bit miffed, but as soon as he saw his friend, it disappeared as he talks and laughed with them while enjoying the lunch and waiting for the event to determine who will make it to the top and win the sports festival, with Izuku not realizing that he was being watched by someone as soon as he walked towards his friend group. It was none other than Kansuki Bakugo, with him being the only one sitting around a table since those he teamed up with didn't want anything to do with him since they saw his true nature during the cavalry battle and during the USJ incident. Bakugo just glared at Izuku. Deku, I'll end you. With his eyes having orange like lightning dancing around his eyes while wincing a bit as he looked at his hands, seeing them shaking a bit, tucked away in a dark corner of Kamino, an unassuming building housed a dimly lit bar. The wispy form of Kurogiri stood at the counter, wiping down glasses. Every few minutes, his glowing yellow eyes would flit to the far end of the bar, warily eyeing the twitchy figure hunched in front of an old CRT television. Shigaraki's eyes were glued to the screen, a twitch in his left eye. He held a remote tightly in his hand. His pinky finger ramrod straight away from the device as his thumb jabbed two buttons in quick succession, over and over again. Play, reverse, play, reverse. On the grainy screen, two would-be heroes stood in front of a crumbling wall of ice. Play, a flash of multicolored light. Now there stood only one hero. Reverse, two heroes. Play, one hero. If Kurogiri still had a tongue, he'd be biting it right now. Shigaraki was supposed to be watching the festival in full, both to familiarize himself with future enemies and scope out potential allies. The second event had likely started by now, but all the young man could do was keep going back to that single moment in the first event. So, Kurogiri perked up, turning when Shigaraki finally spoke. Not a party swap. Reverse. A team attack. Play. A quirk that can merge people together. One hero. Mind. Two heroes. Body. One hero. And quirk. Kurogiri sat his glass and rag down. A unique power. Are you thinking he could be swayed to our side? Shigaraki snorted violently. He finally hit play and let the footage continue as intended. Didn't you see how the brat beamed at the crowd? He's a goody-goody through and through. But his quirk. Shigaraki turned slowly towards Kurogiri, his lips pulled back in a wide, decrepit smile. Think of what the doctor could do with it. 1 hour later, now that lunch is over, it's finally time to reveal the last game. But before that, there's good news for all of you who did not make it to the finals. Present Mike announced as now everybody was back in the stadium, ready for the real tournament to begin. This is just a sports festival, so we have prepared recreational games that everyone can participate in, too. We've even brought real cheerleaders from America to line things up. As Present Mike was about to move on, he and the rest of the audience plus the participants noticed something peculiar. What are they doing? Aizawa lazily asked. The center of attention currently were all of the female students of Class 1A minus Miyuki were dressed up in orange UA cheerleader uniforms that really showed off their assets. What's the matter, Class 1A? What kind of fan service is that? Present Mike cried out as the majority of the males in the stadium were ogling their curvaceous figures, which the cheerleading uniforms didn't fail to display. Kaminari and Minoru both give each other a thumbs up when they thought of this plan. Minta, Kaminari. You tricked us, didn't you? Momo yelled in fury as she got a giant red tick mark. The two pervs, who told her and Gyro that everybody was required to wear cheerleading clothes to do a cheer battle in the afternoon. But clearly, that was all just a lie to get the girls to wear SXY outfits. The SXY vice president of class dropped to her knees with a sad sigh. Why am I always caught up in Minta's schemes? I even used creation to make the outfits. Achako patted her back in an attempt to comfort her. Hey, lighten up, yeah Momo. It ain't all bad. The zero-gravity user said as she took a quick glance to the corner of her eye to see a certain green-haired young boy who had a slight blush on his face, but he didn't look away, and this caused Achako to smirk as she saw Izuku getting flustered. Seeing her like that made her feel content. Those are so dumb. Gyro yelled as she threw her pom-poms to the floor in frustration. Well, there is still a little time left before the finals, and it'd be a pain if things got tense. It's fine. Let's do it. Toru exclaimed in excitement as she didn't mind showing off a little. What, Toru, you like this, huh? Suyu rhetorically asked. All right, everyone. Let's have fun competing in the recreational games. When that's over, the 16 from the 4 teams that made it to the final round will duke it out tournament style. 1-1-1. Present Mike announced. The last round is a tournament where we fight 1-1-1? Huh. I'm going to stand on the stage that I watch every year on TV. Kirishima said as he pumped his fists. Was it a tournament last year? Mina asked. It's different every year, but there's a one-on-one competition every year. Last year, it was a sports Chanbara match, Zero said. Now, let's prepare to draw lots to determine the bracket. Midnight said as in her hands was a yellow box labeled Lots. Once the bracket is determined, we'll have the recreational games and then start. The 16 finalists can choose whether or not they want to participate in the recreation. I'm sure some of you want to rest or save your strength. Now from the first place team. Excuse me. Ajiro suddenly called out as he raised high hand. I'm withdrawing. Everybody gasped. Ajiro, but why? Izuku asked with narrowed eyes towards his classmate. This is a rare chance for pros to see you. Tenya exclaimed as he too was shocked to hear that Ajiro wanted to quit. I barely remember anything from the cavalry battle until almost the end. I think it was that guy's quirk. Izuku narrowed his eyes as he scanned through the participants. If I remember correctly, Ajiro was with. His eyes then landed on Shinso, who just turned his head away as soon as Izuku focused his eyes on him. I know that this is a great chance and that it's foolish to waste it. Well, if you know that, then why would you just quit after making it so far? Izuku asked as he genuinely didn't want his classmate to waste his opportunity like that. Everyone here competed by giving their all. I can't be up there with everyone without knowing what really happened, Ajiro said with a proud tone as he balled his fist. You're worrying too much about it. You should just make sure you produce results in the finals. Toru added, if you're going to say that, then I didn't do anything either. Mina said as she empathized with what Ajiro was going through. She didn't feel she did much work either. Ajiro put his palm to his face. No, that's not it. I am talking about my pride here. I can't. Izuku couldn't help but sigh. However, he completely understood what Ajiro was trying to say and even commended him as his respect for his fellow-tailed classmate went up a ton. Also, why are you girls all wearing cheerleader outfits? Ajiro asked as all of the girls from class's sweat dropped. Izuku walked up towards Ajiro as he placed a strong hand on his shoulder. Hey listen, if that is your decision, I respect it 100%. I completely feel you. You have a valid reason for wanting to drop out of the tournament, and as your class president, I commend you for owning up. A lot of people didn't expect for Izuku to actually support Ajiro's decision. As a matter of fact, they would think that Izuku would plead with him to not quit and just show what he can really do in the tournament. But now, they were seeing a completely different side to the green-haired boy. Thank you, Midoriya. I really appreciate that. I'm Naranjiki Shota from Class B. I also want to withdraw for the same reason. Regardless of ability. Don't you think it goes against the goal of this sports festival for those who didn't do anything to move on to the final round? One chubby student with silver hair said to Midnight as he also felt that he did not deserve to advance to the tournament. What's with these guys? They're so manly, Kirishima said with tears coming out of his eyes. This is an unusual turn of events. We'll have to see what the chief umpire, Midnight, has to say about this, Present Mike said as they awaited the R-rated hero's decision. Youthful talk like that is something that turns me on. Shota, Ajiro, I accept your withdrawal, Midnight said with a lecherous grin. Did she just say that turns her on? Kaminari asked with a sweat drop. Bro, just roll with it, Kirishima replied as he also sweat dropped. I'm going to do it, okay, Aoyama said as he placed his hand on Ajiro's shoulder. In that case, we will have to move up 2 people from the 5th place cavalry battle team. Midnight hummed. If that's what's going to happen, then rather than us, who barely did anything during the cavalry battle, it should be them, right? Itsuka said as her teammates nodded in agreement. The ones who fought to the end and stayed in the top, which is Team Tetsu, right? Kendo, what are you doing? Tetsu asked as he thought it was idiotic for her to throw away her opportunity like that. Don't worry, you just show them what it means to battle a student from Class 1B, Kendo said with a smile on her face with the rest of the class agreeing. Why you guys? Tetsu cried out to the heavens thanking God for this opportunity. His team then agreed that Tetsu and Ibara should be the ones to advance seeing as they were the 2 that did the most work during the cavalry battle. And so, Tetsu and Shizaki have moved up to make 16. Now then, we will all see on the screen on those who will be facing each other randomly in the first round of the tournament. So without wasting any more time, let's see who will each other, Midnight announced. As soon as she said that, the screen above was seen, revealing those who will be facing against. Okay, now, let's take a look at the official bracket. Midnight announced as she pointed her whip towards the jumbotron that displayed the entire bracket. First match Izuku Midoriya vs. Itoshi Shinso. Second match Mei Hatsum vs. Tenya Ida. Third match Katsuki Bakugo vs. Ochako Uraraka. Fourth match Fumikage Takoyami vs. Momoye Irazu. Fifth match Denki Kaminari vs. Ibara Shizaki. Sixth match Mina Ashido vs. Yuga Aoyama. Seventh match Tetsu vs. Eijiro Kirishima. Eighth match Hantasiro vs. Miyuki Todoroki. Izuku took a look at the bracket as he saw the name of his opponent. The first match of the first round. Wait a minute. If I remember correctly, Shinso was the team captain of Ajiro's team. It's you, isn't it? Izuku Midoriya, Shinso said out of nowhere as he was behind Izuku. Izuku turned around to face him. And as he did, he suddenly remembered where he saw this guy before. He was the one who came to our class making a declaration of war. He said he was from the General Studies course and intended on making it to the Hero course. He's pretty bold ... but unfortunately it won't be enough, Izuku thought in his mind as this was the first time he was socially interacting with the purple-haired General Studies student. I'm looking forward to our first match, Shinso said. But before Izuku could even say anything, suddenly a large yellow-haired tail covered his mouth. Midoriya, Ajiro yelled from behind. Shinso smirked as he walked away. When Shinso was out of earshot, Ajiro removed his hold on Izuku. Ajiro, what's the matter? Don't answer him. Okay, it's pretty much done. The pro hero, Cementos said as he was using his quirk to construct a tournament fighting stage. Thank you, Cementos. Hey guys, are you ready? Present Mike asked the crowd. They then proceeded to cheer loudly, showing their anticipation for the tournament to finally begin. The recreational games were finally over, and it was finally time to get to the real fun. A lot has happened, but now it has come to this. A serious battle. You can only depend on yourself. You have no teammates or comrades here. It is a classic one-on-one style tournament. Even if you are not a hero, you will face lots of situations like that. You get that, right? Heart, skill, body, wisdom, and knowledge. Use all of that to rush up. Present Mike exclaimed as he was hyping up the crowd even more. Izuku was currently in the tunnel that leads to the fighting stage. He was currently doing warm-up stretches and doing his best to prepare himself mentally. It was his first ever match in a sports festival, so of course there were some nerves here and there, but overall, he was ready to compete. Okay, I can do this. I can do this. Are you prepared for a fight or are you constipating? The being said inside Izuku's head with Izuku's twitching a bit from what he just heard. Why would you even say that? And why are you talking to me? Izuku said inside's mind with the being only chuckling, not saying a word nor answering Izuku's question, which made him sigh in irritation. Young Midoriya. When Izuku heard that voice, he stopped for a second as his eyes widened a bit as the irritation started to rise even more. As Izuku turned his attention towards the one who he thought was amazing, his former idol, the man that he now despised ... and the person who gave something to a literal temper tantrum explosive maniac who will that power for his own gain and not help others in need. What is it that you want? As Izuku said this, the being that was in his subconsciousness was observing with a hint of amusement. Listen, young Midoriya, I understand why you hate me. Because of what I said to you last year ... but I want to make things right between us ... so how about we start over ... even though it might take some time for us to have a decent conversation. He said this while giving Izuku a smile on his face, but Izuku, who simply had his eyes closed, felt a surge of power and gave a quick hand motion that made Toshinori Yagi hit the ground with his eyes widen as he saw Izuku's change of appearance. Eyes red as the rose, hair that moves on its own, and the face that Toshinori saw held nothing but hate towards him. I don't want anything to do with you, hypocrite. That's all Izuku said as he left Toshinori on the floor and got ready to head towards the match while facing his opponent. This won't take long. I can't let Ajiro's fate and me go up in smoke ... take his advice ... and finish this battle. That was his final thoughts as his eyes glowed even brighter as the sound of chuckling was heard in his mind. Flames ignited in all four corners of the fighting arena as now they were finished with the preparations and were ready to begin with the first match. Audience, the tournament that you all have been waiting for are finally starting. Match number 1. We got the powerhouse that has been giving us surprises one after another and finished in first place in the 2 previous rounds. From Class 1A, Hero Course, it's Izuku Midoriya. Present Mike announced as Izuku made his entrance. The crowd were cheering as he had gained a lot of popularity since the beginning of the sports festival. Some people have already put in their bets and said that Izuku will win the whole thing. Some were a bit skeptical and wonder how exactly his quirk works, but hope to see it in action in this match. Izuku's classmates were also cheering him on from the bleachers. Sorry, he has not done anything to stand out yet. From General Studies, it's Hitoshi Shinso. Shinso ignored Present Mike's comment and proceeded to walk to the ring calmly. Okay, the rules are simple. They are classic tournament style. In order to win the match, you have to force your opponent out of bounds, immobilize them, or force them into submission. Bring on the injuries. I want this to be entertaining. Don't worry, we have our very own recovery girl waiting on standby to patch any students up. Put your morals and ethics aside for a moment. But of course, anything life-threatening is strictly prohibited. Heroes should only use their fists to catch villains. Present Mike announced the rules. I will stop the fight if things go too far, Cemento said as he made a chair for him to sit on. Izuku took a deep breath, narrowing his eyes at his opponent. Forcing your opponent into submission? Shinso said, suddenly gaining the attention of Izuku. This is a fight to test the strength of your spirit. If you know what you want for your future, then you can't worry about appearances. Ready? Present Mike called out. That monkey was going on about his pride. Start. Present Mike announced the official start of the match. But don't you think he was dumb for throwing away his chance? What an idiot. Serves him right, Shinso said. Izuku's eyes widened as he heard his opponent say those words. And his eyes narrowed at Shinso, who saw that what he said didn't make Izuku retort back. And all he got was Izuku coming in close towards him and sending a punch which he avoided but barely, since he saw a large cut on his shirt making him take a few steps back. But Shinso still kept on talking, sending out insults after insults toward Izuku, but it only made Izuku narrow his eye even more and blitz towards Shinso and sending a punch to his torso, causing him to cough out spit. But it wasn't enough for Izuku as he sent a kick to his chin, causing him to get pushed back. But he wasn't out of the ring with Izuku waiting for him to get up, which irritated Shinso as he glared at the boy. Why aren't you saying anything? Am I that weak for you to not getting a response from you? Are you that strong to treat those with no power as nothing but weaklings? He shouted towards Izuku, who could only sigh as his eyes glowed and was suddenly behind Shinso and kicked in the back and then blitz in front of him and sending a kick towards his way while creating afterimages of himself, causing Shinso to get multiple doses of kicks from Izuku. Shinso was lucky that Izuku stopped, which made him to distance himself from Izuku while being in pain, and it was getting hard to stay on his feet. But he gave Izuku a glare that held hate, but Izuku knew it wasn't pointed at him. Why won't you say something? Shinso asked in pain while walking towards Izuku, who was still silent. That it made Shinso mad. You have so much power that it's making me jealous, and yet you did something that makes you fuse with your classmates. How messed up is that? Shinso then started running. Even though it hurt, he still kept on running. Thanks to my quirk, I have been behind from the start. Someone who has been blessed like you with such a powerful quirk would never understand, would you? Izuku didn't move as he let Shinso come in close, causing the audience to lean on their seats as they saw Shinso send a punch which Izuku avoided with ease. With Shinso kept on fighting while yelling at Izuku in anger. Someone like you who was born with the ideal quirk. Someone who can reach your goal. Izuku got even more angry. The voices, the humiliation, the words from his supposed idol, it caused him to feel this irritated sensation that crawled on his back. Shinso saw that Izuku had a look that held nothing but emptiness as he avoided another attempt of a punch. You're looking down on me. You dare ignore me. You're just like everyone else. You look down on me because I was born with a quirk that would fit a villain. Damn you. What makes you so special? Just because you were born with a better quirk. It's not my fault I was born with the quirk I got. Life is not fair, and I just have to live with it. You were gifted. You were born with an amazing quirk. You got the luck of the draw. Say something about that, you damn bastard. Shinso ran towards Izuku and threw a punch straight at his cheek. The punch was filled with pure rage and built-up anger. However, the punch did not even make Izuku flinch. Shinso grit his teeth and threw another punch, this one aimed for his forehead. Izuku caught the punch this time as he squeezed Shinso's wrist. He looked and stared straight at him. And the way Izuku looked at Shinso, he could only sweat in fear. Izuku then kicked Shinso with enough distance, but Shinso got back up to glare. But then something happened that made him feel humiliated. Izuku, with his hand out with his eyes glowing with power, said just one word, Zoka. After he said that, Shinso felt his body became heavy as he was kneeling on the ground while struggling to get up. Shinso, who forced his head up, saw Izuku with no emotion that it made him sweat in fear, and with one hand motion caused Shinso to be pushed back and hit the wall as he slid off with a shocked look on his face. Midnight raised her hand. Hitoshi, Shinso is out of bounds. Izuku Midoriya advances to the quarter-finals. The crowd then began cheering as Izuku was able to come out on top. Once again, in the one-on-one tournament, the first person to advance to the quarter-finals is none other than the powerhouse himself, Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A. Present Mike announced as the Jumbotron showed Izuku's name going up in the bracket, while Shinso's name was crossed out. By the time Izuku entered the tunnel, he suddenly collapsed while leaning his back on the wall. That same voice was calling to him as he felt his body shaking. Damn it, Izuku said as he finally stopped shaking and got up from the ground. I finally have fusion's power, but it was at the last second and yet it feels like I've been using it since the start of the match. I need to find a better way to get used to these powers and their side effects. Izuku thought as he walked towards where his classmates were, and as soon as he went towards the bleachers he heard the voice of one of his friends, making him smile as he sat between Ochako and Tsuyu with Minoru on her left side with Momo and Kyoka on Ochako's side with Fumikage behind him, who gave Izuku a light pat on the shoulder and congratulating him. He then looked over his shoulder to see Anjiro giving a thumbs up. Good work, Midoriya. Izuku smirked as he returned the thumbs up. He then turned his attention towards the fighting stage. So it's Ada's turn, right? Yeah, he's facing Hatsume. Momo said as they were all now waiting for the match to begin. I will be facing the winner of this match in the quarterfinals. This is going to be interesting, Izuku mentally said as he was now in analysis mode. Then, the flames ignited in all four corners of the ring, signaling that it was time for the next match to start. Thanks for waiting. Next up are these guys, Present Mike announced as the crowd cheered seeing the next two participants enter the ring. It's like he's the epitome of the middle of the pack. From the hero course, it's Tenya Ida. Middle of the pack, Ada shouted. Versus, fully equipped with support items. From the support course, it's Mei Hatsume. He's up against the support course, huh? Gyro said. I wonder what kind of fight it will be. Tsuyu added. I mean, what is that? Sato asked in confusion. What he was referring to was that Ada had one of Hatsume's gadgets strapped around his back. Huh, Ada is also fully equipped with support items. Present Mike shouted in shock. That is generally against the rules for those in the hero course. Those who must use the equipment needed to petition beforehand. Midnight said as she reprimanded Tenya for breaking the rules. Tenya immediately bowed robotically. Oh, I forgot about that. I humbly apologize. However, my heart was moved by my opponent's sportsmanship. Even though she is from the support course, she said she wanted an even match since she made it this far. She said she wanted to fight fairly. So, she gave me this equipment. I did not think I could ignore her fighting spirit. Tenya exclaimed with vigor as he placed his hand on his chest, clearly touched by Mei's sportsmanship. Oh youth, Midnight cried out as she was turned on by the honor and pride behind Tenya's reasoning for wearing one of Hatsume's gadgets. Midnight then recomposed herself as she swung her hip. I will allow it. So it's fine, Present Mike asked. Well, if they both agree on it, then it's within regulations, I guess. Aizawa shrugged his shoulders as he guesses that it is in the rules. Is Hatsume someone who'd say that? Izuku muttered out loud as he had a pencil in one hand and one of his hero journals in the other. Hey, where did that notebook come from? Ochako asked as she nor Momo saw Izuku with his hero journal when he came to sit with them. Could it be? Izuku thought as he frowned when he saw Hatsume. Smirking. Well, since permission has been granted, let's start the second match. Present Mike announced the official start of the match. Ada started with running towards Hatsume on a straight path, his eyes focused on his opponent. Isn't that acceleration wonderful, Ada? Mei said as her voice reverberated throughout the stadium. A mic, Ada asked as he was still running towards her. Why? Present Mike asked. She's wearing speakers. Aizawa was also confused. Don't your legs feel lighter than usual? That's only to be expected. Those leg parts are helping the wearer's movements along, Hatsume said as Ada was now closing in on her. And before Ada got too close, she jumped up as two longs sprouted from one of her gadgets. Can evade easily with my hydraulic attachments. She then looked up high into the crowd as she looked for a specific group of people. The support companies are sitting. Oh, they're biting. I've got him, Hatsume thought as she observed two men in suits talking and pointing towards her. Name, Mei Hatsume. Quirk, zoom if she gets serious. She can see clearly up to 5 kilometers away. Tenya started chasing after her again, but she moved out of the way before he could get her. Since I've got sensors in every direction, I can deal with attacks from behind. Ada began stumbling as the gadget he was wearing propelled him back towards Hatsume. What are you planning? Ada changed course adeptly. It is thanks to the auto balancer that I made. The leg parts detect the wearer's brainwaves to predict their movements, so there is no need to worry about time lag. Present Mike's sweat dropped. What is this? She's very good at hard selling. Aizawa commented also with a sweat drop. Hatsume kept on evading Ada. The auto balancer is equipped with a 32-axis gyro sensor. Ada began spinning around uncontrollably like a madman. It will be sure to keep the wearer from falling unless the wearer wants to. Ada finally got control of himself as he started running towards the pink-haired mechanic with an annoyed expression. Were you not going to fight fairly? Suddenly, Hatsume jumped over Ada as it looked like she was almost floating in the air. What do you think of this lightness? These electro shoes use electromagnetic induction on both feet to allow for instant evasive action. Ada sucked his teeth as he blasted off towards her. I will get her when she lands. Once she did land, she brought out a gun that shot out a red-colored net that tied Ada up. What is this? It is a capture gun to use against villains. The capture nets are in cartridges, and you can fire up to 5 before reloading. Who developed all of these items? It was me, Meihatsum. Everyone from the support companies. The choice is clear, Meihatsum, Meihatsum, Meihatsum. She yelled out as her true motivations were quite evident now. What is she, a politician? One of the men in suits asked as Hatsum's way of getting attention was very peculiar to say the least. And now, I will talk about the next support item. There's still more. 10 minutes later, Hatsum walked out of the ring as she was sweating in exhaustion. I've presented each and every last one of them. I have nothing left to say. Midnight shakily raised her hand in confusion. Hatsum is out of bounds. Ada advances to the quarterfinals. You tricked me. Ada yelled out in horror. Hatsum looked away as she started walking towards the tunnel. I'm sorry. I used you, she said shamelessly. I hate you. Izuku trying to hold in his laughter, but it ended in failure. But he did calm down a bit. Man, I should have known that was her plan from the start. She never really wanted to win the sports festival. All she wanted was to get the attention of the big support companies, and she definitely did just that. Ada is very earnest, so she probably said some things that sounded good to get him on board. Hatsum is not just honest. She will also use any means to reach her goal. Amazing. Izuku began scribbling in his notebook. He then perked up. Oh yeah, so that means next round, me and Ada are going to face each other. Wow, I can't say I'm not excited for that. How about you girls? Izuku said as he turned his head to his left and right only to see that the seats were empty. They must have left to prepare for their matches while I was focused on my notebook. If I remember correctly, they're 6 and 8, so their matches are up next. I know that Yaoyorozu is facing Fumikage and Ochako is facing. Izuku started to connect dots until his expression disappeared and his face became emotionless. This made our purple-haired earphone girl to place her hand on his, making him turn his head and seeing the worriness in her face with Minoru and Tsu having worried looks with Minoru trying to calm Izuku down. Izuku, who was trying to keep his rage in check, gave her a smile. Don't worry, Jiru, Tsu, Minta, I'll be fine. Saying this while patting her head that it made her blush, and Oda the same for Tsu and patting Minoru on the shoulder and getting up while going towards the player waiting rooms. Player waiting room 2. Ida opened the door to the waiting room with a comedic depressed expression as mumbled things such as, how could I let her manipulate me like that? Or how could I have been so naive? Good work, Ada. Oh, Uraraka, you're not like yourself at all. Your brow is all wrinkled. Tenya yelled out in shock as Ochako's face was indeed not looking like its usual self. My brow. Oh, it is just my nerves. Must have reached my brow, Ochako said as her voice did not have the usual bubbly tone. Ada nodded. I see. You are up against Bakugo, after all. Ochako sighed. Yeah, I'm really scared. But you know, after seeing a match like yours, like mine. Before she could reply, the door was opened as a green blur rushed into the room. Ochako. Izuku ran into the run as it was clear he had rushed to get there. Izuku. Why are you here? You don't want to watch the others' matches? Izuku shook his head. I know your match is next, and I know exactly who you will be fighting. I know Bakugo is not going to go easy on you, so I came here to try to give you some advice. But, well, I don't think even Bakugo would use a full-strength explosion on a girl. Ida chimed in. Izuku narrowed his eyes. He would. Ida gasped. Everyone's trying to become number one to make their dreams come true. Even if it's not Bakugo, no one would think about holding back. You've helped me so much, Ochako. That's why I thought maybe I could help you a little. A plan to use your quirk against him. Izuku held out his hero journal number 14. It's rough, but I came up with something. Oh, isn't that great, Uraraka? Ochako stared at the cover of the hero journal. Within its pages lied all of the answers to how she could win. She has experienced Izuku's strategic and analytical planning firsthand, and she knew that his plans were nothing short of a genius. If she accepted his offer, then there was no question that she was more likely to win than if she rejects. All she had to do was open the notebook and let the knowledge overflow her. Thanks, Izuku. But it's fine. Izuku raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? You're amazing, Izuku. Spectacular even. I keep seeing more and more amazing sides to you. During the entrance exam when we fused for the first time, the combat training, heck even the USJ when we fused again the third time, and during the cavalry battle. I thought it'd be easier to team up with friends, but now that I think about it, I might have been trying to rely on you. That's why, when Ida said he'd challenge you, it actually made me feel a little embarrassed. Ochako began walking towards to the door. That's why it's fine. Everyone's facing the future and trying their absolute hardest. That means we're all rivals, right? That's why. Ochako faced Izuku as she gave him a thumbs up with a nervous and shaky smile. Let's meet in the semifinals. When Ochako said that, Izuku walked towards her and then gave her a hug, causing her to blush. Even if you refuse my help, I'll still support you either way. He then let go of the hug, which she pouted, missing his warmth, but then giving her smile caused her to feel a bit of confidence. Just show that bastard you're not one to mess with. Ochako chuckled and nodded her head, leaving the two boys at the waiting room. Ada saw that Izuku's hand were shaking, causing him to worry about his friend. Midoriya, are you okay? Honestly, Ada. No, I'm not alright. When Ada saw the look on his friend's face, he had to take a step back because Izuku glowed a bit as his hair was moving like they have a mind of their own. If Ochako gets hurt, I won't let that bastard to even walk. Meanwhile, red-like eyes that were brightly seen was narrowing their eyes while humming in curiosity. This child is really interesting. I do wonder if he's like you ... or maybe he'll surpass you. Oh, how I'll enjoy seeing that. Okay, so after that whole marketing scheme fiasco, let's try to get back on track, shall we? We'll start the next match. Present Mike announced as the Jumbotron displayed both Katsuki and Ochako, thus making the crowd cheer as they anticipated the third match of the first round of the tournament. This next one might be the most disturbing matchup. Suyu said, I almost don't want to watch. Gyro shuddered as she voiced the majority of Class 1A's thoughts. Meanwhile, Izuku was seen by the railings with narrowed eyes. Ochako and Katsuki both began walking towards the ring. Katsuki looked dead on at Ochako as his expression remained neutral. Ochako, however, did not falter against his intense gaze. She was determined to win while giving a glare of her own. Izuku looked on as he tightened his fists. The third match of the first round. These are our participants. Present Mike shouted. He was kind of famous in middle school. That isn't the face of a regular person. From the hero course, it's Katsuki Bakugo. Hey, what did you say about my face? Bakugo yelled out in anger as his face was kind of unsettling due to his mean mug. Versus, she's the one I'm rooting for. From the hero course, it's Ochako Uraraka. Present Mike shouted. Wow, way to show how biased you are. Aizawa said monotonically. You're the one that makes things float, right, round face? Bakugo suddenly said. Round face? Ochako asked while narrowing her eyes as the boy's empty-minded attitude of not knowing his classmates' names. If you are going to withdraw, do it now. You won't get off with just an ouch, Bakugo said as he continued to stare at her with eyes that shone pure fury. Ochako grit her teeth as she stared back with defiance, showing that she was not backing down no matter what. Midoriya, what was the strategy you were going to tell Uraraka earlier for her to use against Bakugo? Ada asked, who walked near him by the railings. To give Ochako a bit of an edge, Izuku replied as he held his hero journal. Bakugo's strong. In a real close combat fight, he has almost no openings. And the more he moves, the more he sweats, making his explosion quirk stronger. He can use the blasts from his explosions to move around in the air. But if Ochako touches him and uses her quirk to make him float, then she would have the upper hand. It would be pretty much game over from that point. That's why the first thing Ochako should do is... Ochako took a deep breath as she put on a face that said, I'm ready. Third match, start. Present Mike announced. A swift attack Izuku finished. Ochako immediately rushed towards Bakugo with her right hand outstretched below her. Withdrawing is not a choice. Ochako yelled out. All right, that's good. Even if it's an accident. As long as she can touch him, she can make him float. Izuku said as he was glad that Uraraka was attacking Bakugo with the proper mindset. Bakugo won't want Uraraka to get close to him. Ida added. That's true, but the bastard knows he won't evade, Minoru said while walking by Izuku's side. Right, Bakugo would do to the opposite, Fumikage said as he did the same action as Minoru. He will want to counterattack, Izuku finished said as he knew what Bakugo would do against Ochako in that situation. The same was said from the two boys. Bakugo scoffed. Then, die. Bakugo, you usually start with a big right swing. Ochako remembered Izuku's words when he and Bakugo had fought during the combat training, or better yet ... she knows. Ochako saw that Bakugo was getting his right hand ready to strike. Here. Katsuki raised his arm, preparing for an explosion aimed right for Ochako. As Ochako got ready, Bakugo set of an explosion towards Ochako, who dodged it in time and dashed towards Bakugo, who glared and fired another blast of explosion with Ochako dodging them but still feeling the heat. Uraraka, Ada yelled out in worry. Even though you're fighting a girl, you have no mercy, do you, Bakugo? Suyu said as her and the rest of Class 1 realized just how ruthless Katsuki Bakugo truly was. With Izuku, he was observing the fight. Ochako, don't lose. Don't let him hurt you, please, he thought as he grabbed the railing. This is no good. Even if I knew what move he was going to make, I still couldn't react in time, Ochako said as she waved the smoke away from her face. Bakugo got into his stance. I'll make short work of you. He waited for Ochako to attack him. He couldn't see her due to the smoke, so he was on his toes. He then heard movement behind him. Don't underestimate me. Bakugo turned around and launched a violent explosion. However, he was shocked to see that his hand had only ignited a UA. Gym shirt. He heard movement again and he was ready ... only to be surprised by an attack to the chin which made hit his back hard. This got a shocked look from the Pomeranian, including the whole stadium, as they saw Ochako, her top half of her uniform gone, with her now wearing a black tank top with her eyes having pink glow. This is the first time I've ever done this, using the power of Achezu. Ochako appeared behind Katsuki with her hands stretched out, her top half of the PE uniform now gone as she was now wearing a black tank top. Oh, she made her jacket float and sent it over there. She did it in an instant, too. And not only that, she finally got a hit with a surprise attack. Talk about a Tolta knockout from the gravity user Uraraka. Present Mike cried out. The crowd cheered at what Ochako did, with her classmates cheering as well, but Ochako knew that attack won't be enough to take him out, and she doesn't know how long she can withstand the power she was using right now. She saw that Bakugo was getting up, making her advance towards him only to get blown away by Bakugo's explosion that had more force than the one from before. Ochako was still on her feet while she observed the bastard and saw a hint of orange lightning arcs around him. He moved after he saw her, Zero said, as he couldn't believe that Bakugo was able to counterattack after taking a hit from Ochako. With that reaction time, it doesn't matter if there's a smoke screen. With Uraraka not being able to activate her quirk unless she touches him, she's at a disadvantage with Bakugo's reflexes. Kaminari commented as he figured that the matchup was not entirely favorable for Ochako. Ochako took deep breaths, feeling a little lightheaded until she gasped as she saw Bakugo blitz towards her with his explosions and boost from the quirk that it gave him. Ochako intended to dodge as he got close even more with a savage look on his face. Too slow, Beach. Bakugo fired off another explosion right at her face, which made the entire crowd cringe as they could feel the heat of that explosion all the way from where they were sitting. Ochako then reappeared from the smoke as her entire body gave light pink hue as she took a step ... that caused a crack to form. That surprised everyone, even Izuku, until it became a large grin. Take this, Ochako yelled out as she used Bakugo's shock to grab a large piece of the concrete and aimed it towards him. However, Bakugo just blasted the concrete with another explosion which caused pieces of rubble to hit the floor, but that didn't stop Ochako to continue her advance, only for it to be met with an explosion that blew her back again. Ochako, Tsuyu muttered as she was worried for her well-being. I can't watch, Gyro said as she covered her face with her hands. Bakugo, you better hope you make it out of this alive, Minoru said as he along with Fumikage watched Izuku, who was clenching the railings as they can hear them being bent by the pressure that Izuku was putting into his hands as he glared. Bakugo, 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 Bakugo. Bakugo kept on firing explosion after explosion, relentlessly, with each one hitting Ochako dead on. But Ochako held on while standing her ground as her feet started to cause even more crack on the ground, but it was getting very uncomfortable for the rest to watch. Not yet, Ochako yelled out as she resumed her boulder throws, with Bakugo blowing them up with him advancing towards her and Ochako guarding up from the explosion. This kept going over and over as it was getting to the point where the entire ring was breaking apart due to the force of Katsuki's explosions and Ochako breaking the pieces. Uraraka keeps attacking without rest, but this is. Present Mike stopped mid-sentence as he didn't know what to say. What could he say? He was witnessing a massacre. Ochako glared as she used her quirk on her person, causing her to feel weightless and blitzed towards Bakugo, who attempted to blow her up, only for Ochako to duck and lift her lower body and kicked Bakugo in his midsection, but that was soon tarnished when Bakugo grabbed her leg and caused an explosion that made her scream in pain, and was then delivered a body slam that caused her to spit out saliva. Her substitution earlier didn't work, so she's getting desperate. A pro hero commented from the crowd. Monoma looked towards him and sighed in annoyance. What an idiot. Hey, shouldn't you stop this? Isn't he going a little too far? A random member of the crowd yelled at Cementos. Ochako got up while wiping away her mouth ... but she had a small smile on her face and dashed towards Bakugo again, but the ash blonde just hit her with another explosion that caused more bruises on her person. I can't watch. Hey, how can you say you want to be a hero like that? If there's such a huge difference in your abilities, then hurry up and send her out of bounds. Stop bullying and playing with the poor girl. Yeah. The crowd then began booing at Bakugo for bullying Ochako. There's booing from part of the crowd, but honestly, I also feel the saw. Aizawa elbowed Present Mike in the face before he could finish that sentence. An elbow. What are you doing? Was that a pro saying he's playing around? How many years have you been a pro? Aizawa asked. If you're saying that with a straight face, there's no point in you watching anymore, so go home. Go home and look into changing careers. Aizawa yelled. Everybody was now confused by what he was saying. Hey, what do you mean Eraserhead? Present Mike asked. Bakugo is being careful because he's acknowledged the strength of his opponent who has made it this far. It's Bakao. Don't you dare finish that sentence, Eraserhead. Someone shouted that held nothing but rage as everyone turned their attention towards a greenette who just held the railings even tighter than ever. His anger was shown all over his face as his body glowed, but ... it wasn't the color green. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.